Chapter 20. Disintegration of the Ricardian School. Section 1. Robert Terenz. Subsection A. Smith and Ricardo on the relation between the average rate of profit and the law of value. Regarding Robert Terenz, an essay on the production of wealth, etc., published in London in 1821. Observation of competition, the phenomena of production, shows that capitals of equal size yield an equal amount of profit on the average, or that given the average rate of profit, and the term average rate of profit has no other meaning, the amount of profit depends on the amount of capital advanced. Adam Smith has noted this fact. Its connection with the theory of value which he put forward caused him no pangs of conscience, especially since, in addition to what one might call his esoteric theory, he advanced many others, and could recall one or another at his pleasure. The sole reflection to which this question gives rise is his polemic against the view which seeks to resolve profit into wages of superintendence, since, apart from any other circumstance, the work of superintendence does not increase in the same measure as the scale of production, and moreover, the value of the capital advanced can increase, for instance, as a result of the dearness of raw materials without a corresponding growth in the scale of production. He has no immanent law to determine the average profit or its amount. He merely says that competition reduces this variable. Ricardo, apart from a few merely chance remarks, directly identifies profit with surplus value everywhere. Hence, with him, commodities sell at a profit, not because they are sold above their value, but because they are sold at their value. Nevertheless, in considering value in Chapter 1 of the Principles, he is the first to reflect at all on the relationship between the determination of the value of commodities and the phenomenon that capitals of equal size yield equal profits. They can only do this inasmuch as the commodities they produce, although they are not sold at equal prices, one can however say that their output has equal prices, provided the value of that part of constant capital which is not consumed is added to the product, yield the same surplus value, the same surplus of price over the price of the capital outlay. Ricardo, moreover, is the first to draw attention to the fact that capitals of equal size are by no means of equal organic composition. The difference in this composition he defined in the way traditional since Adam Smith, namely as circulating and fixed capital. That is, he saw only the differences arising from the process of circulation. He certainly does not directly say that it is a prima facie contradiction of the law of value that capitals of unequal organic composition, which consequently set unequal amounts of immediate labor in motion, produce commodities of the same value and yield the same surplus value, which he identifies with profit. On the contrary, he begins his investigation of value by assuming capital and a general rate of profit. He identifies cost price with value from the very outset, and does not see that from the very start, this assumption is a prima facie contradiction of the law of value. It is only on the basis of this assumption, which contains the main contradiction and the real difficulty, that he comes to a particular case, changes in the level of wages, their rise or fall. For the rate of profit to remain uniform, the rise or fall in wages, to which corresponds a fall or rise in profit, must have unequal effects on capitals of different organic composition. If wages rise, then profits fall, and also the prices of commodities in whose production a relatively large amount of fixed capital is employed. Where the opposite is the case, the results are likewise opposite. Under these circumstances, therefore, the exchangeable values of the various commodities are not determined by the labor time required for their respective production. In other words, this definition of an equal rate of profit, and Ricardo arrives at it only in individual cases and in this roundabout way, yielded by capitals of different organic composition, contradicts the law of value, or, as Ricardo says, constitutes an exception to it, whereupon Malthus rightly remarks that in the progress of industry, the rule becomes the exception, and the exception the rule. The contradiction itself is not clearly expressed by Ricardo, namely, not in the form, although one of the commodities contains more unpaid labor than the other, for the amount of unpaid labor depends on the amount of paid labor, that is, the amount of immediate labor employed, provided the rate of exploitation of the workers is equal, they nevertheless yield equal values, or the same surplus of unpaid over paid labor. The contradiction, however, occurs with him in a particular form. In certain cases, variations in wages affect the cost price. He says the exchangeable values of commodities. Equally, differences in the time of turnover of capital, whether the capital remains in the process of production, even if not in the labor process, or in circulation for a longer period, requiring not more work but more time for its turnover, these differences have just as little effect on the equality of profit, and this again contradicts, is, according to Ricardo, an exception to, the law of value. He has therefore presented the problem very one-sidedly. Had he expressed it in a general way, he would also have had a general solution. But his great contribution remains. Ricardo has a notion that there is a difference between value and cost price, and in certain cases, even though he calls them exceptions to the law of value, he formulates the contradiction that capitals of unequal organic composition, that is, in the last analysis, capitals which do not exploit the same amount of living labor, yield equal surplus value, that is, profit. And if one disregards the fact that a portion of the fixed capital enters into the labor process without entering into the process that creates value, equal values, commodities of equal value, or rather of equal cost price, but he confuses this. Subsection B. Terenz's confusion in defining the value of labor and the sources of profit. As we have seen, Malthus uses the contradiction described by Ricardo in order to deny the validity of the Ricardian law of value. At the very beginning of his book, Terenz takes this discovery of Ricardo as his point of departure, not however to solve the problem, but to present the phenomenon as the law of the phenomenon. Supposing that capitals of different degrees of durability are employed, quote, if a woolen and a silk manufacturer were each to employ a capital of 2,000 pounds, and if the former were to employ 1,500 in durable machines and 500 pounds in wages and materials, while the latter employed only 500 pounds in durable machines and 1,500 in wages and materials, supposing that a tenth of these fixed capitals is annually consumed and that the rate of profit is 10%, then, as the result of the woolen manufacturer's capital of 2,000 pounds must, to give to him this profit, be 2,200 pounds, and as the value of his fixed capital has been reduced by the progress of production from 1,500 to 1,350, the goods produced must sell for 850. And in like manner, as the fixed capital of the silk manufacturer is by the process of production reduced 1/10, or from 500 to 450, the silks produced must, in order to yield him the customary rate of profit upon his whole capital of 2,000 pounds, sell for 1,750. When capitals equal in amount, but of different degrees of durability are employed, the articles produced, together with the residue of capital in one occupation, will be equal in exchangeable value to the things produced and the residue of capital in another occupation. Here, the phenomenon manifested in competition is merely mentioned, registered. Similarly, a customary rate of profit is presupposed without explaining how it comes about, or even the feeling that this ought to be explained. Equal capitals, or in other words, equal quantities of accumulated labor, will often put in motion different quantities of immediate labor, but neither does this furnish any exception to our general principle. Namely, to the fact that the value of the product plus the residue of the capital not consumed yield equal values, or what is the same thing, equal profits. The merit of this passage does not consist in the fact that Terenz here merely registers the phenomenon once again without explaining it, but in the fact that he defines the difference by stating that capitals set in motion unequal quantities of living labor, though he immediately spoils it by declaring it to be a special case. If the value is equal to the labor worked up, embodied in the commodity, then it is clear that if the commodities are sold at their value, the surplus value contained in them can only be equal to the unpaid or surplus labor which they contain. But this surplus labor, given the same rate of exploitation of the worker, cannot be equal in the case of capitals which put in motion different quantities of immediate labor, whether it is the immediate production process or the period of circulation which is the cause of this difference. It is therefore to Terenz's credit that he expresses this. What does he conclude from it? That here, within capitalist production, the law of value suddenly changes. That is, that the law of value, which is abstracted from capitalist production, contradicts capitalist phenomena. And what does he put in its place? Absolutely nothing but the crude, thoughtless, verbal expression of the phenomenon which has to be explained. In that early period of society, that is precisely when exchange value in general, the product as commodity, is hardly developed at all, and consequently when there is no law of value either, the total quantity of labor, accumulated and immediate, expended on production, is that which determines the quantity of one commodity which shall be received for a given quantity of another. When stock has accumulated, when capitalists became a class distinct from laborers, when the person who undertakes any branch of industry does not perform his own work, but advances subsistence and materials to others, then it is the amount of capital, or the quantity of accumulated labor expended in production which determines the exchangeable power of commodities. As long as these two capitals are equal, the law of competition, always tending to equalize the profits of stock, will keep their products of equal value. However, we may vary the quantity of immediate labor which they put in motion, or which their products may require. If we render these capitals unequal in amount, the same law must render their products of unequal value, though the total quantity of labor expended upon each should be precisely equal. After the separation of capitalists and laborers, it is the amount of capital or the quantity of accumulated labor, and not, as before this separation, the sum of accumulated and immediate labor expended on production which determines the exchangeable value. Here again, he merely states the phenomenon that capitals of equal size yield equal profits, or that the cost price of commodities is equal to the price of the capital advance plus the average profit. There is at the same time a hint that since equal capitals put in motion different quantities of immediate labor, this phenomenon is, at first glance, inconsistent with the determination of the value of commodities by the amount of labor time embodied in them. The remark made by Terens that this phenomenon of capitalist production only manifests itself when capital comes into existence, when the classes of capitalists and workers arise, and the objective conditions of labor acquire an independent existence as capital, is a tautology. But how the separation of the factors necessary for the production of commodities into capitalists and workers, capital and wage labor, upsets the law of the value of commodities is merely inferred from the uncomprehended phenomenon. Ricardo sought to prove that apart from certain exceptions, the separation between capital and wage labor does not change anything in the determination of the value of commodities. Basing himself on the exceptions noted by Ricardo, Terens rejects the law. He reverts to Adam Smith, against whom the Ricardian demonstration is directed, according to whom the value of commodities was determined by the labor time embodied in them in that early period, when men confronted one another simply as owners and exchangers of goods, but not when capital and property and land had been evolved. This means, as I observed in Part 1, that the law which applies to commodities qua commodities no longer applies to them once they are regarded as capital, or as products of capital, or as soon as there is in general an advance from the commodity to capital. On the other hand, the product wholly assumes the form of a commodity only as a result of the fact that the entire product has to be transformed into exchange value, and that also all the ingredients necessary for its production enter it as commodities. In other words, it wholly becomes a commodity only with the development and on the basis of capitalist production. Thus, the law of value is supposed to be valid for a type of production which produces no commodities, or produces commodities only to a limited extent, and not to be valid for a type of production which is based on the product as a commodity. The law itself, as well as the commodity as the general form of the product, is abstracted from capitalist production, and yet it is precisely in respect of capitalist production that the law is held to be invalid. The proposition regarding the influence of the separation of capital and labor on the determination of value, apart from the tautology that capital cannot determine prices so long as it does not yet exist, is moreover a quite superficial translation of a fact manifesting itself on the surface of capitalist production. So long as each person works himself with his own tools and sells his product himself, but in reality the necessity to sell products on a social scale never coincides with production carried on with the producer's own means of production, his costs comprise the cost of both the tools and the labor he performs. The cost to the capitalist consists in the capital he advances, in the sum of values he expends on production, not in labor, which he does not perform and which only costs him what he pays for it. This is a very good reason for the capitalists to calculate and distribute the social surplus value amongst themselves according to the size of their capital outlay, and not according to the quantity of immediate labor which a given capital puts in motion. But it does not explain where the surplus value, which has to be distributed and is distributed in this way, comes from. Terens adheres to Ricardo insofar as he maintains that the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor, but he declares that it is only the quantity of accumulated labor which determines their value. Here, however, Terens lands himself in a fine mess. For example, the value of woolen cloth is determined by the accumulated labor contained in the loom, the wool, etc., and the wages which constitute the ingredients of its production. Accumulated labor, which in this context means nothing else but embodied labor, materialized labor time. However, once the woolen cloth is ready and production is over, the immediate labor expended on the woolen cloth has likewise been transformed into accumulated or materialized labor. Then why should the value of the loom and of the wool be determined by the materialized labor they contain, and the value of the woolen cloth not be so determined. If the woolen cloth in turn becomes a component part of production in, say, dyeing or tailoring, then it is accumulated labor, and the value of the coat is determined by the wages of the workers, their tools, and the woolen cloth, the value of which is determined by the accumulated labor contained in it. If I regard a commodity as capital, that means in this context as a condition of production, then its value resolves itself into immediate labor, which is called accumulated labor because it exists in a materialized form. On the other hand, if I regard the same commodity, as a product and result of the production process, then it is definitely not determined by the labor which is accumulated in it, but by the labor accumulated in its conditions of production. It is indeed a fine vicious circle to seek to determine the value of a commodity by the value of the capital, since the value of the capital is equal to the value of the commodities of which it is made up. James Mill is right as against this fellow when he says, "Capital is commodities. If the value of commodities, then, depends upon the value of capital, it depends upon the value of commodities." One more thing is to be noted here. Since, according to Terens, the value of a commodity is determined by the value of the capital which produces it, or in other words, by the quantity of labor, the labor accumulated and embodied in this capital, then only two possibilities ensue. The commodity contains, first, the value of the fixed capital used up, second, the value of the raw material, or the quantity of labor contained in the fixed capital and raw material, third, the quantity of labor which is materialized in the money, or in the commodities which function as wages. Now there are two possibilities. The accumulated labor contained in the fixed capital and raw material remains the same after the process of production as it was before. As far as the third part of the accumulated labor advance is concerned, the worker replaces it by his immediate labor. That is, the immediate labor added to the raw material, etc., represents just as much accumulated labor in the commodity, in the product, as was contained in the wages, or it represents more. If it represents more, the commodity contains more accumulated labor than the capital advance did. Then, profit arises precisely out of the surplus of accumulated labor contained in the commodity over that contained in the capital advanced. And the value of the commodity is determined, as previously, by the quantity of labor, accumulated plus immediate, contained in it. Or, i.e. in the first case, immediate labor only represents the quantity of labor embodied in the wage, is only an equivalent of it. If it were less than this, the point to be explained would not be why the capitalist makes a profit, but how it comes about that he makes no loss. Where does the profit come from in this case? Where does the surplus value, i.e. the excess of the value of the commodity over the value of the component parts of production, or over that of the capital outlay, arise? Not in the production process itself, so that merely its realization takes place in the process of exchange, or in the circulation process, but in the exchange process, in the circulation process. We thus come back to Malthus, and the crude mercantilist conception of profit upon expropriation. And it is this conception at which Mr. Terens consistently arrives, although he is, on the other hand, sufficiently inconsistent to explain this payable value not by means of an inexplicable fund dropped down from the skies, namely a fund which provides not only an equivalent for the commodity, but a surplus over and above this equivalent, and is derived from the means of the purchaser who is always able to pay for the commodity above its value without selling it above its value, thus reducing the whole thing to thin air. Terens, who is not as consistent as Malthus, does not have recourse to such a fiction, but, on the contrary, asserts that effectual demand, the sum of values paid for the product, arises from supply alone, and is therefore likewise a commodity, and thus, since the two sides are both buyers and sellers, it is impossible to see how they can mutually cheat one another to the same extent. The effectual demand for any commodity is always determined, and under any given rate of profit, is constantly commensurate with the quantity of the ingredients of capital, or of the things required in its production, which consumers may be able and willing to offer in exchange for it. Increased supply is the one and only cause of increased effectual demand. Malthus, who quotes this passage from Terens, is quite justified in protesting against it. But the following passages about production costs, etc., demonstrate that Terens does indeed arrive at such absurd conclusions. Market price, Malthus calls it purchasing value, must always include the customary rate of profit for the time being, but natural price, consisting of the cost of production, or in other words, of the capital expended in raising or fabricating commodities, cannot include the rate of profit. The farmer expends 100 quarters of corn in cultivating his fields, and obtains in return 120 quarters. In this case, 20 quarters, being the excess of produce above expenditure, constitute the farmer's profit, but it would be absurd to call this excess or profit a part of the expenditure. Likewise, the master manufacturer obtains in return a quantity of finished work. This finished work must possess a higher exchangeable value than the materials, etc. Effectual demand consists in the power and inclination on the part of consumers to give for commodities, either by immediate or circuitous barter, some greater portion of all the ingredients of capital than their production costs. 120 quarters of corn are most certainly more than 100 quarters. But if one merely considers the use value and the process it goes through, that is, in reality, the vegetative or physiological process, as is the case here, it would be wrong to say, not indeed with regard to the 20 quarters, but with regard to the elements which go to make them up, that they do not enter into the production process. If this were so, they could never emerge from it. In addition to the 100 quarters of corn, the seeds, various chemical ingredients supplied by the manure, salts contained in the soil, water, air, light, are all involved in the process, which transforms 100 quarters of corn into 120. The transformation and absorption of the elements, the ingredients, the conditions, the expenditure of nature, which transforms 100 quarters into 120, takes place in the production process itself, and the elements of these 20 quarters enter into this process itself as physiological expenditure, the result of which is the transformation of 100 quarters into 120. Regarded merely from the standpoint of use value, these 20 quarters are not mere profit. The inorganic components have been merely assimilated by the organic components and transformed into organic material. Without the addition of matter, and this is the physiological expenditure, the 100 quarters would never become 120. Thus, it can in fact be said, even from the point of view of mere use value, that is, regarding corn as corn, what enters into corn in inorganic form as expenditure appears in organic form as the actual result, the 20 quarters, i.e. as the surplus of the corn harvested over the corn sown. But these considerations in themselves have as little to do with the question of profit as if one were to say that lengths of wire which in the production process are stretched to 1,000 times the length of the metal from which they are fabricated yield a 1,000-fold profit, since their length has increased 1,000-fold. In the case of the wire, the length has increased. In the case of the corn, the quantity. But neither increase in length nor increase in quantity constitutes profit, which is applicable solely to exchange value, although exchange value manifests itself in a surplus product. As far as exchange value is concerned, there is no need to explain further that the value of 90 quarters of corn can be equal to or greater than the value of 100 quarters, that the value of 100 quarters can be greater than that of 120, and that of 120 greater than that of 500. Thus, on the basis of one example, which has nothing to do with profit, with the surplus in the value of the product over the value of the capital outlay, Terens draws conclusions about profit. And even considered physiologically as use value, his example is wrong, since in actual fact, the 20 quarters of corn which form the surplus product already exist in one way or another in the production process, although in a different form. Finally, Terens blurts out the brilliant old conception that profit is profit upon expropriation. Subsection C. Terens and the conception of production costs. One of Terens's merits is that he has at all raised the controversial question: what are production costs? Ricardo continually confuses the value of commodities with their production costs, insofar as they are equal to the cost price, and is consequently astonished that Say, although he believes that prices are determined by production costs, draws different conclusions. Malthus, like Ricardo, asserts that the price of a commodity is determined by the cost of production, and like Ricardo, he includes the profit in the production costs. Nevertheless, he defines value in a different way, not by the quantity of labor contained in the commodity, but by the quantity of labor it can command. The ambiguities surrounding the concept of production costs arise from the very nature of capitalist production. Firstly, the cost to the capitalist of the commodity he produces is naturally what it costs him. It costs him nothing, that is, he expends no value upon it apart from the value of the capital advanced. If he lays out 100 pounds on raw materials, machinery, wages, etc., in order to produce the commodity, it costs him 100 pounds, neither more nor less. Apart from the labor embodied in these advances, apart from the accumulated labor that is contained in the capital expended and determines the value of the commodities expended in the production process, it costs him no labor. What the immediate labor costs him is the wages he pays for it. Apart from these wages, the immediate labor costs him nothing, and apart from immediate labor, he advances nothing except the value of the constant capital. It is in this sense that Terens understands production costs, and this is the sense in which every capitalist understands them when he calculates his profit, whatever its rate may be. Production costs are here equated with the outlay of the capitalist, which is equal to the value of the capital advanced, i.e. to the quantity of labor contained in the advanced commodities. Every economist, including Ricardo, uses this definition of production costs, whether they are called advances or expenses, etc. This is what Malthus calls the producing price, as opposed to the purchaser's price. The transformation of surplus value into profit corresponds to this definition of expenses. Secondly, according to the first definition, the production costs are the price which the capitalist pays for the manufacture of the commodity during the process of production. Therefore, they are what the commodity costs him. But what the production of a commodity costs the capitalist and what the production of the commodity itself costs are two entirely different things. The labor, both materialized and immediate, which the capitalist pays for the production of the commodity, and the labor which is necessary in order to produce the commodity are entirely different. Their difference constitutes the difference between the value advanced and the value earned, between the purchase price of the commodity for the capitalist and its selling price, that is, if it is sold at its value. If this difference did not exist, then neither money nor commodities could ever be transformed into capital. The source of profit would disappear together with the surplus value. The production costs of the commodity itself consist of the value of the capital consumed in the process of its production, that is, the quantity of materialized labor embodied in the commodity plus the quantity of immediate labor which is expended upon it. The total amount of materialized plus immediate labor consumed in it constitutes the production costs of the commodity itself. The commodity can only be produced by means of the industrial consumption of this quantity of materialized and immediate labor. This is the precondition for its emergence out of the process of production as a product, as a commodity, and even as a use value. And no matter how profit and wages may vary, these imminent production costs of the commodity remain the same so long as the technological conditions of the real labor process remain the same, or what amounts to the same thing as long as there is no variation in the existing development of labor productivity. In this sense, the production costs of a commodity are equal to its value. The living labor expended upon the commodity and the living labor paid by the capitalist are two different things. From the outset, therefore, the production costs of a commodity to the capitalist, his advances, differ from the production costs of the commodity itself, its value. The excess of its value, that is what the commodity itself costs over and above the value of the capital expended, that is what it costs the capitalist, constitutes the profit, which therefore results not from selling the commodity above its value, but from selling it above the value of the advances the capitalist made. The production costs thus defined, the imminent production costs of the commodity, which are equal to its value, to the total amount of labor time, both objectified and immediate, required for its production, remain the fundamental condition for its production, and remain unchangeable so long as the productive power of labor remains unchanged. Thirdly, I have, however, previously shown that in each separate branch of production or particular occupation, the capitalist does not by any means sell his commodities, which are also the product of a particular trade, occupation, or sphere of production, at the value contained in them, and that therefore the amount of profit is not identical with the amount of surplus value, surplus labor, or unpaid labor embodied in the commodities he sells. On the contrary, he can, on the average, only realize as much surplus value in the commodity as devolves on it as the product of an adequate part of the social capital. If the social capital comes to 1,000, and the capital in a particular branch of production amounts to 100, and if the total amount of surplus value, hence of the surplus product in which that surplus value is embodied, equals 200, that is 20%, then the capital of 100 in this particular branch of production would sell its commodity for 120, whatever the value of the commodity, whether it's 120 or less or more. Whether, therefore, the unpaid labor contained in his commodity forms a fifth of the labor expended upon it or not. This is the cost price, and when one speaks of production costs in the proper sense, in the economic capitalist sense, then the term denotes the value of the capital outlay plus the value of the average profit. It is clear that however much the cost price of an individual commodity may diverge from its value, it is determined by the value of the total product of the social capital. It is through the equalization of the profits of the different capitals that they are connected with one another as adequate parts of the aggregate social capital, and as such adequate parts, they draw dividends out of the common funds of surplus value, or surplus product, or surplus labor, or unpaid labor. This does not alter in any way the value of the commodity. it does not alter the fact that whether its cost price is equal to or greater or smaller than its value, the commodity can never be produced without its value being produced. That is to say, without the total amount of materialized and immediate labor required for its production being expended upon it. This quantity of labor, not only of paid but of unpaid labor, must be expended on it, and nothing in the general relationship between capital and labor is altered by the fact that in some spheres of production, a part of the unpaid labor is appropriated by brother capitalists, and not by the capitalist who puts the labor in motion in that particular branch of industry. Further, it is clear that whatever the relation between the value and the cost price of a commodity, the latter will always change, rise or fall, in accordance with the changes of value. That is to say, the quantity of labor required for the production of the commodity. It is furthermore clear that a part of the profit must always represent surplus value, unpaid labor embodied in the commodity itself, because, on the basis of capitalist production, every commodity contains more labor than has been paid by the capitalist putting that labor in motion. Some part of the profit may consist of labor not worked up in a commodity produced in the particular branch of industry, or resulting from the given sphere of production. But then there is some other commodity resulting from some other sphere of production whose cost price falls below its value, or in whose cost price less unpaid labor is accounted for, paid for, than is contained in it. It is clear, therefore, that although the cost prices of most commodities must differ from their values, and hence the costs of production of these commodities must differ from the total quantity of labor contained in them, nevertheless, those costs of production and those cost prices are not only determined by the values of the commodities and confirm the law of value instead of contradicting it, but moreover, that the very existence of costs of production and cost prices can be comprehended only on the basis of value and its laws, and becomes a meaningless absurdity without that premise. At the same time, one perceives how economists who, on the one hand, observe the actual phenomena of competition, and on the other hand, do not understand the relationship between the law of value and the law of cost price, resort to the fiction that capital, not labor, determines the value of commodities, or rather, that there is no such thing as value. Profit enters into the production costs of commodities. It is rightly included in the natural price of commodities by Adam Smith, because in conditions of capitalist production, the commodity, in the long run, on the average, is not brought to the market if it does not yield the cost price, which is equal to the value of the advances plus the average profit. Or, as Malthus puts it, although he does not understand the origin of profit, its real cause, because the profit, and therefore the cost price which includes it, is, on the basis of capitalist production, a condition of the supply of the commodity. To be produced, to be brought to the market, the commodity must at least fetch that market price, that cost price to the seller, whether its own value be greater or smaller than the cost price. It is a matter of indifference to the capitalist, whether his commodity contains more or less unpaid labor than other commodities, if into its price enters as much of the general stock of unpaid labor, or the surplus product in which it is fixed, as every other equal quantity of capital will draw from that common stock. In this respect, the capitalists are communists. In competition, each naturally tries to secure more than the average profit, which is only possible if others secure less. It is precisely as a result of this struggle that average profit is established. A part of the surplus value realized in profit, i.e. that part which assumes the form of interest on capital laid out, whether borrowed or not, appears to the capitalist as outlay, as production cost, which he has as a capitalist, just as profit in general is the immediate aim of capitalist production. But in interest, especially on borrowed capital, this appears also as the actual precondition of his production. At the same time, this reveals the significance of the distinction between the phenomena of production and of distribution. Profit, a phenomenon of distribution, is here simultaneously a phenomenon of production, a condition of production, a necessary constituent part of the process of production. How absurd it is, therefore, for John Stuart Mill and others to conceive bourgeois forms of production as absolute, but the bourgeois forms of distribution as historically relative, hence transitory. I shall return to this later. The form of production is simply the form of distribution seen from a different point of view. The specific features, and therefore also the specific limitation, which set bounds to bourgeois distribution, enter into bourgeois production itself as a determining factor which overlaps and dominates production. The fact that bourgeois production is compelled by its own immanent laws on the one hand to develop the productive forces as if production did not take place on a narrow restricted social foundation, while on the other hand it can develop these forces only within these narrow limits, is the deepest and most hidden cause of crises, of the crying contradictions within which bourgeois production is carried on, and which, even at a cursory glance, reveal it only as a transitional, historical form. This is grasped rather crudely, but nonetheless correctly by Sismondi, for example, as a contradiction between production for the sake of production and distribution, which makes absolute development of productivity impossible. Section 2. James Mill. Futile attempts to resolve the contradictions of the Ricardian system. Mill was the first to present Ricardo's theory in systematic form, even though he did it only in rather abstract outlines. What he tries to achieve is formal, logical consistency. The disintegration of the Ricardian school, therefore, begins with him. With the master, what is new and significant develops vigorously amid the manure of contradictions out of the contradictory phenomena. The underlying contradictions themselves testify to the richness of the living foundation from which the theory itself developed. It is different with the disciple. His raw material is no longer reality, but the new theoretical form in which the master had sublimated it. It is in part the theoretical disagreement of opponents of the new theory, and in part the often paradoxical relationship of this theory to reality, which drive him to seek to refute his opponents and explain away reality. In doing so, he entangles himself in contradictions, and with his attempt to solve these, he demonstrates the beginning of the disintegration of the theory which he dogmatically espouses. On the one hand, Mill wants to present bourgeois production as the absolute form of production, and seeks therefore to prove that its real contradictions are only apparent ones. On the other hand, he seeks to present the Ricardian theory as the absolute theoretical form of this mode of production, and to disprove the theoretical contradictions, both the ones pointed out by the others and the ones he himself cannot help seeing. Nevertheless, in a way, Mill advances the Ricardian view beyond the bounds reached by Ricardo. He supports the same historical interests as Ricardo, those of industrial capital against landed property, and he draws practical conclusions from the theory, that of rent, for example, more ruthlessly against the institution of landed property, which he would like to see more or less directly transformed into state property. This conclusion and this side of Mill do not concern us here. Subsection A. Confusion of surplus value with profit. Ricardo's disciples, just as Ricardo himself, failed to make a distinction between surplus value and profit. Ricardo only becomes aware of the problem as a result of the different influence which the variation of wages can exercise on capitals of different organic composition, and he considers different organic composition only with regard to the circulation process. It does not occur to them that even if one considers not capitals in different spheres of production, but each capital separately, insofar as it does not consist exclusively of variable capital, i.e. of capital laid out in wages only, rate of profit and rate of surplus value are different things, that therefore profit must be a more developed, specifically modified form of surplus value. They perceive the difference only insofar as it concerns equal profits, average rate of profit, for capitals in different spheres of production and differently composed of fixed and circulating ingredients. In this connection, Mill only repeats in a vulgarized form what Ricardo says in Chapter 1 on value. The only new consideration which occurs to him in relation to the question is this. Mill remarks that time as such, i.e. not labor time but simply time, produces nothing. Consequently, it does not produce value. How does this fit in with the law of value, according to which capital, because it requires a longer time for its returns to the manufacturer, yields, as Ricardo says, the same profit as capital which employs more immediate labor but returns more rapidly? One perceives that Mill deals here only with a quite individual case, which, expressed in general terms, would read as follows. How does the cost price and the average rate of profit which it presupposes, and therefore also equal values of commodities containing very unequal quantities of labor, fit in with the fact that profit is nothing but a part of the labor time contained in the commodity, the part which is appropriated by the capitalist without an equivalent? On the other hand, in the case of the average rate of profit and cost price, criteria which are quite extrinsic and external to the determination of value are advanced, for example, that the capitalist whose capital takes longer to make its return because, as in the case of wine, it must remain longer in the production process, or in other cases, longer in the circulation process, must be compensated for the time in which he cannot use his capital to produce value. But how can the time in which no value is produced create value? Mill's passage concerning time reads, "Time does nothing. How then can it create a value? Time is a mere abstract term. It is a word, a sound, and it is the very same logical absurdity to talk of an abstract unit measuring value and of time creating it. In reality, what is involved in the grounds for compensation between capitals in different spheres of production is not the production of surplus value, but its division between different categories of capitalists. Viewpoints are here advanced which have nothing whatever to do with the determination of value as such. Everything which compels capital in a particular sphere of production to renounce conditions which would produce a greater amount of surplus value in other spheres is regarded here as grounds for compensation. Thus, if more fixed and less circulating capital is employed, if more constant than variable capital is employed, if it must remain longer in the circulation process, and finally, if it must remain longer in the production process without being subjected to the labor process, a thing which always happens when breaks of a technological character occur in the production process in order to expose the developing product to the working of natural forces, for example, wine in the cellar. Compensation ensues in all these cases, and the last mentioned is the one which Mill seizes on, thus tackling the difficulty in a very circumscribed and isolated way. A part of the surplus value produced in other spheres is transferred to the capitals more unfavorably placed with regard to the direct exploitation of labor, simply in accordance with their size. Competition brings about this equalization so that each separate capital appears only as an aliquot part of social capital. The phenomenon is very simple as soon as the relationship of surplus value and profit, as well as the equalization of profit into a generator profit, is understood. If, however, it is to be explained directly from the law of value without any intermediate link, that is, if the profit which a particular capital yields in a particular branch of production is to be explained on the basis of the surplus value contained in the commodities it produces, in other words, on the basis of the unpaid labor, consequently also on the basis of the labor directly expended in the production of the commodities, this is a much more difficult problem to solve than that of squaring the circle, which can be solved algebraically. It is simply an attempt to present that which does not exist as in fact existing. But it is in this direct form that Mill seeks to solve the problem. Thus, no solution of the matter is possible here, only a sophistic explaining away of the difficulty, that is, only scholasticism. Mill begins this process. In the case of an unscrupulous blockhead like McCulloch, this manner assumes a swaggering shamelessness. Mill's solution cannot be better summed up than it is in the words of Bailey. The author has made a curious attempt to resolve the effects of time into expenditure of labor. If, says he, the wine which is put in the cellar is increased in value 1/10 by being kept a year, 1/10 more of labor may be correctly considered as having been expended on it. A fact can be correctly considered as having taken place only when it really has taken place. In the instance adduced, no human being, by the terms of the supposition, has approached the wine or spent upon it a moment or a single motion of his muscles. Here, the contradiction between the general law and further developments in the concrete circumstances is to be resolved not by the discovery of the connecting links, but by directly subordinating and immediately adapting the concrete to the abstract. This, moreover, is to be brought about by a verbal fiction, by changing the correct names of things. These are indeed verbal disputes. They are verbal, however, because real contradictions, which are not resolved in a real way, are to be solved by phrases. When we come to deal with McCulloch, it will be seen that this manner, which appears in Mill only in embryo, did more to undermine the whole foundation of the Ricardian theory than all the attacks of its opponents. Mill resorts to this type of argument only when he is quite unable to find any other expedient. But as a rule, his method is quite different. Where the economic relation, and therefore also the categories expressing it, includes contradictions, opposites, and likewise the unity of opposites, he emphasizes the aspect of the unity of the contradictions and denies the contradictions. He transforms the unity of opposites into the direct identity of opposites. For example, a commodity conceals the contradiction of use value and exchange value. This contradiction develops further, presents itself, and manifests itself in the duplication of the commodity into commodity and money. This duplication appears as a process in the metamorphosis of commodities in which selling and buying are different aspects of a single process, and each act of this process simultaneously includes its opposite. In the first part of this work, I mentioned that Mill disposes of the contradiction by concentrating only on the unity of buying and selling. Consequently, he transforms circulation into barter. Then, however, smuggles categories borrowed from circulation into his description of barter. See also what I wrote there about Mill's theory of money, in which he employs similar methods. In James Mill, we find the unsatisfactory divisions: production, distribution, interchange, and consumption. Subsection B. Mill's vain efforts to bring the exchange between capital and labor into harmony with the law of value. On wages. Instead, however, of waiting until the commodity is produced and the value of it is realized, it has been found to suit much better the convenience of the laborers to receive their share in advance. The shape under which it has been found most convenient for all parties that they should receive it is that of wages. When the share of the commodity which belongs to the laborer has been all received in the shape of wages, the commodity itself belongs to the capitalist, he having in reality bought the share of the laborer and paid for it in advance. It is highly characteristic of Mill that just as money for him is an expedient invented for convenience's sake, capitalist relations are likewise invented for the same reason. These specific social relations of production are invented for convenience sake. Commodities and money are transformed into capital because the worker has ceased to engage in exchange as a commodity producer and commodity owner. Instead of selling commodities, he is compelled to sell his labor itself, to sell directly his labor power as a commodity to the owner of the objective conditions of labor. This separation is the prerequisite for the relationship of capital and wage labor, in the same way as it is the prerequisite for the transformation of money, or of the commodities by which it is represented, into capital. Mill presupposes the separation, the division. He presupposes the relationship of capitalist and wage worker in order to present as a matter of convenience the situation in which the worker sells no product, no commodity, but his share of the product, in the production of which he has no say whatsoever, and which proceeds independently of him, before he has produced it. Or more precisely, the worker's share of the product is paid for, transformed into money, by the capitalist, before the capitalist has disposed of or realized the product in which the worker has a share. This view is aimed at circumventing the specific difficulty, along with the specific form of the relationship, namely the difficulty of the Ricardian system, according to which the worker sells his labor directly, not his labor power. The difficulty can be expressed as follows. The value of a commodity is determined by the labor time required for its production. How does it happen that this law of value does not hold good in the greatest of all exchanges, which forms the foundation of capitalist production? The exchange between capitalist and laborer. Why is the quantity of materialized labor received by the workers as wages not equal to the quantity of immediate labor which he gives in exchange for his wages? To shift this difficulty, Mill transforms the laborer into a commodity owner who sells the capitalist his product, his commodity, since his share of the product of the commodity is his product, in other words, a value produced by him in the form of a particular commodity. He resolves the difficulty by transforming the transaction between capitalist and laborer, which includes the contradiction between materialized and immediate labor, into a common transaction between commodity owners, owners of materialized labor. Although by resorting to this artifice, Mill has indeed made it impossible for himself to grasp the specific nature, the specific features of the proceedings which take place between capitalist and wage worker, he has not reduced the difficulty in any way, but has increased it, because the peculiarity of the result is now no longer comprehensible in terms of the peculiarity of the commodity which the worker sells, and the specific feature of this commodity is that its use value is itself a factor of exchange value. Its use, therefore, creates a greater exchange value than it itself contained. According to Mill, the worker is a seller of commodities, like any other. For example, he produces 6 yards of linen. Of these 6, 2 yards are assumed to be equal to the value of the labor which he has added. He thus sells 2 yards of linen to the capitalist. Why then should he not receive the full value of the 2 yards, like any other seller of 2 yards of linen, since he is now a seller of linen like any other? The contradiction with the law of value now expresses itself much more crassly than before. He does not sell a particular commodity differing from all other commodities. He sells labor embodied in a product. That is, a commodity which as such is not specifically different from any other commodity. If now the price of a yard of linen, that is the quantity of money containing the same amount of labor time as the yard of linen, is 2 shillings, why then does the worker receive 1 shilling instead of 2? But if the worker received 2 shillings, the capitalist would not secure any surplus value and the whole Ricardian system would collapse. We would have to return to profit upon expropriation. The 6 yards would cost the capitalist 12 shillings, i.e. their value, but he would sell them for 13 shillings. Or linen, and any other commodity, is sold at its value when the capitalist sells it, but below its value when the worker sells it. Thus, the law of value would be destroyed by the transaction between worker and capitalist. And it is precisely in order to avoid this that Mill resorts to his fictitious argument. He wants to transform the relationship between worker and capitalist into the ordinary one between sellers and buyers of commodities. But why should not the ordinary law of value of commodities apply to this transaction? It may be said, however, that the worker is paid in advance. Consequently, this is not, after all, the ordinary relationship of buying and selling commodities. What does this payment in advance mean in this context? The worker, who for example is paid weekly, advances his labor and produces the share of the weekly product which belongs to him, his weekly labor embodied in a product, both according to Mill's assumption and in practice, before he receives payment from the capitalist. The capitalist advances raw material and machines, the worker the labor, and as soon as the wages are paid at the end of the week, he sells a commodity, his share of the total commodity, to the capitalist. But, Mill will say, the capitalist pays the 2 yards of linen due to the worker, i.e. turns them into cash, transforms them into money, before he himself sells the 6 yards and transforms them into money. But what if the capitalist is working on orders, and if he sells goods before he produces them? Or to express it more generally, what difference does it make to the worker, in this case the seller of the 2 yards of linen, if the capitalist buys these 2 yards from him in order to sell them again and not to consume them? Of what concern are the buyer's motives to the seller? And how can motives, moreover, modify the law of value? To be consistent, each seller would have to dispose of his commodities below their value, for he is disposing of his products to the buyer in the form of a use value, whereas the buyer hands over value in the form of money, the cash form of the product. In this case, the linen manufacturer would also have to underpay the yarn merchant, and the machine manufacturer, and the colliery owner, and so on. For they sell him commodities, which he only intends to transform into money, whereas he pays them in advance the value of the component parts entering into his commodity not only before the commodity is sold, but before it is even produced. The worker provides him with linen, a commodity in marketable form, in contrast to other sellers, whose commodities, machinery, raw materials, etc., have to go through a process before they acquire a saleable form. It is a pretty kettle of fish for such an inveterate Ricardian as Mill, according to whom purchase and sale, supply and demand are identical terms, and money a mere formality, if the transformation of the commodity into money, and nothing else takes place when the 2 yards of linen are sold to the capitalist, includes the fact that the seller has to sell the commodity below its value, and the buyer with his money has to buy it above its value. Mill's argument, therefore, amounts to the absurdity that in this transaction, the buyer buys the commodity in order to resell it at a profit, and that consequently, the seller must sell the commodity below its value. And with this, the whole theory of value falls to the ground. This second attempt by Mill to resolve a Ricardian contradiction, in fact, destroys the whole basis of the system, especially its great merit that it defines the relationship between capital and wage labor as a direct exchange between hoarded and immediate labor, that is, that it grasps its specific features. In order to extricate himself, Mill would have to go further and to say that it is not merely a question of the simple transaction of the purchase and sale of commodities, that on the contrary, insofar as it involves payment or the turning into money of the worker's product, which is equal to his share of the total product, the relationship between worker and capitalist is similar to that prevailing between the lending capitalist, or the discounting capitalist, that is the moneyed capitalists, and the industrial capitalist. It would be a pretty state of affairs to presuppose interest-bearing capital, a special form of capital, in order to deduce a general form of capital, capital which produces profit, that is, to present a derived form of surplus value, which already presupposes capital, as the cause of the appearance of surplus value. In that case, moreover, Mill would have to be consistent, and in place of all the definite laws concerning wages and the rate of wages elaborated by Ricardo, he would have to derive them from the rate of interest, and if he did that, it would indeed be impossible to explain what determines the rate of interest, since, according to the Ricardians and all other economists worth naming, the rate of interest is determined by the rate of profit. The proposition concerning the share of the worker in his own product is in fact based on this. If one considers not simply the isolated transaction between capitalist and worker, but the exchange which takes place between both in the course of reproduction, and if one considers the real content of this process, instead of the form in which it appears, then it is in fact evident that what the capitalist pays the worker, as well as the part of capital which confronts the worker as constant capital, is nothing but a part of the worker's product itself, and indeed a part which does not have to be transformed into money, but which has already been sold, has already been transformed into money, since wages are paid in money, not in kind. Under slavery, etc., the false appearance brought about by the previous transformation of the product into money, insofar as it is expended on wages, does not arise. It is therefore obvious that what the slave receives as wages is in fact nothing that the slave owner advances him, but simply the portion of the realized labor of the slave that returns to him in the form of means of subsistence. The same applies to the capitalist. He advances something only in appearance. Since he pays for the work only after it has been done, he advances, or rather pays the worker as wages, a part of the product produced by the worker and already transformed into money. A part of the worker's product, which the capitalist appropriates, which is deducted beforehand, returns to the worker in the form of wages, as an advance on the new product, if you like. It is quite unworthy of Mill to cling to this appearance of the transaction in order to explain the transaction itself. This sort of thing might suit McCulloch, Say, or Bastiat. The capitalist can advance the worker nothing except what he has previously taken from the worker, i.e. what has been advanced to him by other people's labor. Malthus himself says that what the capitalist advances consists not of cloth and other commodities, but of labor, that is precisely of that which he himself does not perform. He advances the worker's own labor to the worker. However, the whole paraphrase is of no use to Mill, for it does not help him to avoid resolving the question: how can the exchange between hoarded and immediate labor, and this is the way the exchange process between capital and labor is perceived by Ricardo and by Mill and others after him, correspond to the law of value, which it contradicts directly? One can see from the following passage that it is of no help to Mill. What determines the share of the laborer, or the portion in which the commodity or commodity's worth is divided between him and the capitalist? Whatever the share of the laborer, such is the rate of wages. It is very evident that the share of the two parties is the subject of a bargain between them. All bargains, when left in freedom, are determined by competition, and the terms alter according to the state of supply and demand. The worker is paid for his share of the product. This is said in order to transform him into an ordinary seller of a commodity, vis-a-vis the capitalist, and to eliminate the specific feature of this relationship. According to Mill, the worker's share of the product is his product, that is, the share of the product in which his newly applied labor is realized. But this is not the case. On the contrary, we now ask which is his share of the product, that is, which is his product. For the part of the product which belongs to him is his product, which he sells. We are now told that his product and his product are two quite different things. We must establish first of all what his product, in other words, his share of the product, that is the part of the product that belongs to him, is. His product is thus a mere phrase, since the quantity of value which he receives from the capitalist is not determined by his own production. Mill has thus merely removed the difficulty one step. He has got no farther than he was at the beginning. There is a quid pro quo here. Supposing that the exchange between capital and wage labor is a continuous activity, as it is if one does not isolate and consider one individual act or element of capitalist production, then the worker receives a part of the value of his product which he has replaced, plus that part of the value which he has given the capitalist for nothing. This is repeated continuously. Thus he receives in fact continuously a portion of the value of his own product, a part of or a share in the value he has produced. Whether his wages are high or low is not determined by his share of the product, but on the contrary, his share of the product is determined by the amount of his wages. He actually receives a share of the value of the product, but the share he receives is determined by the value of labor, not conversely, the value of labor by his share in the product. The value of labor, that is, the labor time required by the worker for his own reproduction, is a definite magnitude. It is determined by the sale of his labor power to the capitalist. This virtually determines his share of the product as well. It does not happen the other way around, that his share of the product is determined first, and as a result, the amount or value of his wages. This is precisely one of Ricardo's most important and most emphasized propositions, for otherwise the price of labor would determine the prices of the commodities it produces, whereas, according to Ricardo, the price of labor determines nothing but the rate of profit. And how does Mill determine the share of the product which the worker receives? By demand and supply, competition between workers and capitalists. What Mill says applies to all commodities. It is very evident that the share, read in the value of commodities, of the two parties, seller and buyer, is the subject of a bargain between them. All bargains, when left in freedom, are determined by competition, and the terms alter according to the state of supply and demand. Here, we have the gist of the matter. This is said by Mill, who, as a zealous Ricardian, proves that although supply and demand can, to be sure, determine the vacillations of market price either above or below the value of a commodity, they cannot determine that value itself. That these are meaningless words when applied to the determination of value, for the determination of demand and supply presupposes the determination of value. In order to determine the value of labor, i.e. the value of a commodity, Mill now resorts to something for which Say had already reproached Ricardo: determination by demand and supply.
But even more, Mill does not say which of the two parties represents supply and which demand, which is of no importance to the matter here. Still, since the capitalist offers money and the worker offers something for the money, we will assume that the demand is on the side of the capitalist and supply on that of the worker. But what then does the worker sell? What does he supply? His share of the product, which does not yet exist? But it is just his share in the future product which has to be determined by competition between him and the capitalist, by the demand and supply relationship. One of the sides of this relationship, supply, cannot be something which is itself the result of the struggle between demand and supply. What then does the worker offer for sale? His labor? If this is so, then Mill is back again at the original difficulty he sought to evade: the exchange between hoarded and immediate labor. And when he says that what is happening here is not the exchange of equivalents, or that the value of labor, the commodity sold, is not measured by the labor time itself, but by competition, by demand and supply, then he admits that Ricardo's theory breaks down, that his opponents are right, that the determination of the value of commodities by labor time is false, because the value of the most important commodity, labor itself, contradicts this law of value of commodities. As we shall see later, Wakefield says this quite explicitly. Mill can turn and twist as he will. He cannot extricate himself from the dilemma. At best, to use his own mode of expression, competition causes the workers to offer a definite quantity of labor for a price which, according to the relation of demand and supply, is equal to a larger or smaller part of the product which they will produce with this quantity of labor. That this price, this sum of money which they receive in this way, is equal to a larger or smaller part of the value of the product to be manufactured, does not, however, as a matter of course, in any way prevent a definite amount of living labor, that is, immediate labor, from being exchanged for a greater or lesser amount of money, accumulated labor, existing moreover in the form of exchange value. It does not, therefore, prevent the exchange of unequal quantities of labor, that is, of less hoarded labor for more immediate labor. This was precisely the phenomenon that Mill had to explain, and he wished to clear the problem up without violating the law of value. The phenomenon is not changed in the slightest, much less explained, by declaring that the proportion in which the worker exchanges his immediate labor for money is expressed at the end of the production process in the ratio of the value paid him to the value of the product he has produced. The original, unequal exchange between capital and labor thus only appears in a different form. How Mill boggles at direct exchange between labor and capital, which Ricardo takes as his point of departure without any embarrassment at all, is also shown by the way he proceeds. Thus he says, quote, "Let us begin by supposing that there is a certain number of capitalists, that there is also a certain number of laborers, and that the proportion in which the commodities produced are divided between them has fixed itself at some particular point. Let us next suppose that the laborers have increased in number without any increase in the quantity of capital. To prevent their being left out of employment, the additional laborers have but one resource. They must endeavor to supplant those who have forestalled the employment. That is, they must offer to work for a smaller reward. Wages, therefore, decline. If we suppose that the quantity of capital is increased while the number of laborers remains the same, the effect will be reversed. If the ratio which capital and population bear to one another remains the same, wages will remain the same. What has to be determined is the proportion in which they, that is, capitalists and workers, divide the product. In order to establish this by competition, Mill assumes that this proportion has fixed itself at some particular point. In order to establish the share of the worker by means of competition, he assumes that it is determined before competition at some particular point. Moreover, in order to demonstrate how competition alters the division of the product which is determined at some particular point, he assumes that workers offer to work for a smaller reward when their numbers grow more rapidly than the quantity of capital. Thus he says here outright that what the workers supply consists of labor, and that they offer this labor for a reward, i.e. money, a definite quantity of hoarded labor. In order to avoid direct exchange between labor and capital, direct sale of labor, he has recourse to the theory of the division of the product. And in order to explain the proportion in which the product is divided, he presupposes direct sale of labor for money, so that this original exchange between capital and labor is later expressed in the proportion of the share the worker receives of his product, and not that the original exchange is determined by his share of the product. And finally, if the number of workers and the amount of capital remain the same, then the wage rate will remain the same. But what is the wage rate when demand and supply balance? That is the point which has to be explained. It is not explained by declaring that this rate is altered when the equilibrium between demand and supply is upset. Mill's tautological circumlocutions only demonstrate that he feels there is a snag here in the Ricardian theory, which he can only overcome by abandoning the theory altogether. Against Malthus, Terens, and others, against the determination of the value of commodities by the value of capital, Mill remarks correctly, quote, "Capital is commodities. If the value of commodities, then, depends upon the value of capital, it depends upon the value of commodities. The value of commodities depends upon itself." Mill does not gloss over the contradiction between capital and labor. The rate of profit must be high so that the social class which is free from immediate labor may be important, and for that purpose, wages must be relatively low. It is necessary that the mass of the laborers should not be masters of their own time and slaves of their own needs, so that human social capacities can develop freely in the classes for which the working class serves merely as a basis. The working class represents lack of development in order that other classes can represent human development. This, in fact, is the contradiction in which bourgeois society develops, as has every hitherto existing society, and this is declared to be a necessary law, i.e., the existing state of affairs is declared to be absolutely reasonable. All the blessings which flow from that grand and distinguishing attribute of our nature, its progressiveness, the power of advancing continually from one degree of knowledge, one degree of command, over the means of happiness to another, seem, in great measure, to depend upon the existence of a class of men which have their time at their command, that is, who are rich enough to be freed from all solicitude with respect to the means of living in a certain state of enjoyment. It is by this class of men that knowledge is cultivated and enlarged. It is also by this class that it is diffused. It is this class of men whose children receive the best education and are prepared for all the higher and more delicate functions of society as legislators, judges, administrators, teachers, inventors in all the arts, and superintendents in all the more important works, by which the dominion of the human species is extended over the powers of nature. To enable a considerable proportion of the community to enjoy the advantages of leisure, the return to capital must evidently be large. In addition to the above, Mill, as a Ricardian, defines labor and capital simply as different forms of labor. Labor and capital, the one immediate labor, the other hoarded labor. In another passage, he says, "Of these two species of labor, two things are to be observed. They are not always paid according to the same rate." Here he comes to the point. Since what pays for immediate labor is always hoarded labor, capital, the fact that it is not paid at the same rate means nothing more than that more immediate labor is exchanged for less hoarded labor, and that this is always the case, since otherwise hoarded labor would not be exchanged as capital for immediate labor, and would not only fail to yield the very high interest desired by Mill, but would yield none at all. The passage quoted thus contains the admission, since Mill, along with Ricardo, regards the exchange between capital and labor as a direct exchange of hoarded and immediate labor, that they are exchanged in unequal proportions, and that in respect of them, the law of value, according to which equal quantities of labor are exchanged for one another, breaks down. Subsection C. Mill's lack of understanding of the regulating role of industrial profit. Mill advances as a basic law what Ricardo actually assumes in order to develop his theory of rent. All other profits must sink to the level of agricultural profits. This is fundamentally wrong, since capitalist production develops first of all in industry, not in agriculture, and only embraces the latter by degrees, so that it is only as a result of the advance of capitalist production that agricultural profits become equalized to industrial profits, and only as a result of this equalization do the former influence the latter. Hence, it is in the first place wrong historically. But second, once this equalization is an accomplished fact, that is, presupposing a level of development in agriculture, in which capital, in accordance with the rate of profit, flows from industry to agriculture and vice versa, It is equally wrong to state that from this point on, agricultural profits become the regulating force, instead of the influence being reciprocal. Incidentally, in order to develop the concept of rent, Ricardo himself assumes the opposite. The price of corn rises. As a result, agricultural profits do not fall, as long as there are no new supplies either from inferior land or from additional less productive investment of capital. For the rise in the price of corn more than compensates the farmer for the loss he incurs by the rise in wages following on the rise in the price of corn. But profits fall in industry, where no such compensation or overcompensation takes place. Consequently, the industrial profit rate falls, and capital which yields this lower rate of profit can therefore be employed on inferior lands. This would not be the case if the old profit rate prevailed, only because the decline of industrial profits thus reacts on the agricultural profit yielded by the worse land does agricultural profit generally fall, and a part of it is detached in the form of rent from the profit the better land yields. This is the way Ricardo describes the process, according to which, therefore, industrial profit regulates profit in agriculture. If agricultural profits were to rise again as a result of improvements in agriculture, then industrial profits would also rise. But this does not by any means exclude the fact that, as originally the decline in industrial profit causes a decline in agricultural profit, a rise in industrial profit may bring about a rise in agricultural profit. This is always the case when industrial profit rises independently of the price of corn and of other agricultural necessities which enter into the wages of the workers. That is, when it rises as a result of the fall in the value of commodities which constitute constant capital, etc. Rent, moreover, cannot possibly be explained if industrial profit does not regulate agricultural profit. The average rate of profit in industry is established as a result of equalization of the profits of different capitals and the consequent transformation of their values into cost prices. These cost prices, the value of the capital advances plus average profit, are the prerequisite received by agriculture from industry, since the equalization of profits cannot take place in agriculture owing to land ownership. If, then, the value of agricultural produce is higher than the cost price determined by the industrial average profit would be, the excess of this value over the cost price constitutes the absolute rent. But in order that this excess of value over cost price can be measured, the cost price must be the primary factor. It must therefore be imposed on agriculture as a law by industry. A passage from Mill must be noted. That which is productively consumed is always capital. This is a property of productive consumption which deserves to be particularly marked. Whatever is consumed productively becomes capital. Subsection D. Demand, supply, overproduction. A demand means the will to purchase and the means of purchasing. The equivalent, that is, means of purchasing, which a man brings is the instrument of demand. The extent of his demand is measured by the extent of his equivalent. The demand and the equivalent are convertible terms, and one may be substituted for the other. A man's will, therefore, to purchase and his means of purchasing, in other words, his demand, is exactly equal to the amount of what he has produced and does not mean to consume. One sees here how the direct identity of demand and supply, hence the impossibility of a general glut, is proved. The product constitutes demand, and the extent of this demand, moreover, is measured by the value of the product. The same abstract reasoning with which Mill demonstrates that buying and selling are but identical and do not differ, the same tautological phrases with which he shows that prices depend on the amount of money in circulation, the same methods used to prove that supply and demand, which are only more developed forms of buyer and seller, must balance each other. The logic is always the same. If a relationship includes opposites, it comprises not only opposites but also the unity of opposites. It is therefore a unity without opposites. This is Mill's logic, by which he eliminates the contradictions. Let us begin with supply. What I supply is commodities, a unity of use value and exchange value. For example, a definite quantity of iron worth 3 pounds, which is equal to a definite quantity of labor time. According to the assumption, I am a manufacturer of iron. I supply a use value, iron, and I supply a value, namely the value expressed in the price of the iron, that is, in 3 pounds. But there is the following little difference. A definite quantity of iron is in reality placed on the market by me. The value of the iron, on the other hand, exists only as its price, which must first be realized by the buyer of the iron, who represents, as far as I am concerned, the demand for the iron. The demand of the seller of iron consists in the demand for the exchange value of the iron, which, although it is embodied in the iron, is not realized. It is possible for the same exchange value to be represented by very different quantities of iron. The supply of use value and the supply of value to be realized are thus by no means identical, since quite different quantities of use value can represent the same quantity of exchange value. The same value, 3 pounds, can be represented by 1, 3, or 10 tons of iron. The quantity of iron, that is the use value, which I supply, and the quantity of value I supply are by no means proportionate to one another, since the latter quantity can remain unchanged no matter how much the former changes. No matter how large or small the quantity of iron I supply may be, it is assumed that I always want to realize the value of the iron, which is independent of the actual quantity of iron, and in general of its existence as a use value. The value supplied but not yet realized, and the quantity of iron which is realized, do not correspond to each other. No grounds exist, therefore, for assuming that the possibility of selling a commodity at its value corresponds in any way to the quantity of the commodity I bring to market. For the buyer, my commodity exists above all as use value. He buys it as such, but what he needs is a definite quantity of iron. His need for iron is just as little determined by the quantity produced by me as the value of my iron is commensurate with this quantity. It is true that the man who buys has in his possession merely the converted form of a commodity, money, i.e. the commodity in the form of exchange value, and he can act as a buyer only because he or others have earlier acted as sellers of commodities, which now exist in the form of money. This, however, is no reason why he should reconvert his money into my commodity, or why his need for my commodity should be determined by the quantity of it that I have produced. Insofar as he wants to buy my commodity, he may want either a smaller quantity than I supply, or the entire quantity, but below its value. His demand does not have to correspond to my supply, any more than the quantity I supply and the value at which I supply it are identical. However, the inquiry into demand and supply does not belong here. Insofar as I supply iron, I do not demand iron, but money. I supply a particular use value and demand its value. My supply and demand are therefore as different as use value and exchange value. Insofar as I supply a value in the iron itself, I demand the realization of this value. My supply and demand are thus as different as something conceptual is from something real. Further, the quantity I supply and its value stand in no proportion to each other. The demand for the quantity of use value I supply is, however, measured not by the value I wish to realize, but by the quantity which the buyer requires at a definite price. Yet another passage from Mill. But it is evident that each man contributes to the general supply the whole of what he has produced and does not mean to consume. In whatever shape any part of the annual product has come into his hands, if he proposes to consume no part of it himself, he wishes to dispose of the whole, and the whole therefore becomes matter of supply. If he consumes a part, he wishes to dispose of all the rest, and all the rest becomes a matter of supply. In other words, this means nothing else but that all commodities placed on the market constitute supply. As every man's demand, therefore, is equal to that part of the annual produce, or of the property generally, which he has to dispose of, his demand is equal to the value, when it is realized, of the portion of products which he wants to dispose of. What he wants to dispose of is a certain quantity of use value. What he wishes to have is the value of this use value. Both things are anything but identical. And each man's supply is exactly the same thing. By no means. His demand does not consist in what he wishes to dispose of, i.e. the product, but in the demand for the value of this product. On the other hand, his supply really consists of this product, whereas the value is only conceptually supplied. The supply and demand of every individual are of necessity equal. That is, the value of the commodity supplied by him and the value which he asks for it, but does not possess, are equal, provided he sells the commodity at its value. The value supplied, in the form of commodity, and the value received, in the form of money, are equal. But it does not follow that because he wants to sell the commodity at its value, he actually does so. A quantity of commodities is supplied by him and is on the market. He tries to get the value for it. Demand and supply are terms related in a peculiar manner. A commodity which is supplied is always at the same time a commodity which is the instrument of demand. A commodity which is the instrument of demand is always at the same time a commodity added to the stock of supply. Every commodity is always at one and the same time matter of demand and matter of supply. Of two men who perform an exchange, the one does not come with only a supply, the other with only a demand. Each of them comes with both a demand and a supply. The supply which he brings is the instrument of his demand, and his demand and supply are of course exactly equal to one another. But if the demand and supply of every individual are always equal to one another, demand and supply of all individuals in the nation taken aggregately must be equal. Whatever, therefore, be the amount of the annual produce, it can never exceed the amount of the annual demand. The whole of the annual produce is divided into a number of shares equal to that of the people to whom it is distributed. The whole of the demand is equal to as much of the whole of the shares as the owners do not keep for their own consumption. But the whole of the shares is equal to the whole of the produce. Once Mill has assumed that supply and demand are equal for each individual, then the whole long-winded excursus to the effect that supply and demand are also equal for all individuals is quite superfluous. How Mill was regarded by contemporary Ricardians can be seen, for instance, from the following. There is thus at least one case, writes Provost with regard to Mill's definition of the value of labor, in which the price of labor is permanently determined by supply and demand relations. In the work cited, McCulloch says that Mill's object is to give a strictly logical deduction of the principles of political economy. Mr. Mill touches on almost every topic of discussion. He has disentangled and simplified the most complex and difficult questions, has placed the various principles which compose the science in their natural order. One can conclude from his logic that he takes over the quite illogical Ricardian structure, which we analyzed earlier, and naively regards it on the whole as a natural order. Subsection E. Provost. Rejection of some of the conclusions of Ricardo and James Mill. Attempts to prove that a constant decrease of profit is not inevitable. As far as the above-mentioned Provost is concerned, who made Mill's exposition of the Ricardian system the basis of his book Reflections, a number of his objections are founded on sheer callow misunderstanding of Ricardo. But the following remark about rent is noteworthy. One may entertain a doubt about the influence of inferior land on the determination of prices if one bears in mind, as one should, its relative area. Provost cites the following from Mill, which is also important for my argument, since Mill himself here thinks of one example where differential rent arises because the new demand, the additional demand, is supplied by a better, not worse, soil, consequently the ascending line. Mr. Mill uses this comparison. Suppose that all the land cultivated in the country were of one uniform quality and yielded the same return to every portion of the capital employed upon it, with the exception of 1 acre. That acre, we shall suppose, yields 6 times as much as any other acre. It is certain, as Mr. Mill demonstrates, that the farmer who rents this last acre cannot increase his rent. That is, cannot make a higher profit than the other farmers. It is very badly expressed. And that 5/6 of the product will go to the landowner. Thus there is here differential rent without the lowering of the rate of profit and without any increase in the price of agricultural products. This must happen all the more frequently, since the situation must improve continuously with the industrial development of the country, the growth of its means of communication, and the increase in population irrespective of the natural fertility, and the relatively better location has the same effect as greater natural fertility. But had the ingenious author thought of making a similar supposition in the opposite case, he would have realized that the result would be different. Let us suppose that all the land was of equal quality with the exception of 1 acre of inferior land. The profit on the capital on this single acre amounted to 1/6 of the profit yielded by every other acre. Does he believe that the profit on several million acres would be reduced to 1/6 of their accustomed level? It is probable that this solitary acre would have no effect at all, because the various products, particularly corn, when they come onto market, would not be markedly affected by such a minute amount. That is why we say that the assertions of Ricardo's supporters about the effect of inferior soil should be modified by taking the relative areas of land of different quality into account. Say, in his notes to Ricardo's book, translated by Constancio, makes only one correct remark about foreign trade. Profit can also be made by cheating, one person gaining what the other loses. Loss and gain within a single country cancel each other out, but not so with trade between different countries. And even according to Ricardo's theory, 3 days of labor of one country can be exchanged against one of another country, a point not noted by Say. Here, the law of value undergoes essential modification. The relationship between labor days of different countries may be similar to that existing between skilled, complex labor and unskilled, simple labor within a country. In this case, the richer country exploits the poorer one, even where the latter gains by the exchange, as John Stuart Mill explains in his book Some Unsettled Questions. Prevost says the following about the relationship between agricultural and industrial profit. We admit that in general, the rate of agricultural profit determines that of industrial profit. But at the same time, we must point out that the latter also reacts of necessity on the former. If the price of corn rises to a certain point, industrial capitals turn to agriculture and necessarily depress agricultural profits. The point is correct, but is conceived in a much too limited sense. See above. The Ricardians insist that profit can fall only as a result of a rise in wages, because necessaries rise in price with the growth of population. This, however, is a consequence of the accumulation of capital, since inferior soils are cultivated as a result of this accumulation. But Ricardo himself admits that profits can also fall when capitals increase faster than population, when competition of capitals causes wages to rise. This corresponds to Adam Smith's theory. Prevost says, when the growing demand of the capitals increases the price of the laborer, that is, wages, does it not then appear that there are no grounds for asserting that the growing supply of these self-same capitals never causes the price of capitals, in other words, profit, to fall? Prevost builds on the false Ricardian foundation, which can only explain falling profits as a result of decreasing surplus value, and therefore decreasing surplus labor, and consequently as a result of greater value or rising cost of the necessaries consumed by the worker, that is, increasing value of labor, although the real wages of the laborer may not rise but decline. On this basis, he seeks to prove that a continual decline in profits is not inevitable. He says first, to begin with, the state of prosperity increases profits, namely agricultural profits, for the population increases with the state of prosperity. The demand for agricultural produce therefore grows, and consequently the farmer makes additional profits. And this happens long before new land is taken into cultivation. The increased area under cultivation does indeed affect rent and decreases profits. But although profit is thus directly decreased, it still remains as high as before the advance. Why is the cultivation of land of inferior quality undertaken at certain times? It is undertaken in the expectation of a profit which is at least equal to the customary profit. And what circumstance can lead to the realization of such a profit on this kind of land? Increase of population. It presses on the existing means of subsistence, thereby raising the prices of food, especially of corn, so that agricultural capitals obtain high profits. The other capitals pour into agriculture, but since the soil is limited in area, this competition has its limits, and the point is reached where even higher profits can be made than in trade or manufacture, through the cultivation of inferior soils. If there is sufficient area of inferior land available, then agricultural profit must be adjusted to the last capitals applied to the land. If one proceeds from the rate of profit prevailing at the beginning of the increasing prosperity, division of profit into profit and rent, then it will be found that profit has no tendency to decline. It rises with the increase in population until agricultural profit rises to such a degree that it can suffer a considerable reduction as a result of the cultivation of new land without ever sinking below its original rate, or to be more precise, below the average rate determined by various circumstances. Prevost obviously misunderstands the Ricardian view. As a result of prosperity, the population increases, thus raising the price of agricultural products and hence agricultural profits. Although it is not easy to see why, if this rise is constant, rents should not be increased after the leases run out, and why these additional profits should not be collected in the form of rent even before the inferior land is cultivated. But the same rise in the price of agricultural produce, which causes agricultural profits to go up, increases wages in all industries, and consequently brings about a fall in industrial profits. Thus, a new rate of profit arises in industry. If at the existing market prices, the inferior lands even pay only this lower rate of profit, capitals can be transferred to the inferior land. They will be attracted to it by the high agricultural profits and the high market price of corn. As Prevost says, they may, before a sufficient amount of capital has been transferred, even yield higher profits than the industrial profits, which have declined. But as soon as the additional supply is adequate, the market price falls, so that the inferior soils only yield the ordinary industrial profit. The additional amount yielded by the product of the better soils is converted into rent. This is the Ricardian conception, whose basic premises are accepted by Prevost and from which he reasons. Corn is now dearer than it was before the rise in agricultural profit, but the additional profit which it brought the farmer is transformed into rent. In this way, therefore, profit also declines on the better land to the lower rate of industrial profit brought about by the rise in the price of agricultural produce. There is no reason for assuming that as a consequence, profits do not have to fall below their original rate if no other modifying circumstances intervene. Other circumstances may, of course, intervene. According to the assumption, after the increase in the price of necessaries, agricultural profit is in any case higher than industrial profit. If, however, as a result of the development of productive power, the part of the workers' necessaries supplied by industry has fallen to such a degree that wages, even though they are paid at their average value, do not rise as much as they would have done without the intervention of these paralyzing circumstances, proportionally to the increased price of agricultural produce. If furthermore, the same development of productive power has reduced the prices of the products of the extractive industries and also of agricultural raw materials which are not used as food, although the supposition is not very likely, industrial profit need not fall, though it would be lower than agricultural profit. A decline of the latter as a result of a transfer of capital to agriculture and the building up of rent would only restore the old rate of profit. Secondly, Provost tries a different approach. Soils of inferior quality are only put into cultivation if they yield profits as high as, or even higher than, the profit yielded by industrial capitals. Under these conditions, the price of corn or of other agricultural products often remains very high, despite the newly cultivated land. These high prices press on the working population, since rises in wages do not correspond exactly to rises in the prices of the goods used by the workers. They are more or less a burden to the whole population, since nearly all commodities are affected by the rise in wages and in the prices of essential goods. This general pressure, linked with the increasing mortality brought about by too large a population, results in a decline in the number of wage workers, and consequently in a rise in wages and a decline in agricultural profits. Further development now proceeds in the opposite direction to that taken previously. Capitals are withdrawn from the inferior soils and reinvested in industry, but the population principle soon begins to operate once again. As soon as poverty has ended, the number of workers increases, their wages decline, and profits rise as a consequence. Such fluctuations follow one another repeatedly without bringing about a change in the average rate of profit. Profit may decline or rise for other reasons or as a result of these causes. It may alternately go up and down, and yet it may not be possible to attribute the average rise or fall to the necessity of cultivating new soils. The population is the regulator which establishes the natural order and keeps profit within certain limits. Although confused, this is correct according to the population principle. It is, however, not in line with the assumption that agricultural profits rise until the additional supply required by the population has been produced. If this presupposes a constant increase in the prices of agricultural produce, then it leads not to a decrease in population, but to a general lowering of the rate of profit, hence of accumulation, and consequently to a decrease of population. According to the Ricardian Malthusian view, the population would grow more slowly, but Provost's basis is that the process would depress wages below their average level. This fall in wages and the poverty of the workers causes the price of corn to fall, and hence profits to rise again. This latter argument, however, does not belong here, for here it is assumed that the value of labor is always paid, that is, that the workers receive the means of subsistence necessary for their reproduction. This exposition of Provost is important, because it demonstrates that the Ricardian view, along with the view he adopted from Malthus, can indeed explain fluctuations in the rate of profit, but cannot explain constant falls in the same without repercussions, for upon reaching a certain level, the rise in corn prices and the drop in profit would force wages below their level, bringing about a violent decrease in the population, and therefore a fall in the prices of corn and other necessaries, and this would lead again to a rise in profits. Section 3. Polemical Writings. The period between 1820 and 1830 is, metaphysically speaking, the most important period in the history of English political economy. Theoretical tilting for and against the Ricardian theory, a whole series of anonymous polemical works, the most important of which are quoted here, especially in relation to those matters which concern our subject. At the same time, however, it is a characteristic of these polemical writings that all of them, in actual fact, merely revolve around the definition of the concept of value and its relation to capital. Subsection A. Observations on certain verbal disputes. Skepticism in political economy. Observations on certain verbal disputes in political economy, particularly relating to value and to demand and supply, published in London in 1821. This is not without a certain acuteness. The title, Verbal Disputes, is characteristic. Directed in part against Smith and Malthus, but also against Ricardo. The real sense of the work lies in the following. Disputes are entirely owing to the use of words in different senses by different persons, to the disputants looking, like the knights in the story, at different sides of the shield. This kind of skepticism always heralds the dissolution of a theory. It is the harbinger of a frivolous and unprincipled eclecticism designed for domestic use. First of all, in relation to Ricardo's theory of value, there is an obvious difficulty in supposing that labor is what we mentally allude to when we talk of value or of real price, as opposed to nominal price. For we often want to speak of the value or price of labor itself, whereby labor, as the real price of a thing, we mean the labor which produced the thing. There is another difficulty besides, for we often want to speak of the value or price of land, but land is not produced by labor. This definition, then, will only apply to commodities. As far as labor is concerned, the objection to Ricardo is correct insofar as he presents capital as the purchaser of immediate labor, and consequently speaks directly of the value of labor, while what is bought and sold is the temporary use of labor power, itself a product. Instead of the problem being resolved, it is only emphasized here that a problem remains unsolved. It is also quite correct that the value or price of land, which is not produced by labor, appears directly to contradict the concept of value and cannot be derived directly from it. This proposition is all the more insignificant when used against Ricardo, since its author does not attack Ricardo's theory of rent, in which precisely Ricardo sets forth how the nominal value of land is evolved on the basis of capitalist production, and does not contradict the definition of value. The value of land is nothing but the price which is paid for capitalized ground rent. Much more far-reaching developments have therefore to be presumed here than can be deduced prima facie from the simple consideration of the commodity and its value, just as from the simple concept of productive capital, one cannot evolve fictitious capital, the object of gambling on the stock exchange, which is actually nothing but the selling and buying of entitlement to a certain part of the annual tax revenue. The second objection, that Ricardo transforms value, which is a relative concept, into an absolute concept, is made the chief point of the attack on the whole Ricardian system in another polemical work, written by Bailey, which appeared later. In considering this latter work, we will also cite relevant passages from the Observations. A very pertinent observation about the source from which capital, which pays labor, arises, is contained in an incidental remark unconsciously made by the author, who, on the contrary, wants to use it to prove what is said in the following sentence not underlined by me, namely that the supply of labor itself constitutes a check on the tendency of labor to sink to its natural price. An increased supply of labor is an increased supply of that which is to purchase labor. If we say then, with Mr. Ricardo, that labor is at every moment tending to what he calls its natural price, we must only recollect that the increase made in its supply, in order to tend to that, is itself one cause of the counteracting power, which prevents the tendency from being effectual. No analysis is possible unless the average price of labor, i.e. the value of labor, is made the point of departure. Just as little would it be possible if one failed to take the value of commodities in general as the point of departure. Only on this basis is it possible to understand the real phenomena of price fluctuations. It is not meant to be asserted by him, that is Ricardo, that two particular lots of two different articles, as a hat and a pair of shoes, exchanged with one another when those two particular lots were produced by equal quantities of labor. By commodity, we must here understand description of commodity, not a particular individual hat, pair of shoes, etc. The whole labor which produces all the hats in England is to be considered, to this purpose, as divided among all the hats. This seems to me not to have been expressed at first, and in the general statements of his doctrine. For example, Ricardo says that a portion of the labor of the engineer who makes the machines is contained, for instance, in a pair of stockings. Yet the total labor that produced each single pair of stockings, if it is of a single pair that we are speaking, includes the whole labor of the engineer, not a portion. For one machine makes many pairs, and none of those pairs could have been done without any part of the machine. The last passage is based on a misunderstanding. The whole machine enters into the labor process, but only a part of it enters the formation of value. Apart from this, some things in the remark are correct. We start with the commodity, the specific social form of the product, as the foundation and prerequisite of capitalist production. We take individual products and analyze those distinctions of form which they have as commodities, which stamp them as commodities. In earlier modes of production, preceding the capitalist mode of production, a large part of the output never enters into circulation, is never placed on the market, is not produced as commodities, and does not become commodities. On the other hand, at that time, a large part of the products which enter into production are not commodities, and do not enter into the process as commodities. The transformation of products into commodities only occurs in individual cases, is limited only to the surplus of products, etc., or only to individual spheres of production, manufactured products, etc. A whole range of products neither enter into the process as articles to be sold nor arise from it as such. Nevertheless, the prerequisite, the starting point of the formation of capital and of capitalist production is the development of the product into a commodity, commodity circulation, and consequently money circulation within certain limits, and consequently trade developed to a certain degree. It is as such a prerequisite that we treat the commodity, since we proceed from it as the simplest element in capitalist production. On the other hand, the product, the result of capitalist production, is the commodity. What appears as its element is later revealed to be its own product. Only on the basis of capitalist production does the commodity become the general form of the product, and the more this production develops, the more do the products in the form of commodities enter into the process as ingredients. The commodity as it emerges in capitalist production is different from the commodity taken as the element, the starting point of capitalist production. We are no longer faced with the individual commodity, the individual product. The individual commodity, the individual product, manifests itself not only as a real product, but also as a commodity, as a part both really and conceptually of production as a whole. Each individual commodity represents a definite portion of capital and of the surplus value created by it. The value of the capital advanced, plus the surplus labor appropriated, for example, a value of £120, if it is assumed that £100 is the value of the capital and 20 that of surplus labor, is, as far as its value is concerned, contained in the total product, let us say in 1,200 yards of cotton. Each yard, therefore, equals 120 over 1,200 pounds, or 1/10 of 1 pound or 2 shillings. It is not the individual commodity which appears as the result of the process, but the mass of commodities in which the value of the total capital has been reproduced plus a surplus value. The total value produced, divided by the number of products, determines the value of the individual product, and it becomes a commodity only as such an aliquot part. It is no longer the labor expended on the individual particular commodity. In most cases, it can no longer be calculated, and may be greater in the case of one commodity than in that of another, but a proportional part of the total labor, i.e. the average of the total value divided by the number of products, which determines the value of the individual product and establishes it as a commodity. Consequently, the total mass of commodities must also be sold, each commodity at its value, determined in this way in order to replace the total capital together with the surplus value. If only 800 out of the 1,200 yards were sold, then the capital would not be replaced, still less would there be a profit. But each yard would also have been sold below its value, for its value is determined not in isolation, but as an aliquot part of the total product. If you call labor a commodity, it is not like a commodity which is first produced in order to exchange, and then brought to market, where it must exchange with other commodities according to the respective quantities of each which there may be in the market at the time. Labor is created at the moment it is brought to market. Nay, it is brought to market before it is created. What is in fact brought to market is not labor, but the laborer. What he sells to the capitalist is not his labor, but the temporary use of himself as a working power. This is the immediate object of the contract which the capitalist and the worker conclude, the purchase and sale which they transact. Where payment is for piecework, task work, instead of according to the time for which the labor power is displaced at the disposal of the employer, this is only another method of determining the time. It is measured by the product, a definite quantity of products being considered as a standard representing the socially necessary labor time. In many branches of industry in London, where piecework is the rule, payment is thus made by the hour, but disputes often arise as to whether this or that piece of work constitutes an hour or not. Irrespective of the individual form, it is the case not only with regard to piecework, but in general, that although labor power is sold on definite terms before its use, it is only paid for after the work is completed, whether it is paid daily, weekly, and so on. Here, money becomes the means of payment after it had served previously as an abstract means of purchase, because the nominal transfer of the commodity to the buyer is distinct from the actual transfer. The sale of the commodity, labor power, the legal transfer of the use value and its actual alienation do not occur at the same time. The realization of the price, therefore, takes place later than the sale of the commodity. See the first part of my book, page 122. It can also be seen that here it is the worker, not the capitalist, who does the advancing. Just as in the case of the renting of a house, it is not the tenant, but the landlord who advances use value. The worker will indeed be paid before the commodities produced by him have been sold. But his commodity, his labor power, has been consumed industrially, i.e. has been transferred into the hands of the buyer, the capitalist, before he, the worker, has been paid. And it is not a question of what the buyer of a commodity wants to do with it, whether he buys it in order to retain it as a use value or in order to sell it again. It is a question of the direct transaction between the first buyer and seller. Ricardo says, in the Principles, in different stages of society, the accumulation of capital, or the means of employing labor, is more or less rapid, and must in all cases depend on the productive powers of labor. The productive powers of labor are generally greatest where there is an abundance of fertile land. The author of the Observations makes the following remark on this passage of Ricardo's. If, in the first sentence, the productive powers of labor mean the smallness of that aliquot part of any produce that goes to those whose manual labor produced it, the sentence is nearly identical, because the remaining aliquot part is the fund whence capital can, if the owner pleases, be accumulated. This is a tacit admission that from the standpoint of the capitalist, quote, productive powers of labor mean the smallness of that aliquot part of any produce that goes to those whose manual labor produced it, end quote. This sentence is very nice. But then, this does not generally happen where there is most fertile land. This is silly. Ricardo presupposes capitalist production. He does not investigate whether it develops more freely with fertile or relatively unfertile land. Where it exists, it is most productive where land is most fertile. Just as the social productive forces, the natural productive forces of labor, that is, those labor finds in inorganic nature, appear as the productive power of capital. Ricardo himself, in the passage cited above, rightly identifies productive power of labor with labor productive of capital, productive of the wealth that commands labor, not of the wealth that belongs to labor. His expression, capital or the means of employing labor, is in fact the only one in which he grasps the real nature of capital. He himself is so much the prisoner of a capitalist standpoint that this conversion, this quid pro quo, is for him a matter of course. The objective conditions of labor, created moreover by labor itself, raw materials and working instruments, are not means employed by labor as its means, but on the contrary, they are the means of employing labor. They are not employed by labor, they employ labor. For them, labor is a means by which they are accumulated as capital, not a means to provide products, wealth for the worker. It does in North America, but that is an artificial state of things. That is, a capitalistic state of things. It does not in Mexico. It does not in New Holland. The productive powers of labor are indeed, in another sense, greatest where there is much fertile land, viz. The power of man, if he chooses it, to raise much raw produce in proportion to the whole labor he performs. It is indeed a gift of nature that man can raise more food than the lowest quantity that they could maintain and keep up the existing population on. This is the basis of the doctrine of the physiocrats. The physical basis of surplus value is this gift of nature, most obvious in agricultural labor, which originally satisfied nearly all human needs. It is not so in manufacturing labor because the product must first be sold as a commodity. The physiocrats, the first to analyze surplus value, understand it in its natural form. But surplus produce, the term used by Mr. Ricardo, page 93, generally means the excess of the whole price of a thing above that part of it which goes to the laborers who made it. The fool does not see that where land is fertile, the part of the price of the produce that goes to the laborer, although it may be small, buys a sufficient quantity of necessaries. The part that goes to the capitalist is great. A point which is settled by human arrangement and not fixed by nature. If the last concluding passage has any meaning at all, it is that surplus produce, in the capitalist sense, must be strictly distinguished from the productivity of industry as such. The latter is of interest to the capitalist only insofar as it realizes profit for him. Therein lies the narrowness and limitation of capitalist production. When the demand for an article exceeds that which is, with reference to the present rate of supply, the effectual demand, and when consequently the price has risen, either additions can be made to the rate of supply at the same rate of cost of production as before, in which case they will be made till the article is brought to exchange at the same rate as before with other articles, or, secondly, no possible additions can be made to the former rate of supply, and then the price which has risen will not be brought down but continue to afford, as Smith says, a greater rent, or profits, or wages, or all three, to the particular land, capital, or labor employed in producing the article. Or, thirdly, the additions which can be made will require proportionally more land, or capital, or labor, or all three, than were required for the periodical production, note these words, of the amount previously supplied. Then the addition will not be made till the demand is strong enough, first, to pay this increased price for the addition, secondly, to pay the same increased price upon the old amount of supply. For the person who has produced the additional quantity will be no more able to get a high price for it than those who produced the former quantity. There will then be surplus profits in this trade. The surplus profits will either be in the hands of some particular producers only, or, if the additional produce cannot be distinguished from the rest, will be a surplus shared by all. People will give something to belong to a trade in which surplus profit can be made. What they so give is rent. Here, one need only say that in this book, rent is for the first time regarded as the general form of consolidated surplus profit. Conversion of revenue into capital is another of those verbal sources of controversy. One man means by it that the capitalist lays out part of the profits he has made by his capital, in making additions to his capital, instead of spending it for his private use, as he might else have done. Another man means by it that a person lays out as capital something which he never got as profits, or any capital of his own, but received as rent, wages, salary. This last passage, another of those verbal sources of controversy, one man means by it, another man means by it, testifies to the method used by this smart aleck. Subsection B. An inquiry into those principles. The lack of understanding of the contradictions of the capitalist mode of production which cause crises. An inquiry into those principles, respecting the nature of demand and the necessity of consumption, lately advocated by Mr. Malthus, published in London, 1821. A Ricardian work, Good against Malthus, demonstrates the infinite narrow-mindedness to which the perspicacity of these fellows is reduced as soon as they examine not landed property but capital. Nevertheless, it is one of the best of the polemical works of the decade mentioned. If the capital employed in cutlery is increased as 100 to 101, and can only produce an increase of cutlery in the same proportion, the degree in which it will increase the command which its producers have over things in general, no increased production of them having by the supposition taken place, will be in a less proportion, and this and not the increase of the quantity of cutlery constitutes the employer's profits, or the increase of their wealth. But if the like addition of 1% had been making at the time to the capitals of all other trades, and with the like result as to produce, this would not follow, for the rate at which each article would exchange with the rest would remain unaltered, and therefore a given portion of each would give the same command as before over the rest. First of all, if there has been no increase of production, and of the capital devoted to production, except in the cutlery trade as is assumed, then the return will not be in a less proportion, but an absolute loss. There are then only three courses open to the cutlery producer. Either he must exchange his increased product as he would have done his smaller product, and his increased production would thus result in a positive loss. Or he must try to get new consumers. If, amongst the old circle, this could only be done by withdrawing customers from another trade and shifting his loss upon other shoulders, or he must enlarge his market beyond its former limits. But neither the one nor the other operation depends on his good will, nor on the mere existence of an increased quantity of knives. Or, in the last instance, he must carry over his production to another year and diminish his new supply for that year, which, if his addition of capital did exist not only in additional wages, but in additional fixed capital, will equally result in a loss. Furthermore, if all other capitals have accumulated at the same rate, it does not follow at all that their production has increased at the same rate. But if it has, it does not follow that they want 1% more of cutlery, as their demand for cutlery is not at all connected either with the increase of their own produce or with their increased power of buying cutlery. What follows is merely the tautology. if the increased capital used in each particular branch of production is proportionate to the rate in which the wants of society increase the demand for each particular commodity, then this increase of one commodity secures a market for the increased supply of other commodities. Here, therefore, is presupposed, firstly, capitalist production, in which the production of each particular industry and its increase are not directly regulated and controlled by the wants of society, but by the productive forces at the disposal of each individual capitalist, independent of the wants of society. Secondly, it is assumed that nevertheless production is proportional to the requirements, as though capital were employed in the different spheres of production directly by society in accordance with its needs. On this assumption, if capitalist production were entirely socialist production, a contradiction in terms, no overproduction could in fact occur. By the way, in the various branches of industry in which the same accumulation of capital takes place, and this too is an unfortunate assumption, that capital is accumulated at an equal rate in different spheres, the amount of products corresponding to the increased capital employed may vary greatly, since the productive forces in the different industries or the total use values produced in relation to the labor employed differ considerably. The same value is produced in both cases, but the quantity of commodities in which it is represented is very different. It is quite incomprehensible, therefore, why industry A, because the value of its output has increased by 1%, while the mass of its products has grown by 20%, must find a market in B where the value is likewise increased by 1%, but the quantity of its output only by 5%. Here, the author has failed to take into consideration the difference between use value and exchange value. Say's earth-shaking discovery that commodities can only be bought with commodities simply means that money itself is the converted form of the commodity. It does not prove by any means that because I can buy only with commodities, I can buy with my commodity, or that my purchasing power is related to the quantity of commodities I produce. The same value can be embodied in very different quantities of commodities, but the use value, consumption, depends not on value, but on the quantity. It's quite unintelligible why I should buy 6 knives because I can get them for the same price that I previously paid for one. Apart from the fact that the workers do not sell commodities but labor, a great number of people who do not produce commodities at all buy things with money. Buyers and sellers of commodities are not identical. The landlord, the moneyed capitalist, and others obtain in the form of money commodities produced by other people. They are buyers without being sellers of commodities. Buying and selling occurs not only between industrial capitalists, but they also sell to workers, and likewise to owners of revenue who are not commodity producers. Finally, the purchases and sales transacted by them as capitalists are very different from the purchases they make as revenue spenders. Mr. Ricardo, after quoting the doctrine of Smith about the cause of the fall of profits, adds, Mr. Say, however, has most satisfactorily shown that there is no amount of capital which may not be employed in a country because demand is only limited by production. This is very wise. Limited indeed. Nothing can be demanded which cannot be produced upon demand, or which the demand does not find ready-made in the market. Hence, because demand is limited by production, it by no means follows that production is or was limited by demand, and can never exceed the demand, particularly the demand at the market price. This is Say-like acumen. Quote, there cannot be accumulated in a country any amount of capital which cannot be employed productively, end quote. Meaning, I presume, with profit to the owner. Quote, until wages rise so high in consequence of the rise of necessaries, and so little consequently remains for the profits of stock, that the motive for accumulation ceases, end quote. Ricardo here equates productively and profitably, whereas it is precisely the fact that in capitalist production, profitably alone is productively, that constitutes the difference between it and absolute production, as well as its limitations. In order to produce productively, production must be carried on in such a way that the mass of producers are excluded from the demand for a part of the product. Production has to be carried on in opposition to a class whose consumption stands in no relation to its production, since it is precisely in the excess of its production over its consumption that the profit of capital consists. On the other hand, production must be carried on for classes who consume without producing. It is not enough merely to give the surplus product a form in which it becomes an object of demand for these classes. On the other hand, the capitalist himself, if he wishes to accumulate, must not himself consume as much of his own products, insofar as they are consumer goods, as he produces. Otherwise, he cannot accumulate. That is why Malthus opposes to the capitalist classes whose task is not accumulation but expenditure. And while on the one hand, all these contradictions are assumed, it is assumed on the other that production proceeds without any friction, just as if these contradictions did not exist at all. Purchase is divorced from sale, commodity from money, use value from exchange value. It is assumed, however, that this separation does not exist, but that there is barter. Consumption and production are separated. There are producers who do not consume, and consumers who do not produce. It is assumed that consumption and production are identical. The capitalist directly produces exchange value in order to increase his profit, and not for the sake of consumption. It is assumed that he produces directly for the sake of consumption and only for it. If it is assumed that the contradictions existing in bourgeois production, which in fact are reconciled by a process of adjustment, which at the same time, however, manifests itself as crises, violent fusion of disconnected factors operating independently of one another and yet correlated, if it is assumed that the contradictions existing in bourgeois production do not exist, then these contradictions obviously cannot come into play. In every industry, each individual capitalist produces in proportion to his capital, irrespective of the needs of society, and especially irrespective of the supply of competing capitalists in the same industry. It is assumed that he produces as if he were fulfilling orders placed by society. If there were no foreign trade, then luxuries could be produced at home, whatever their cost. In that case, labor, with the exception of the branches producing necessaries, would, in actual fact, be very unproductive. Hence, accumulation of capital would proceed at a low rate. Thus, every country would be able to employ all the capital accumulated there, since, according to the assumption, very little capital would have been accumulated. The latter sentence limits, not to say contradicts, the former if, which may not be employed in the former means employed productively, or rather profitably. And if it means simply employed, the proposition is useless, because neither Adam Smith nor anybody else, I presume, denied that it might be employed if you did not care what profit is brought. Ricardo says indeed that all capital in a given country, at whatever rate accumulated, may be employed profitably. On the other hand, he says that the very fact of the accumulation of capital checks its profitable employment, because it must result in lessening profits, that is, the rate of accumulation. The very meaning of an increased demand by the laborers is a disposition to take less themselves and leave a larger share for their employers. And if it be said that this, by diminishing consumption, increases glut, I can only answer that glut is synonymous with high profits. This is indeed the secret basis of glut. The laborers do not, considered as consumers, derive any benefit from machines, while flourishing, as Mr. Say says in his Treatise of Political Economy, 4th edition, volume 1, page 60, unless the article, which the machines cheapen, is one that can be brought by cheapening within their use. Threshing machines, windmills, may be a great thing for them in this view, but the invention of a veneering machine, or a block machine, or a lace frame does not mend their condition much. The habits of the laborers, where division of labor has been carried very far, are applicable only to the particular line they have been used to. They are a sort of machines. Then there is a long period of idleness, that is, of labor lost, of wealth cut off at its root. It is quite useless to repeat like a parrot that things have a tendency to find their level. We must look about us and see they cannot for a long time find a level, that when they do, it will be a far lower level than they set out from. This Ricardian, following Ricardo's example, recognizes correctly crises resulting from sudden changes in the channels of trade. This was the case in England after the War of 1815, and consequently, whenever a crisis occurred, all later economists declared that the most obvious cause of the particular crisis was the only possible cause of all crises. The author also admits that the credit system may be a cause of crises, as if the credit system itself did not arise out of the difficulty of employing capital productively, i.e., profitably. The English, for example, are forced to lend their capital to other countries in order to create a market for their commodities. Overproduction, the credit system, etc., are means by which capitalist production seeks to break through its own barriers and to produce over and above its own limits. Capitalist production, on the one hand, has this driving force. On the other hand, it only tolerates production commensurate with the profitable employment of existing capital. Hence, crises arise, which simultaneously drive it onward and beyond its own limits, and force it to put on 7-league boots, in order to reach development of the productive forces which could only be achieved very slowly within its own limits. What the author writes about Say is very true. This should be dealt with in connection with Say. The worker will agree to work part of his time for the capitalist, or what comes to the same thing, to consider part of the whole produce, when raised and exchanged, as belonging to the capitalist. He must do so, or the capitalist would not have afforded him this assistance, namely capital. Very fine that it comes to the same thing whether the capitalist owns the whole produce and pays part of it as wages to the laborer, or whether the laborer leaves, makes over to the capitalist part of the laborer's produce. But as the capitalist's motive was gain, and as these advantages always depend in a certain degree on the will to save as well as on the power, the capitalist will be disposed to afford an additional portion of these assistances. And as he will find fewer people in want of this additional portion than were in want of the original portion, he must expect to have a less share of the benefit to himself. He must be content to make a present, as it were, to the laborers of part of the benefit his assistance occasions, or else he would not get the other part. The profit is reduced then by competition. This is very fine. If, as a consequence of the development of labor productivity, capital accumulates so quickly that the demand for labor increases wages, and the worker works for a shorter time gratis for the capitalist, and shares to some degree in the benefits of his more productive labor, the capitalist makes him a present. The same author demonstrates in great detail that high wages are bad, a discouragement for workers, although, speaking of the landlords, he considers that low profit is a discouragement for the capitalists. Adam Smith thought that accumulation, or increase of stock in general, lowered the rate of profit in general, on the same principle which makes the increase of stock in any particular trade lower the profits of that trade. But such increase of stock in a particular trade means an increase more in proportion than stock is at the same time increased in other trades. Again, say, the immediate market for capital, or field for capital, may be said to be labor, the amount of capital which can be invested at a given moment, in a given country or the world, so as to return not less than a given rate of profits, seems principally to depend on the quantity of labor, which it is possible by laying out that capital to induce the then existing number of human beings to perform. Profits do not depend on price, they depend on price compared with outgoings. The proposition of Mr. Say does not at all prove that capital opens a market for itself, but only that capital and labor open a market for one another. Subsection C. Thomas de Quincey. Failure to overcome the real flaws in the Ricardian standpoint. Dialogues of the Three Templars on Political Economy, chiefly in relation to the principles of Mr. Ricardo, published in London Magazine, Volume 9, 1824. Attempted a refutation of all the attacks made on Ricardo. That he is aware of what is at issue is to be seen from this sentence. All difficulties of political economy will be found reducible to this. What is the ground of exchangeable value? In this work, the inadequacies of the Ricardian view are often pointedly set forth, although the dialectical depth is more affected than real. The real difficulties, which arise not out of the determination of value, but from Ricardo's inadequate elaboration of his ideas on this basis, and from his arbitrary attempt to make concrete relations directly fit the simple relation of value, are in no way resolved or even grasped. But the work is characteristic of the period in which it appeared. It shows that in political economy, consistency and thinking were still taken seriously at that time. A later work by the same author, The Logic of Political Economy, published in Edinburgh in 1844, is weaker. De Quincey very clearly outlines the differences between the Ricardian view and those which preceded it, and does not seek to mitigate them by reinterpretation or to abandon the essential features of the problems in actual fact while retaining them in a purely formal, verbal way, as happened later on, thus opening the door wide to easygoing, unprincipled eclecticism. One point in the Ricardian doctrine, which is especially emphasized by De Quincey, and which should be mentioned here because it plays a role in the polemic against Ricardo, to which we shall refer below, is that the command which one commodity has over other commodities, its purchasing power, in fact its value expressed in terms of another commodity, is altogether different from its real value. It is quite wrong to conclude that, quote, the real value is great because the quantity it buys is great, or small because the quantity it buys is small. If A doubles its value, it will not therefore command double the former quantity of B. It may do so, and it may also command 500 times more, or 500 times less. No man has ever denied that A, by doubling its own value, will command a double quantity of all things which have been stationary in value. But the question is whether universally from doubling its value, A will command a double quantity. Subsection D. Samuel Bailey. Part A. Superficial relativism on the part of the author of the Observations on Certain Verbal Disputes, and on the part of Bailey in treating the category of value. The problem of the equivalent. Rejection of the labor theory of value as the foundation of political economy. a critical dissertation on the nature, measures, and causes of value, chiefly in reference to the writings of Mr. Ricardo and his followers, by the author of Essays on the Formation and Publication of Opinions, Samuel Bailey, published in London in 1825. This is the main work directed against Ricardo, also aimed against Malthus. It seeks to overturn the foundation of the doctrine, value. It is definitely worthless, except for the definition of the measure of value, or rather of money in this function. Compare also the same author's A Letter to a Political Economist, occasioned by an article in the Westminster Review on the subject of value, etc., published in London in 1826. Since, as he has mentioned, this work basically agrees with observations on certain verbal disputes in political economy, it is here necessary to add the relevant passages from these observations. The author of the Observations accuses Ricardo of having transformed value from a relative attribute of commodities in their relationship to one another into something absolute. The only thing that Ricardo can be accused of in this context is that in elaborating the concept of value, he does not clearly distinguish between the various aspects, between the exchange value of the commodity as it manifests itself, appears in the process of commodity exchange, and the existence of the commodity as value as distinct from its existence as an object, product, use value. It is said in the Observations, if the absolute quantity of labor, which produces the greater part of commodities, or all except one, is increased, would you say that the value of that one is unaltered? In what sense? Since it will be exchanged for less of every commodity besides. If indeed it is meant to be asserted that the meaning of increase or diminution of value is increase or diminution in the quantity of labor that produced the commodity spoken of, the conclusions I have just been objecting to might be true enough. But to say, as Mr. Ricardo does, that the comparative quantities of labor that produce two commodities are the cause of the rate at which these two commodities will exchange with each other, i.e. of the exchangeable value of each understood in relation to the other, is very different from saying that the exchangeable value of either means the quantity of labor which produced it, understood without any reference to the other or to the existence of any other. Mr. Ricardo tells us indeed that the inquiry to which he wishes to draw the reader's attention relates to the effect of the variations in the relative value of commodities and not in their absolute value, as if be there considered that there is such a thing as an exchangeable value which is not relative. That Mr. Ricardo has departed from his original use of the term value and has made of it something absolute instead of relative is still more evident in his chapter entitled Value Enriches Their Distinctive Properties. The question there discussed has been discussed also by others and is purely verbal and useless. Before dealing with this author, we shall add the following about Ricardo. In his chapter on Value and Riches, he argues that social wealth does not depend on the value of the commodities produced, although this latter point is decisive for every individual producer. It should have been all the more clear to him that a mode of production whose exclusive aim is surplus value, in other words, which is based on the relative poverty of the mass of the producers, cannot possibly be the absolute form of the production of wealth, as he constantly asserts. Now to the observations of the verbal wiseacre. If all commodities except one increase in value because they cost more labor time than they did before, smaller amounts of these commodities will be exchanged for the single commodity whose labor time remains unchanged. Its exchange value, insofar as it is realized in other commodities, that is, exchange value expressed in the use values of all other commodities, has been reduced. Quote, would you then say that the value of that one is unaltered? End quote. This is merely a formulation of the point at issue, and it calls neither for a positive nor for a negative reply. The same result would occur if the labor time required for the production of the one commodity were reduced, and that of all the others remained unchanged. A given quantity of this particular commodity would exchange for a reduced quantity of all the other commodities. The same phenomenon occurs in both cases, although from directly opposite causes. Conversely, if the labor time required for the production of commodity A remained unchanged, while that of all others were reduced, then it would exchange for larger amounts of all the other commodities. The same would happen for the opposite reason. If the labor time required for the production of commodity A increased, and that required for all other commodities remained unchanged. Thus, sometimes commodity A exchanges for smaller quantities of all the other commodities, and this for either of two different and opposite reasons. At other times, it exchanges for larger quantities of all the other commodities, again for two different and opposite reasons. But it should be noted that it is assumed that it always exchanges at its value, consequently for an equivalent. It always realizes its value in the quantity of use values of the other commodities for which it exchanges, no matter how much the quantity of these use values varies. From this, it obviously follows that the rate at which commodities exchange for one another as use values, although it is an expression of their value, their realized value is not their value itself, since the same proportion of value can be represented by quite different quantities of use values. Value as an aspect of the commodity is not expressed in its own use value, or in its existence as use value. Value manifests itself when commodities are expressed in other use values, that is, it manifests itself in the rate at which these other use values are exchanged for them. If 1 ounce of gold equals a ton of iron, that is, if a small quantity of gold exchanges for a large quantity of iron, is therefore the value of gold expressed in iron greater than the value of iron expressed in gold? That commodities exchange for one another in proportion to the labor embodied in them means that they are equal, alike, insofar as they constitute the same quantity of labor. Consequently, it means likewise that every commodity considered in itself is something different from its own use value, from its own existence as use value. The value of the same commodity can, without changing, be expressed in infinitely different quantities of use values, always according to whether I express it in the use value of this or of that commodity. This does not alter the value, although it does alter the way it is expressed. In the same way, all the various commodities of different use values in which the value of commodity A can be expressed are equivalents and are related to one another not only as values but as equal values, so that when these very unequal quantities of use value replace one another, the value remains completely unchanged, as if it had not found expression in quite different use values. When commodities are exchanged in the proportion in which they represent equal amounts of labor time, then it is their aspect as materialized labor time, as embodied labor time, which manifests their substance, the identical element they contain. As such, they are qualitatively the same, and differ only quantitatively, according to whether they represent smaller or larger quantities of the same substance, i.e. labor time. They are values as expression of the same element, and they are equal values, equivalents insofar as they represent an equal amount of labor time. They can only be compared as magnitudes because they are already homogeneous magnitudes, qualitatively identical. It is as manifestations of this substance that these different things constitute values and are related to one another as values. Their different magnitudes of value, their immanent measure of value, are thus also given. And only because of this can the value of a commodity be represented, expressed in the use values of other commodities as its equivalents. Hence, the individual commodity as value, as the embodiment of this substance, is different from itself as use value, as an object, quite apart from the expression of its value in other commodities. As the embodiment of labor time, it is value in general. As the embodiment of a definite quantity of labor time, it is a definite magnitude of value. It is therefore typical of our wiseacre when he says, if we mean that, we do not mean that, and vice versa. Our meaning has nothing at all to do with the essential character of the thing that we consider. If we speak of the value in exchange of a thing, we mean, in the first instance, of course, the relative quantities of all other commodities that can be exchanged for the first commodity. But on further consideration, we shall find that for the proportion in which one thing exchanges for an infinite mass of other things, which have nothing in common with it, and even if there are natural or other similarities between those things, they are not considered in the exchange, for the proportion to be a fixed proportion, all those various heterogeneous things must be considered as proportionate representations, expressions of the same common unity, of an element quite different from their natural existence or appearance. We shall furthermore find that if our views have any sense, the value of a commodity is something which not only distinguishes it from or relates it to other commodities, but is a quality differentiating it from its own existence as a thing, a value in use. The rise of value of Article A only meant value estimated in Articles B, C, etc., i.e. value in exchange for Articles B, C, etc. To estimate the value of A, a book for instance, in B, coals, and C, wine, A, B, and C must be as value something different from their existence as books, coals, or wine. To estimate the value of A in B, A must have a value independent of the estimation of that value in B, and both must be equal to a third thing expressed in both of them. It is quite wrong to say that the value of a commodity is thereby transformed from something relative into something absolute. On the contrary, as a use value, the commodity appears as something independent. On the other hand, as value, it appears as something merely contingent, something merely determined by its relation to socially necessary, equal, simple labor time. It is to such an extent relative that when the labor time required for its reproduction changes, its value changes, although the labor time really contained in the commodity has remained unaltered. How deeply our wiseacre has sunk into fetishism, and how he transforms what is relative into something positive, is demonstrated most strikingly in the following passage. Value is a property of things, riches of men, Value in this sense necessarily implies exchange. Riches do not. Riches here are use values. These, as far as men are concerned, are of course riches. But it is through its own properties, its own qualities, that a thing is a use value, and therefore an element of wealth for men. Take away from grapes the qualities that make them grapes, and their use value as grapes disappears for men, and they cease to be an element of wealth for men. Riches, which are identical with use values, are properties of things that are made use of by men, and which express a relation to their wants. But value is supposed to be a property of things. As values, commodities are social magnitudes, that is to say, something absolutely different from their properties as things. As values, they constitute only relations of men in their productive activity. Value indeed implies exchanges, but exchanges are exchanges of things between men, exchanges which in no way affect the things as such. A thing retains the same properties, whether it be owned by A or by B. In actual fact, the concept of value presupposes exchanges of the products. Where labor is communal, the relations of men in their social production do not manifest themselves as values of things. Exchange of products as commodities is a method of exchanging labor. It demonstrates the dependence of the labor of each upon the labor of the others, and corresponds to a certain mode of social labor or social production. In the first part of my book, I mentioned that it is characteristic of labor based on private exchange that the social character of labor manifests itself in a perverted form, as the property of things. That a social relation appears as a relation between things, between products, values in use, commodities. This appearance is accepted as something real by our fetish worshipper, and he actually believes that the exchange value of things is determined by their properties as things, and is altogether a natural property of things. No scientist to date has yet discovered what natural qualities make definite proportions of snuff tobacco and paintings equivalent for one another. Thus he, the wiseacre, transforms value into something absolute, a property of things, instead of seeing in it only something relative, the relation of things to social labor based on private exchange, in which things are defined not as independent entities, but as mere expressions of social production. But to say that value is not an absolute, is not conceived as an entity, is quite different from saying that commodities must impart to their exchange value a separate expression, which is different from and independent of their use value and of their existence as real products. In other words, that commodity circulation is bound to involve money. Commodities express their exchange value in money, first of all in the price, in which they all present themselves as materialized forms of the same labor, as only quantitatively different expressions of the same substance. The fact that the exchange value of the commodity assumes an independent existence in money is itself the result of the process of exchange, the development of the contradiction of use value and exchange value embodied in the commodity, and of another no less important contradiction embodied in it, namely that the definite particular labor of the private individual must manifest itself as its opposite, as equal, necessary, general labor, and in this form, social labor. The representation of the commodity as money implies not only that the different magnitudes of commodity values are measured by expressing the values in the use value of one exclusive commodity, but at the same time they are all expressed in a form in which they exist as the embodiment of social labor, and are therefore exchangeable for every other commodity. That they are all translatable at will into any use value desired. Their representation as money in the price therefore appears first as something nominal, a representation which is realized only through actual sale. Ricardo's mistake is that he is concerned only with the magnitude of value. Consequently, his attention is concentrated on the relative quantities of labor which the different commodities represent, or which the commodities as values embody. But the labor embodied in them must be represented as social labor, as alienated individual labor. In the price, this representation is nominal. It becomes reality only in the sale. This transformation of the labor of private individuals contained in the commodities into uniform social labor, consequently into labor which can be expressed in all use values and can be exchanged for them. This qualitative aspect of the matter which is contained in the representation of exchange value as money is not elaborated by Ricardo. This circumstance, the necessity of presenting the labor contained in commodities as uniform social labor, i.e. as money, is overlooked by Ricardo. For its part, the development of capital already presupposes the full development of the exchange value of commodities, and consequently its independent existence as money. The point of departure in the process of production and circulation of capital is the independent form of value which manifests itself, increases, measures the increase against the original amount, whatever changes the commodity in which it manifests itself may undergo, and quite irrespective of whether it presents itself in the most varied use values and moves from commodity to commodity. The relation between the value antecedent to production and the value which results from it, capital as antecedent value is capital in contrast to profit, constitutes the all-embracing and decisive factor in the whole process of capitalist production. It is not only an independent expression of value as in money, but dynamic value, value which manifests itself in a process in which use values pass through the most varied forms. Thus, in capital, the independent existence of value is raised to a higher power than in money. From this, we can judge the wisdom of our verbal wiseacre, who treats the independent existence of exchange value as a figure of speech, a manner of talking, a scholastic invention. Value, or valeur in French, is not only used absolutely instead of relatively as a quality of things, but is even used by some as a measurable commodity, possessing a value, transferring a portion of value. A very important factor with regard to fixed capital. The sum or totality of values. I do not know what this means. The fact that the value which has become independent acquires only a relative expression in money, because money itself is a commodity and hence has a changeable value, makes no difference but is a shortcoming which arises from the nature of the commodity and the necessity of expressing its exchange value as distinct from its use value. Our author has made it abundantly clear that he does not know this. This is shown by the kind of criticism which would like to talk out of existence the difficulties innate in the contradictory functions of things themselves, by declaring them to be the result of reflections or of conflicting definitions. The relative value of two things is open to two meanings: the rate at which the two things exchange or would exchange with each other, or the comparative portions of a third for which each exchanges or would exchange. To begin with, this is a fine definition. If 3 pounds of coffee exchange for 1 pound of tea today, or would do so tomorrow, it does not at all mean that equivalents have been exchanged for each other. According to this, a commodity could always be exchanged only at its value, for its value would constitute any quantity of some other commodity for which it had accidentally exchanged. This, however, is not what people generally mean when they say that 3 pounds of coffee have been exchanged for the equivalent in tea. They assume that after, as before the exchange, a commodity of the same value is in the hands of either of the exchangers. The rate at which two commodities exchange does not determine their value, but their value determines the rate at which they exchange. If value were nothing more than the quantity of commodities for which commodity A is accidentally exchanged, how is it possible to express the value of A in terms of commodity B or C, etc.? Because then, since there is no immanent measure common to the two commodities, the value of A could not be expressed in terms of B before it had been exchanged against B. Relative value means, first of all, magnitude of value in contradistinction to the quality of having value at all. For this reason, the latter is not something absolute. It means, secondly, the value of one commodity expressed in the use value of another commodity. This is only a relative expression of its value, namely, in relation to the commodity in which it is expressed. The value of a pound of coffee is only relatively expressed in tea. To express it absolutely, even in a relative way, that is to say, not in regard to labor time but to other commodities, it ought to be expressed in an infinite series of equations with all other commodities. This would be an absolute expression of its relative value. Its absolute expression would be its expression in terms of labor time, and this absolute expression would express it as something relative, but in the absolute relation by which it is value. Let us now turn to Bailey. His book has only one positive merit, that he was the first to give a more accurate definition of the measure of value, that is, in fact, of one of the functions of money, or money in a particular determinate form. In order to measure the value of commodities, to establish an external measure of value, it is not necessary that the value of the commodity in terms of which the other commodities are measured should be invariable. It must, on the contrary, be variable, as I have shown in the first part, because the measure of value is and must be a commodity, since otherwise it would have no immanent measure in common with the other commodities. If, for example, the value of money changes, it changes to an equal degree in relation to all other commodities. Their relative values are therefore expressed in it just as correctly as if the value of money had remained unchanged. The problem of finding an invariable measure of value is thereby eliminated. But this problem itself, the interest in comparing the value of commodities in different historical periods, is indeed not an economic interest as such, but an academic interest, arose out of a misunderstanding and conceals a much more profound and important question. Invariable measure of value signifies primarily a measure of value which is itself of invariable value, and consequently, since value itself is a predicate of the commodity, a commodity of invariable value. For example, If gold and silver, or corn, or labor were such commodities, then it would be possible to establish by comparison with them the rate at which other commodities are exchanged for them. That is, to measure exactly the variations in the values of these other commodities by their prices in gold, silver, or corn, or their relation to wages. Stated in this way, the problem therefore presupposes from the outset that in the measure of value, we are dealing simply with the commodity in which the values of all other commodities are expressed, whether it be the commodity by which they are really represented, i.e. money, the commodity which functions as money, or a commodity which, because its value remains invariable, would function as the money in terms of which the theoretician makes its calculations. It thus becomes evident that in this context, it is, in any case, a question only of a kind of money, which, as the measure of value, either theoretically or practically, would itself not be subject to changes in value. But for commodities to express their exchange value independently in money, in a third commodity, the exclusive commodity, the values of commodities must already be presupposed. Now the point is merely to compare them quantitatively. A homogeneity which makes them the same, makes them values, which as values makes them qualitatively equal, is already presupposed in order that their value and their differences in value can be represented in this way. For example, if all commodities express their value in gold, then this expression in gold, their gold price, their equation with gold, is an equation on the basis of which it is possible to elucidate and compute their value in relation to one another, for they are now expressed in different quantities of gold, and in this way the commodities are represented in their prices, as comparable magnitudes of the same common denominator. But in order to be represented in this way, the commodities must already be identical as values. Otherwise, it would be impossible to solve the problem of expressing the value of each commodity in gold, if commodity and gold, or any two commodities as values, were not representations of the same substance, capable of being expressed in one another. In other words, this presupposition is already implicit in the problem itself. Commodities are already presumed as values distinct from their use values, before the question of representing this value in a special commodity can arise. In order that two quantities of different use values can be equated as equivalent, it is already presumed that they are equal to a third, that they are qualitatively equal, and only constitute different quantitative expressions of this qualitative equality. The problem of an invariable measure of value was simply a spurious name for the quest for the concept, the nature of value itself, the definition of which could not be another value, and consequently could not be subject to variations as value. This was labor time, social labor, as it presents itself specifically in commodity production. A quantity of labor has no value, is not a commodity, but is that which transforms commodities into values. It is their common substance. As manifestations of it, commodities are qualitatively equal and only quantitatively different. They appear as expressions of definite quantities of social labor time. Let us assume that gold has an invariable value. If the value of all commodities were then expressed in gold, one could measure variations in the values of commodities by their gold prices. But in order to express the value of commodities in gold, commodities and gold must be identical as values. Gold and commodities can only be considered to be identical as definite quantitative expressions of this value, as definite magnitudes of value. The invariable value of gold and the variable value of the other commodities would not prevent them, as value, from being the same, consisting of the same substance. Before the invariable value of gold can help us to make a step forward, the value of commodities must first be assessed in gold. That is, gold and commodities must be represented as equivalents, as expressions of the same substance. In order that the commodities may be measured according to the quantity of labor embodied in them, and the measure of the quantity of labor is time, the different kinds of labor contained in the different commodities must be reduced to uniform simple labor, average labor, ordinary unskilled labor. Only then can the amount of labor embodied in them be measured according to a common measure, according to time. The labor must be qualitatively equal so that its time differences become merely quantitative, merely differences of magnitude. This reduction to simple average labor is not, however, the only determinant of the quality of this labor to which, as a unity, the values of commodities are reduced. That the quantity of labor embodied in a commodity is the quantity socially necessary for its production, the labor time being thus necessary labor time, is a definition which concerns only the magnitude of value. But the labor which constitutes the substance of value is not only uniform, simple, average labor, it is the labor of a private individual, represented in a definite product. However, the product as value must be the embodiment of social labor, and as such be directly convertible from one use value into all others. The particular use value in which labor is directly represented is irrelevant, so that it can be converted from one form into another. Thus, the labor of individuals has to be directly represented as its opposite, social labor. This transformed labor is, as its immediate opposite, abstract general labor, which is therefore represented in a general equivalent. Only by its alienation does individual labor manifest itself as its opposite. The commodity, however, must have this general expression before it is alienated. This necessity to express individual labor as general labor is equivalent to the necessity of expressing a commodity as money. The commodity receives this expression insofar as the money serves as a measure and expresses the value of the commodity in its price. It is only through sale, through its real transformation into money, that the commodity acquires its adequate expression as exchange value. The first transformation is merely a theoretical process. The second is a real one. Thus, in considering the existence of the commodity as money, it is not only necessary to emphasize that in money, commodities acquire a definite measure of their value, since all commodities express their value in the use value of the same commodity, but that they all become manifestations of social, abstract, general labor, and as such, they all possess the same form. They all appear as the direct incarnation of social labor, and as such, they all act as social labor. That is to say, they can be directly exchanged for all other commodities in proportion to the size of their value. Whereas, in the hands of the people whose commodities have been transformed into money, they exist not as exchange value in the form of a particular use value, but as use value, gold for example, which merely represents exchange value. A commodity may be sold either below or above its value. This is purely a matter of the magnitude of its value. But whenever a commodity is sold, transformed into money, its exchange value acquires an independent existence, separate from its use value. The commodity now exists only as a certain quantity of social labor time, and it proves that it is such by being directly exchangeable for any commodity whatsoever, and convertible, in proportion to its magnitude, into any use value whatsoever. This point must not be overlooked in relation to money, any more than the formal transformation undergone by the labor a commodity contains as its element of value. But an examination of money, of that absolute exchangeability which the commodity possesses as money, of its absolute effectiveness as exchange value, which has nothing to do with the magnitude of value, shows that it is not quantitatively but qualitatively determined, and that as a result of the very process through which the commodity itself passes, its exchange value becomes independent and is really represented as a separate aspect alongside its use value as it is already nominally in its price. This shows, therefore, that the verbal observer understands as little of the value and the nature of money as Bailey, since both regard the independent existence of value as a scholastic invention of economists. This independent existence becomes even more evident in capital, which, in one of its aspects, can be called value in process. And since value only exists independently in money, it can accordingly be called money in process, as it goes through a series of processes in which it preserves itself, departs from itself, and returns to itself, increased in volume. It goes without saying that the paradox of reality is also reflected in paradoxes of speech, which are at variance with common sense and with what vulgarians mean and believe they are talking of. The contradictions which arise from the fact that on the basis of commodity production, the labor of the individual presents itself as general social labor, and the relations of people as relations between things and as things, these contradictions are innate in the subject matter, not in its verbal expressions. Ricardo often gives the impression, and sometimes indeed writes, as if the quantity of labor is the solution to the false or falsely conceived problem of an invariable measure of value, in the same way as corn, money, wages, etc. were previously considered and advanced as panaceas of this kind. In Ricardo's work, this false impression arises because for him, the decisive task is the definition of the magnitude of value. Because of this, he does not understand the specific form in which labor is an element of value, and fails in particular to grasp that the labor of the individual must present itself as abstract general labor, and in this form as social labor. Therefore, he has not understood that the development of money is connected with the nature of value and with the determination of this value by labor time. Bailey's book has rendered a good service insofar as the objections he raises help to clear up the confusion between measure of value expressed in money as a commodity along with other commodities and the immanent measure in substance of value. But if he had analyzed money as a measure of value, not only as a quantitative measure but as a qualitative transformation of commodities, he would have arrived at a correct analysis of value. Instead of this, he contents himself with a mere superficial consideration of the external measure of value, which already presupposes value and remains rooted in a purely frivolous approach to the question. There are, however, occasional passages in Ricardo in which he directly emphasizes that the quantity of labor embodied in a commodity constitutes the immanent measure of the magnitude of its value, of the differences in the amount of its value, only because labor is the factor the different commodities have in common, which constitutes their uniformity, their substance, the intrinsic foundation of their value. The thing, however, he failed to investigate is the specific form in which labor plays that role. In making labor the foundation of the value of commodities, and the comparative quantity of labor which is necessary to their production, the rule which determines the respective quantities of goods which shall be given in exchange for each other, we must not be supposed to deny the accidental and temporary deviations of the actual or market price of commodities from this, their primary and natural price. Destutt de Tracy says that to measure is to find how many times they, that is, the things measured, contain unities of the same description. A franc is not a measure of value for anything, but a quantity of the same metal of which francs are made, unless francs, and the thing to be measured, can be referred to some other measure which is common in both. This, I think, they can be, for they are both the result of labor, and therefore, because labor is their effective cause, labor is a common measure, by which their real as well as their relative value may be estimated. All commodities can be reduced to labor as their common element. What Ricardo does not investigate is the specific form in which labor manifests itself as the common element of commodities. That is why he does not understand money. That is why in his work the transformation of commodities into money appears to be something merely formal, which does not penetrate deeply into the very essence of capitalist production. He says, however, only because labor is the common factor of commodities, only because they are all mere manifestations of the same common element of labor, is labor their measure. It is their measure only because it forms their substance as values. Ricardo does not sufficiently differentiate between labor insofar as it is represented in use values or in exchange values. Labor, as the foundation of value, is not any particular labor, with particular qualities. Ricardo continuously confuses the labor which is represented in use value and that which is represented in exchange value. It is true that the latter species of labor is only the former species expressed in an abstract form. By real value, Ricardo, in the passage cited above, understands the commodity as the embodiment of a definite amount of labor time. By relative value, he understands the labor time the commodity contains expressed in the use values of other commodities. Now to Bailey. Bailey clings to the form in which the exchange value of the commodity, as commodity, appears, manifests itself. It manifests itself in a general form when it is expressed in the use value of a third commodity, in which all other commodities likewise express their value, a commodity which serves as money, that is, in the money price of the commodity. It manifests in a particular form when the exchange value of any particular commodity is expressed in the use value of any other, that is, as the corn price, cotton price, etc. In actual fact, the exchange value of the commodity always appears, manifests itself with regard to other commodities only in the quantitative relationship in which they exchange. The individual commodity as such cannot express general labor time, or it can only express it in its equation with the commodity which constitutes money, in its money price. But then the value of commodity A is always expressed in a certain quantity of the use value of the commodity which functions as money. This is how matters appear directly, and Bailey clings to this. The most superficial form of exchange value, that is, the quantitative relationship in which commodities exchange with one another, constitutes, according to Bailey, their value. The advance from the surface to the core of the problem is not permitted. He even forgets the simple consideration that if Y yards of linen equal X pounds of straw, this implies a parity between two unequal things, linen and straw, making them equal magnitudes. This existence of theirs as things that are equal must surely be different from their existence as straw and linen. It is not as straw and linen that they are equated, but as equivalents. The one side of the equation must therefore express the same value as the other. The value of straw and linen must therefore be neither straw nor linen, but something common to both, and different from both commodities considered as straw and linen. What is it? He does not answer this question. Instead, he wanders off into all the categories of political economy in order to repeat the same monotonous litany over and over again. namely that value is the exchange relation of commodities and consequently is not anything different from this relation. If the value of an object is its power of purchasing, there must be something to purchase. Value denotes consequently nothing positive or intrinsic, but merely the relation in which two objects stand to each other as exchangeable commodities. His entire wisdom is in fact contained in this passage. If value is nothing but power of purchasing, a very fine definition, since purchasing presupposes not only value, but the representation of value as money, it denotes, etc. However, let us first clear away from Bailey's proposition the absurdities which have been smuggled in. Purchasing means transforming money into commodities. Money already presupposes value and the development of value. Consequently, out with the expression purchasing first of all. Otherwise, we are explaining value by value. Instead of purchasing, we must say exchanging against other objects. It is quite superfluous to say that there must be something to purchase. If the object was to be consumed by its producers as a use value, if it was not merely a means of appropriating other objects, not a commodity, then obviously there could be no question of value. First, it is a matter of objects, but then the relation, quote, in which two objects stand to each other, unquote, is transformed into, quote, the relation in which two objects stand to each other as exchangeable commodities, end quote. After all, the objects stand only in relation of exchange or as exchangeable objects to each other. That is why they are commodities, which is something different from objects. On the other hand, the relation of exchangeable commodities is either nonsense, since not exchangeable objects are not commodities, or Mr. Bailey has beaten himself. The objects are not to be exchanged in any arbitrary proportion, but are to be exchanged as commodities. That is, they are to stand to one another as exchangeable commodities. That is, as objects, each of which has a value, and which are to be exchanged with one another in proportion to their equivalents. Bailey thereby admits that the rate at which they are exchanged, that is, the power of each of the commodities to purchase the other, is determined by its value. But this value, however, is not determined by this power, which is merely a corollary. If we strip the passage of everything that is wrong, nonsensical, or smuggled in, then it will read like this. But wait, we must dispose of yet another snare and piece of nonsense. We have two sorts of expression: an object's power of exchanging, etc., since the term purchasing is unjustified and makes no sense without the concept of money, and the relation in which an object exchanges with others. If power is to be regarded as something different from relation, then one ought not to say that the power of exchanging is merely the relation, etc. If it is meant to be the same thing, then it is confusing to describe the same thing with two different expressions which have nothing in common with each other. The relation of a thing to another is a relation of the two things, and cannot be said to belong to either. Power of a thing, on the contrary, is something intrinsic to the thing, although this, its intrinsic quality, may only manifest itself in its relation to other things. For instance, power of attraction is a power of the thing itself, although that power is latent so long as there are no things to attract. Here, an attempt is made to represent the value of the object as something intrinsic to it, and yet as something merely existing as a relation. That is why Bailey uses first the word power and then the word relation. Accurately expressed, it would read as follows. If the value of an object is the relation in which it exchanges with other objects, value denotes, consequently, nothing but the relation in which two objects stand to each other as exchangeable objects. Nobody will contest this tautology. What follows from it, by the way, is that the value of an object denotes nothing. For example, 1 pound of coffee equals 4 pounds of cotton. What then is the value of 1 pound of coffee? 4 pounds of cotton. And the value of 4 pounds of cotton? 1 pound of coffee. Since the value of 1 pound of coffee is 4 pounds of cotton, and on the other hand the value of 4 pounds of cotton is 1 pound of coffee, then it is clear that the value of 1 pound of coffee is 1 pound of coffee. A equals B, B equals A, hence A equals A. What arises from this explanation is therefore that the value of a use value is equal to a certain quantity of the same use value. Consequently, the value of 1 pound of coffee is nothing else than 1 pound of coffee. If 1 pound of coffee equals 4 pounds of cotton, then it is clear that 1 pound of coffee is greater than 3 pounds of cotton, and 1 pound of coffee is less than 5 pounds of cotton. To say that 1 pound of coffee is greater than 3 pounds of cotton and less than 5 pounds of cotton expresses a relation between coffee and cotton just as well as saying that 1 pound of coffee equals 4 pounds of cotton. The symbol equals does not express any more of a relation than does the symbol greater than or the symbol lesser than, but simply a different relation. Why is it then precisely the relation represented by the sign of equality, by equals, which expresses the value of the coffee in cotton and that of cotton in coffee? Or is this sign of equality the result of the fact that these two amounts exchange for one another at all? Does this sign equals merely express the fact of exchange? It cannot be denied that if coffee exchanges for cotton in any proportion whatever, they are exchanged for one another, and if the mere fact of their exchange constitutes the relation between the commodities, then the value of the coffee is equally well expressed in cotton whether it exchanges for 2, 3, 4, or 5 pounds of cotton. But what then is the word relation supposed to mean? Coffee in itself has no intrinsic positive quality which determines the rate at which it exchanges for cotton. It is not a relation which is determined by any kind of determinant intrinsic to coffee and separate from real exchange. What then is the purpose of the word relation? What is the relation? The quantity of cotton against which a quantity of coffee is exchanged. Then one could not speak of a relation in which it exchanges, but only of a relation in which it is or has been exchanged. For if the relation were determined before the exchange, then the exchange would be determined by the relation, and not the relation by the exchange. We must therefore drop the relation as signifying something which stands over and above the coffee and the cotton, and is distinct from them. Thus, the passage from Bailey cited above takes the following form. If the value of an object is the quantity of another object exchanged with it, value denotes, consequently, nothing but the quantity of the other object exchanged with it. As a commodity can only express its value in other commodities, since general labor time does not exist for it as a commodity. Bailey believes that if the value of one commodity is expressed in another commodity, the value of one commodity is nothing apart from this equation with another commodity. Bailey flaunts this piece of wisdom tirelessly, and all the more tiresomely. As he conceives it, it is a tautology, for he says in essence, if the value of any commodity is nothing but its exchange relation with another commodity, it is nothing apart from this relation. He reveals his philosophical profundity in the following passage. As we cannot speak of the distance of any object without implying some other object, between which and the former this relation exists, so we cannot speak of the value of a commodity, but in reference to another commodity compared with it. A thing cannot be valuable in itself without reference to another thing. Is social labor, to which the value of a commodity is related, not another thing? Any more than a thing can be distant in itself without reference to another thing. If a thing is distant from another, the distance is in fact a relation between the one thing and the other, but at the same time the distance is something different from this relation between the two things. It is a dimension of space. It is a certain length which may as well express the distance of two other things besides those compared. But this is not all. If we speak of the distance as a relation between two things, we presuppose something intrinsic, some property of the things themselves, which enables them to be distant from each other. What is the distance between the syllable a and a table? The question would be nonsensical. In speaking of the distance of two things, we speak of their difference in space. Thus, we suppose both of them to be contained in space, to be points of space. Thus, we equalize them as being both existences of space, and only after having them equalize sub specie spati, we distinguish them as different points of space. To belong to space is their unity. But what is this unity of objects exchanged against each other? This exchange is not a relation which exists between them as natural things. It is likewise not a relation which they bear as natural things to human needs, for it is not the degree of their utility that determines the quantities in which they exchange. What is therefore their identity, which enables them to be exchanged in certain proportions for one another? As what do they become exchangeable? In fact, in all this, Bailey merely follows the author of the Verbal Observations. Value cannot alter as to one of the objects compared without altering as to the other. This again simply means that the expression of the value of one commodity in another commodity can only change as such an expression, and the expression as such presupposes not one but two commodities. Mr. Bailey is of the opinion that if one were to consider only two commodities in exchange with one another, one would automatically discover the mere relativity of value in his sense. The fool. As if it were not just as necessary to say, in connection with two commodities which exchange for one another, two products which are related to one another as commodities, in what they are identical, as it would be in the case of 1,000. For that matter, if only two products existed, the products would never become commodities, and consequently the exchange value of commodities would never revolve either. The necessity for the labor in product 1 to manifest itself as social labor would not arise. Because the product is not produced as an immediate object of consumption for the producers, but only as a bearer of value, as a claim, so to speak, to a certain quantity of all materialized social labor, all products as values are compelled to assume a form of existence distinct from their existence as use values. And it is this development of the labor embodied in them as social labor. It is the development of their value which determines the formation of money, the necessity for commodities to represent themselves in respect of one another as money, which means merely as independent forms of existence of exchange value. And they can only do this by setting apart one commodity from the mass of commodities, and all of them measuring their values in the use value of this excluded commodity, thereby directly transforming the labor embodied in this exclusive commodity into general social labor. Mr. Bailey, with his queer way of thinking which only grasps the surface appearance of things, concludes, on the contrary, only because, besides commodities, money exists, and we are so used to regarding the value of commodities not in their relation to one another but as a relation to a third, as a third relation distinct from the direct relation, is the concept of value evolved. And consequently, value is transformed from the merely quantitative relation in which commodities are exchanged for one another into something independent of this relation. And this, he thinks, transforms the value of commodities into something absolute, into a scholastic entity, existing in isolation from the commodities. According to Bailey, it is not the determination of the product as value which leads to the establishment of money and which expresses itself in money, but it is the existence of money which leads to the fiction of the concept of value. Historically, it is quite correct that the search for value is at first based on money, the visible expression of the commodities as value, and that consequently the search for the definition of value is wrongly represented as a search for a commodity of invariable value, or for a commodity which is an invariable measure of value. Since Mr. Bailey now demonstrates that money, as an external measure of value, an expression of value, has fulfilled its purpose, even though it has a variable value, he thinks he has done away with the question of the concept of value, which is not affected by the variability of the magnitudes of value of commodities, and that in fact it is no longer necessary to attribute any meaning at all to value. Because the representation of the value of a commodity in money, in a third exclusive commodity, does not exclude variation in the value of this third commodity, because the problem of an invariable measure of value disappears, the problem of the determination of value itself disappears. Bailey carries on with this insipid rigmarole for hundreds of pages, with great self-satisfaction. The following passages, in which he constantly repeats the same thing, are, in part, illicitly copied from the verbal disputes. Supposing that only two commodities existed, both exchangeable in proportion to the amount of labor they contained, if A should at any subsequent period require double the quantity of labor for its production, while B continued to require only the same, A would become of double value to B. But although B continued to be produced by the same labor, it would not continue of the same value, for it would exchange for only half of the quantity of A, the only commodity by the supposition with which it could be compared. It is from this circumstance of constant reference to other commodities, instead of regarding value merely as a relation between two commodities, or to money when we are speaking of the relation between any two commodities, that the notion of value as something intrinsic and absolute has arisen. What I assert is that if all commodities were produced under exactly the same circumstances, as for instance by labor alone, any commodity which always required the same quantity of labor could not be invariable in value. That is, invariable when its value is expressed in other commodities, a tautology, while every other commodity underwent alteration. Value is nothing intrinsic or absolute. It is impossible to designate or express the value of a commodity except by a quantity of some other commodity, as impossible as it is to designate or express a thought except by a quantity of syllables. Hence Bailey concludes that a thought is syllables. Instead of regarding value as a relation between two objects, they, Ricardo and his followers, seem to consider it as a positive result produced by a definite quantity of labor. Because the values of A and B, according to their doctrine, are to each other as the quantities of producing labor, or are determined by the quantities of producing labor, they appear to have concluded that the value of A alone, without reference to anything else, is as the quantity of its producing labor. There is no meaning, certainly, in this last proposition. They speak of value as a sort of general and independent property. The value of a commodity must be its value in something. We can see why it is so important for Bailey to limit value to two commodities, to understand it as the relation between two commodities. But a difficulty now arises. Quote, the value of a commodity denoting its relation of exchange to some other commodity, end quote. What is, in this context, the purpose of the relation of exchange? Why not its exchange? But at the same time, exchange is intended to express a definite relation, not merely the fact of exchange. Hence, value is equal to relation in exchange. We may speak of it as money value, corn value, cloth value, according to the commodity with which it is compared. And hence there are 1,000 different kinds of value, as many kinds of value as there are commodities in existence, and all are equally real and equally nominal. Here we have it. Value equals price. There is no difference between them, and there is no intrinsic difference between money price and any other expression of price, although it is the money price and not the cloth price, etc., which expresses the nominal value, the general value of the commodity. But although the commodity has 1,000 different kinds of value, or 1,000 different prices, as many kinds of value as there are commodities in existence, all these 1,000 expressions always express the same value. The best proof of this is that all these different expressions are equivalents, which not only can replace one another in this expression, but do replace one another in exchange itself. This relation of the commodity, with the price of which we are concerned, is expressed in 1,000 different relations in exchange to all the different commodities, and yet always expresses the same relation. Thus, this relation, which remains the same, is distinct from its 1,000 different expressions, or value is different from price, and the prices are only expressions of value. Money price is the general expression, other prices are particular expressions. It is not even this simple conclusion that Bailey arrives at. In this context, Ricardo is not a fictionist, but Bailey is a fetishist, in that he conceives value, though not as a property of the individual object considered in isolation, but as a relation of objects to one another, while it is only a representation in objects, an objective expression of a relation between men, a social relation, the relationship of men to their reciprocal productive activity. Part B. Confusion with regard to profit and the value of labor. Bailey says the following about the value of labor. Hence, Mr. Ricardo, ingeniously enough, avoids a difficulty which, on a first view, threatens to encumber his doctrine, that value depends on the quantity of labor employed in production. If this principle is rigidly adhered to, it follows that the value of labor depends on the quantity of labor employed in producing it, which is evidently absurd. By a dexterous turn, therefore, Mr. Ricardo makes the value of labor depend on the quantity of labor required to produce wages. Or, to give him the benefit of his own language, he maintains that the value of labor is to be estimated by the quantity of labor required to produce wages, by which he means the quantity of labor required to produce the money or commodities given to the laborer. This is similar to saying that the value of cloth is to be estimated not by the quantity of labor bestowed on its production, but by the quantity of labor bestowed on the production of the silver for which the cloth is exchanged. This is a justified criticism of Ricardo's mistake of making capital exchange directly with labor, instead of with labor power. It is the same objection which we have already come across in another form, nothing else. Bailey's comparison cannot be applied to labor power. It is not cloth, but an organic product, such as mutton, that he ought to compare with living labor power. Apart from the labor involved in tending livestock and that required for the production of their food, the labor required for their production is not to be understood as meaning labor which they themselves perform in the act of consumption, the act of eating, drinking, in short, the appropriation of those products or means of subsistence. It is just the same with labor power. What does the labor required for its production consist of? Apart from the labor involved in developing a person's labor power, his education, his apprenticeship, and this hardly arises in relation to unskilled labor, its reproduction costs no labor apart from that involved in the reproduction of the means of subsistence which the laborer consumes. The appropriation of these means of subsistence is not labor, any more than the labor contained in the cloth, in addition to the labor of the weaver and the labor which is contained in the wool, the dye stuff, etc., comprises the chemical or physical action of the wool in absorbing the dye stuff, etc., an action which corresponds to the appropriation of the means of subsistence by the worker or the cattle. Bailey then seeks to invalidate Ricardo's law that the value of labor and profit stand in inverse proportion to one another. He seeks, moreover, to invalidate that part of it which is correct. Like Ricardo, he identifies surplus value with profit. He does not mention the one possible exception to this law, namely, when the working day is lengthened and the workers and capitalists share equally in that prolongation. But even then, since the value of the working power will be consumed more quickly, in fewer years, the surplus value rises at the expense of the working man's life, and his working power depreciates in comparison with the surplus value it yields to the capitalist. Bailey's reasoning is most superficial. Its starting point is his conception of value. The value of the commodity is the expression of its value in a certain quantity of other values in use, the use value of other commodities. The value of labor is thus equal to the quantity of other commodities, use values, for which it is exchanged. The real problem, how it is possible to express the value in exchange of A in the value in use of B, does not even occur to him. So long, therefore, as the worker receives the same quantity of commodities, the value of labor remains unchanged, because, as before, it is expressed in the same quantity of other useful things. Profit, on the other hand, expresses a relation to capital, or else to the total product. The portion received by the worker can, however, remain the same, although the proportion received by the capitalist rises if the productivity of labor increases. It is not clear why, in dealing with capital, we suddenly come to a proportion and of what use this proportion is supposed to be to the capitalist, since the value of what he receives is determined not by the proportion, but by its expression in other commodities. The point he makes here has in fact already been mentioned by Malthus. Wages are equal to a quantity of use values. Profit, on the other hand, is, but Bailey must avoid saying so, a relation of value. If I measure wages according to use value and profit according to exchange value, it is quite evident that neither an inverse nor any other kind of relation exists between them, because I should then be comparing incommensurable magnitudes, things which have nothing in common. But what Bailey says here about the value of labor applies, according to his principle, to the value of every other commodity as well. It is nothing but a certain quantity of other things exchanged against it. If I receive 20 pounds of twist for 1 pound sterling, then according to this theory, the value of the 1 pound sterling always remains the same, and will therefore be always paid, although the labor required to produce 1 pound of twist can, on one occasion, be double that required on another. The most ordinary merchant does not believe that he is getting the same value for his 1 pound sterling when he receives 1/4 of wheat for it in a period of famine, and the same amount in a period of glut. But the concept of value ends here, and there remains only the unexplained and inexplicable fact that a quantity of A is exchanged against the quantity of B in an arbitrary proportion. And whatever that proportion may be, it is an equivalent. Even Bailey's formula, the value of A expressed in B, thus becomes quite meaningless. If the value of A is expressed in B, the same value is supposed to be expressed at one time in A and at another time in B, so that when it is expressed in B, the value of A remains the same as it was before. But according to Bailey, there is no value of A that could be expressed in B, because neither A nor B have a value apart from that expression. The value of A expressed in B must be something quite different from the value of A in C, as different as B and C are. It is not the same value, identical in both expressions, but there are two relations of A which have nothing in common with each other, and of which it would be nonsense to say that they are equivalent expressions. A rise or fall of labor implies an increase or decrease in the quantity of the commodity given in exchange for it. Nonsense. From Bailey's standpoint, there can be no rise or fall in the value of labor, nor in the value of any other thing. For 1 A, I get today for 3 Bs, tomorrow 6 Bs, and the day after tomorrow 2 Bs. But, according to Bailey, in all these cases, the value of A is nothing but the quantity of B for which it has been exchanged. It was 3 Bs, it is now 6 Bs. How can its value be said to have risen or fallen? The A expressed in 3 Bs had a different value from that expressed in 6 Bs or 2 Bs, but then it is not the identical A which, at the identical time, has been exchanged for 3 or 2 or 6 Bs. The identical A, at the identical time, has always been expressed in the same quantity of B. It is only with regard to different moments of time that it could be said that the value of A had changed. But it is only with contemporaneous commodities that A can be exchanged, and it is only the fact of exchange, not even the mere possibility of exchange, with other commodities which makes, according to Bailey, A a value. It is only the actual relation in exchange which constitutes its value, and the actual relation in exchange can of course only take place for the same A at the identical time. Bailey therefore declares the comparison of commodity values at different periods to be nonsense. But at the same time, he should also have declared that the rise or fall of value, which is impossible if there is no comparison between the value of a commodity at one time and its value at another time, to be nonsense, and consequently also the rise or fall in the value of labor. Labor is an exchangeable thing, or one which commands other things in exchange. But the term profits denotes only a share or proportion of commodities, not an article which can be exchanged against other articles. When we ask whether wages have risen, we mean whether a definite portion of labor exchanges for a greater quantity of other things than before. Thus, when corn becomes dearer, the value of labor falls because less corn is exchanged for it. On the other hand, if cloth becomes cheaper at the same time, the value of labor rises simultaneously, because more cloth can be exchanged for it. Thus, the value of labor both rises and falls at the same time, and the two expressions of its value in corn and in cloth are not identical, not equivalent, because its increased value cannot be equal to its reduced value. But when we ask whether profits have risen, we mean whether the gain of the capitalist bears a higher ratio to the capital employed. The value of labor does not entirely depend on the proportion of the whole produce which is given to the laborers in exchange for their labor, but also on the productiveness of labor. The proposition that when labor rises, profits must fall is true only when its rise is not owing to an increase in its productive powers. If this productive power be augmented, that is, if the same labor produce more commodities in the same time, labor may rise in value without a fall, nay, even with a rise of profits. Accordingly, it can also be said of every other commodity that a rise in its value does not imply a fall in the value of the other commodity with which it exchanges, nay, may even imply a rise in value on the other side. For instance, supposing the same labor which produced 1 quarter of corn now produces 3 quarters. The 3 quarters cost £1, as the 1 quarter did before. If 2 quarters are now exchanged for £1, the value of money has risen, because it is expressed in 2 quarters instead of 1. Thus, the purchaser of corn gets a greater value for his money. But the seller, who sells for £1 what has cost him only 2/3 of £1, gains 1/3, and thus the value of his corn has risen at the same time that the money price of corn has fallen. Whatever the produce of the labor of 6 men might be, whether 100 or 200 or 300 quarters of corn, yet so long as the proportion of the capitalist was 1/4 of the produce, that 4th part estimated in labor would be invariably the same. And so would the 3/4 of the produce accruing to the laborers, if estimated in labor. Were the produce 100 quarters, then, as 75 quarters would be given to 6 men, the 25 accruing to the capitalist would command the labor of 2 men. And that given to the laborers would command the labor of 6 men. If the produce were 300 quarters, the 6 men would obtain 225 quarters, and the 75 falling to the capitalist would still command 2 men and no more. Likewise, the 225 quarters falling to the 6 men would still command 6 men and no more. Why does the almighty Bailey then forbid Ricardo to estimate the portion of the men, as well as that of the capitalist, in labor, and compare their mutual value as expressed in labor? Thus, a rise in the proportion which went to the capitalist would be the same as an increase in the value of profits estimated in labor. How can he speak of the value of profits and an increase in their value if profit does not denote an article which can be exchanged against other articles, see above, and consequently denotes no value? And on the other hand, is a rise in the proportion which went to the capitalist possible without a fall in the proportion that goes to the laborer? Or in other words, an increase in their power of commanding labor? And is this increase in the power of the capitalist to appropriate the labor of others not exactly identical with the decrease in the power of the laborer to appropriate his own labor? Should it be objected to the doctrine of profits and the value of labor rising at the same time, that as the commodity produced is the only source whence the capitalist and the laborer can obtain their remuneration, it necessarily follows that when one gains, the other loses? The reply is obvious. So long as the product continues the same, this is undeniably true. But it is equally undeniable that if the product be doubled, the portion of both may be increased, although the proportion of one is lessened and that of the other is augmented. This is just what Ricardo says. The proportion of both cannot increase, and if the portion of both increases, it cannot increase in the same proportion, as otherwise portion and proportion would be identical. The proportion of the one cannot increase without that of the other decreasing. However, Mr. Bailey calls the portion of the laborer value of wages, and the proportion of the capitalist value of profits. In other words, that the same commodity has 2 values for him, one in the hands of the laborer and the other in the hands of the capitalist, is nonsense of his own. So long as the product continues the same, this is undeniably true, but it is equally undeniable that if the product be doubled, the portion of both may be increased, although the proportion of one is lessened and that of the other augmented. Now it is an increase in the portion of the product assigned to the laborer, which constitutes a rise in the value of his labor. Because here we understand by value a certain quantity of articles. But it is an increase in the proportion assigned to the capitalist, which constitutes a rise in profits. Because here we understand value by the same articles not estimated by their quantity, but by the labor worked up in them. Whence, that is, because of the absurd use of 2 measures, in the one case, articles, in the other case, the value of the same articles, It clearly follows that there is nothing inconsistent in the supposition of a simultaneous rise in both. This absurd argument against Ricardo is quite futile, since he merely declares that the value of the two portions must rise and fall in inverse proportion to one another. It merely amounts to a repetition by Bailey of his proposition that value is the quantity of articles exchanged for an article. In dealing with profit, he was bound to find himself in an embarrassing position. For here, the value of capital is compared with the value of the product. Here, he seeks refuge in taking value to mean the value of an article estimated in labor, in the Malthusian manner. Value is a relation between contemporary commodities, because such only admit of being exchanged for each other. And if we compare the value of a commodity at one time with its value at another, it is only a comparison of the relation in which it stood at these different times to some other commodity. Consequently, as has been stated, value can neither rise nor fall. For this always involves comparing the value of a commodity at one time with its value at another. A commodity cannot be sold below its value any more than above it, for its value is what it is sold for. Value and market price are identical. In fact, one cannot speak either of contemporary commodities or of present values, but only of past ones. What is the value of 1 quarter of wheat? The 1 pound for which it was sold yesterday. For its value is only what one gets in exchange for it, and as long as it is not exchanged, its relation to money is only imaginary. But as soon as the exchange has been transacted, we have 1 pound instead of the quarter of wheat, and we can no longer speak of the value of the quarter of wheat. In comparing values at different periods, Bailey has in mind merely academic researches into the different values of commodities, for example in the 18th and the 16th centuries. There, the difficulty arises from the fact that the same monetary expression of value, owing to the vicissitudes of the value of money itself, denotes different values at different times. The difficulty here lies in reducing the money price to value. But what a fool he is! Is it not a fact that in the process of circulation, or the process of reproduction of capital, the value of one period is constantly compared with that of another period, an operation upon which production itself is based? Mr. Bailey does not understand at all what the expressions, to determine the value of commodities by labor time or by the value of labor, mean. He simply does not understand the difference. I beg not to be understood as contending either that the values of commodities are to each other as the quantities of labor necessary for their production, or that the values of commodities are to each other as the values of the labor. All that I intend to insist upon is that if the former is true, the latter cannot be false. The determination of the value of commodities by the value of another commodity, and insofar as they are determined by the value of labor, they are determined by another commodity, for value of labor presupposes labor as a commodity, and its determination by a third entity, which has neither value nor is itself a commodity, but is the substance of value, and that which turns products into commodities, are for Bailey identical. In the first case, it is a question of a measure of the value of commodities, that is, of money, of a commodity in which the other commodities express their value. In order that this can happen, the values of commodities must already be presupposed. The commodity which measures, as well as that to be measured, must have a third element in common. In the second case, this identity itself is first established, later it is expressed in the price, either money price or any other price. Bailey identifies the invariable measure of value with the search for an immanent measure of value, that is, the concept of value itself. So long as the two are confused, it is even a reasonable instinct which leads to the search for an invariable measure of value. Variability is precisely the characteristic of value. The term invariable expresses the fact that the immanent measure of value must not itself be a commodity, a value, but rather something which constitutes value, and which is therefore also the immanent measure of value. Bailey demonstrates that commodity values can find a monetary expression, and that if the value relation of commodities is given, all commodities can express their value in one commodity, although the value of this commodity may change. But it nevertheless always remains the same for the other commodities at a given time, since it changes simultaneously in relation to all of them. From this, he concludes that no value relation between commodities is necessary, nor is there any need to look for one. Because he finds it reflected in the monetary expression, he does not need to understand how this expression becomes possible, how it is determined, and what, in fact, it expresses. These remarks in general apply to Bailey as they do to Malthus, since he believes that one is concerned with the same question, on the same plane, whether one makes the quantity of labor or value of labor the measure of value. In the latter case, one presupposes the values whose measure is being sought. That is to say, their external measure, their representation as value. In the first case, one investigates the genesis and immanent nature of value itself. In the second, the development of the commodity into money, or the form which exchange value acquires in the process of the exchange of commodities. In the first, we are concerned with value, independent of this representation, or rather, antecedent to this representation. Bailey has this in common with the other fools. To determine the value of commodities means to find their monetary expression, an external measure of value. They say, however, impelled by an instinctive thought, that this measure then must have invariable value, and must itself therefore stand outside the category of value, whereas Bailey says that one does not need to understand it, since one does, in fact, find the expression of value in practice, and this expression itself has and can have variable value without prejudice to its function. In particular, he himself has informed us that 100, 200, or 300 quarters can be the product of the labor of 6 men, that is, of the same quantity of labor, whereas value of labor only means for him the portion of the 100, 200, or 300 quarters which the 6 men receive. This could be 50, 60, or 70 quarters per man. The quantity of labor and the value of the same quantity of labor are therefore, according to Bailey himself, very different expressions. And how can it be the same if the value is expressed first in one thing and then in something essentially different? If the same labor which formerly produced 3 quarters of corn now produces 1 quarter, while the same labor which formerly produced 20 yards of cloth, or 3 quarters of corn, still produces 20 yards, then reckoned according to labor time, 1 quarter of corn is now equal to 20 yards of cloth, or 20 yards of cloth to 1 quarter of corn, and 3 quarters of corn equal to 60 yards of cloth instead of 20. Thus, the values of the quarter of corn and the yard of linen have been altered relatively, but they have by no means been altered according to the value of labor, for 1 quarter of corn and 20 yards of cloth remain the same use values as before. And it is possible that 1 quarter of corn does not command a larger quantity of labor than before. If we take a single commodity, then Bailey's assertion makes no sense whatever. If the labor time required for the production of shoes decreases, and now only 1/10 of the labor time formerly required is necessary, then the value of shoes drops to 1/10 of the former value. And this also holds true when the shoes are compared with or expressed in other commodities, provided the labor required for their production has remained the same or has not decreased at the same rate. Nevertheless, the value of labor, for example the daily wages in shoemaking as well as in all other industries, may have remained the same, or it may have even increased. Less labor is contained in the individual shoe, hence also less paid labor. But when one speaks of the value of labor, one does not mean that for 1 hour's labor, i.e. for a smaller quantity of labor, less is paid than for a greater quantity. Bailey's proposition could have meaning only in relation to the total product of capital. Suppose 200 pairs of shoes are the product of the same capital and the same labor which formerly produced 100 pairs. In this case, the value of the 200 pairs is the same as previously that of 100 pairs. And it could be said that 200 pairs of shoes are to 1,000 yards of linen, say the product of 200 pounds of capital, as the value of the labor set in motion by the 2 amounts of capital. In what sense? In the sense in which it would also apply to the relation of the individual shoe to the single yard of linen? The value of labor is the part of the labor time contained in a commodity which the worker himself appropriates. It is the part of the product in which the labor time which belongs to the worker himself is embodied. If the entire value of a commodity is reduced to paid and unpaid labor time, and if the rate of unpaid to paid labor is the same, that is, if surplus value constitutes the same proportion of total value in all commodities, then it is clear that if the ratio of one commodity to another is proportional to the total quantity of labor they contain, they must also represent equal proportionate parts of these total quantities of labor, and their ratio must therefore also be as that of paid labor time in one commodity to the paid labor time in the other. C, being commodity, is to C prime as TLT, that is total labor time embodied in C, to TLT prime. TLT over X equals the paid labor time in C, and TLT prime over X equals the paid labor time in C prime, since it is presupposed that the paid labor time in both commodities constitutes the same proportional part of the total labor time. C is to C prime as TLT is to TLT prime. TLT is to TLT prime as TLT over X is to TLT prime over X. Therefore, C is to C prime as TLT over X is to TLT prime over X, or the commodities are to one another as the quantities of paid labor time contained in them, that is, as the values of the labor contained in them. The value of labor is then, however, not determined in the way Bailey would like, but by the labor time contained in the commodity. Further, disregarding the conversion of values into prices of production, and considering only the values themselves, capitals consist of different proportions of variable and constant capital. Hence, as far as values are concerned, the surplus values are not equal, or the paid labor does not form the same proportion of the total labor advanced. In general, wages, or values of labor, would here be indices of the values of commodities, not as values, not insofar as wages rise or fall, but insofar as the quantity of paid labor represented by wages contained in a commodity would be an index of the total quantity of the labor contained in the corresponding commodities. In a word, the point is that if the values of the commodities are to one another as LT to LT prime, the amounts of labor time contained in them, then their ratio is likewise as LT over X to LT prime over X, i.e. the amounts of paid labor time embodied in them, if the proportion of the paid labor time to unpaid is the same in all commodities. That is, if the paid labor time is always equal to the total labor time, whatever this may be, divided by X. But the if does not correspond to the real state of affairs. Supposing that the workers in different industries work the same amount of surplus labor time, the relation of paid to actually employed labor time is nevertheless different in different industries, because the ratio of immediate labor employed to accumulated labor employed is different. Let us take two capitals, consisting, for example, the one of 50 variable and 50 constant, and the other of 10 variable and 90 constant. In both cases, let the unpaid labor amount to 1/10. The value of the first commodity would accordingly be 105, of the second, 101. The paid labor time would be equal to 1/2 of the labor advanced in the first case and only to 1/10 in the second. Bailey says, if commodities are to each other as the quantities, they must also be to each other as the values of the producing labor. For the contrary would necessarily imply that the two commodities A and B might be equal in value, although the value of the labor employed in one was greater or less than the value of the labor employed in the other, or that A and B might be unequal in value if the labor employed in each was equal in value. But this difference in the value of two commodities which were produced by labor of equal value would be inconsistent with the acknowledged equality of profits, which Mr. Ricardo maintains in common with other writers. In this last phrase, Bailey stumbles unconsciously on a real objection to Ricardo, who directly identifies profit with surplus value and values with cost prices. Correctly stated, it is, if the commodities are sold at their value, they yield unequal profits, for then profit is equal to the surplus value embodied in them. And this is correct. But this objection does not refer to the theory of value, but to a blunder of Ricardo's in applying this theory. How little Bailey himself in the above passage can have correctly understood the problem is shown in the following statement. Ricardo, on the other hand, maintains that labor may rise and fall in value without affecting the value of the commodity. This is obviously a very different proposition from the other, and depends, in fact, on the falsity of the other, or on the contrary proposition. The fool himself previously asserted that the result of the same labor may be 100, 200, or 300 quarters of corn. This determines the relation of a quarter to other commodities irrespective of the changing value of labor, that is, irrespective of how much of the 100, 200, or 300 quarters falls to the laborer himself. The fool would have shown some consistency if he had said, the values of labor may rise or fall, nevertheless the values of commodities are as the values of labor, because, according to a false assumption, the rise or fall of wages is general, and the value of wages always forms the same proportionate part of the total quantity of labor employed. Part C. Confusion of value and price. Bailey's subjective standpoint. Bailey says, the capability of expressing the values of commodities has nothing to do with the constancy of their values. Indeed not. But it has much to do with first finding the value before expressing it, finding in what way the values in use, so different from each other, fall under the common category and denomination of value, so that the value of one commodity may be expressed in the other. Either to each other or to the medium employed, neither has the capability of comparing these expressions of value anything to do with it. If the values of different commodities are expressed in the same third commodity, however variable its value may be, it is of course very easy to compare these expressions, which already have a common denomination. Whether A is worth 4B or 6B. The difficulty consists in equating A with a portion of B, and this is only possible if there exists a common element for A and B, or if A and B are different representations of the same element. If all commodities are to be expressed in gold or money, the difficulty remains the same. There must be an element common to gold and to each of the other commodities. And whether C is worth 8B or 12B are circumstances which make no difference in the power of expressing the value of A and C in B, and certainly no difference in the power of comparing the value of A and C when expressed. But how is it possible to express A in B or C? In order to express them in each other, or what amounts to the same thing, to treat them as equivalent expressions of the same unity, A, B, and C must all be considered as something different from what they are as things, as products, as values in use. A equals 4B. Then the value of A is expressed in 4B, and the value of 4B in A, so that both sides express the same. They are equivalents. They are both equal expressions of value. It would be the same if they were unequal ones, or A greater than 4B, A smaller than 4B. In all these cases, they are, insofar as they are values, only different or equal in quantity, but they are always quantities of the same quality. The difficulty is to find this quality. The requisite condition in the process is that the commodities to be measured should be reduced to a common denomination. For example, in order to compare a triangle with any of the other polygons, it is only necessary to transform the latter into triangles, to express them in triangles. But to do this, the triangle and the polygon are in fact supposed to be something identical, different figures of the same thing, space, which may be done at all times with equal facility, or rather, it is ready done to our hands, since it is the prices of commodities which are recorded, or their relations in value to money. Estimating value is the same thing as expressing it. We have the fellow here. We find the values measured, expressed in the prices. We can therefore, asserts Bailey, content ourselves with not knowing what value is. He confuses the development of the measure of value into money, and further the development of money as the standard of price, with the discovery of the concept of value itself in its development as the immanent measure of commodities in exchange. He's right in thinking that this money need not be a commodity of invariable value. From this, he concludes that no separate determination of value, independent of the commodity itself, is necessary. As soon as the value of commodities, as the element they have in common, is given, the measurement of their relative value and the expression of this value coincide. But we can never arrive at the expression so long as we do not find the common factor, which is different from the immediate existence of the commodities. This is shown by the very example he gives, the distance between A and B. When one speaks of their distance, one already presupposes that they are points or lines in space. Having been reduced to points and points of the same line, their distance may be expressed in inches or feet, etc. The element the two commodities A and B have in common is, at first sight, their exchangeability. They are exchangeable objects. As exchangeable objects, they are magnitudes of the same denomination. But this, their existence as exchangeable objects, must be different from their existence as values in use. Money is already a representation of value, and presupposes it. As the standard of price, money, for its part, already presupposes the hypothetical transformation of the commodity into money. If the values of all commodities are represented in money prices, then one can compare them. They are, in fact, already compared. But for the value to be represented as price, the value of commodities must have been expressed previously as money. Money is merely the form in which the value of commodities appears in the process of circulation. But how can one express X cotton in Y money? This question resolves itself into this. How is it at all possible to express one commodity in another, or how to present commodities as equivalents? Only the elaboration of value, independent of the representation of one commodity in another, provides the answer. It is a mistake that the relation of value can exist between commodities at different periods, which is in the nature of the case impossible, and if no relation exists, there can be no measurement of it. We have already had the same nonsense before. The, quote, relation of value between commodities at different periods, end quote, already exists when money acts as means of payment. The whole circulation process is a perpetual comparison of values of commodities at different periods. If money is not a good medium of comparison between commodities at different periods, it asserts its incapability of performing a function in a case where there is no function for it to perform. Money has this function to perform as means of payment and as treasure. All this is simply copied from the verbal observer, and in fact the secret of the whole nonsense oozes out in the following phrase, which has also convinced me that the verbal observations, which were carefully concealed by Bailey, were used by him in the manner of a plagiarist. Riches are the attribute of men. Value is the attribute of commodities. A man or a community is rich. A pearl or diamond is valuable. A pearl or a diamond is valuable as a pearl or a diamond, that is, by their qualities, as values in use for men, that is, as riches. But there is nothing in a pearl or diamond by which a relation of exchange between them is given, etc. Bailey now becomes a profound philosopher. Difference between labor as cause and measure, and in general between cause and measure of value. There is, in actual fact, a very significant difference, which Bailey does not notice, between measure, in the sense of money, and cause of value. The cause of value transforms use values into value. The external measure of value already presupposes the existence of value. For example, gold can only measure the value of cotton if gold and cotton as values possess a common factor, which is different from both. The cause of value is the substance of value, and hence also its immanent measure. Whatever circumstances act with assignable influence, whether mediately or immediately, on the mind in the interchange of commodities, may be considered as causes of value. This in fact means nothing more than the cause of the value of a commodity, or of the fact that two commodities are equivalent, are the circumstances which cause the seller, perhaps both the buyer and the seller, to consider something to be the value, or the equivalent, of a commodity. The circumstances which determine the value of a commodity are by no means further elucidated by being described as circumstances which influence the mind of those engaging in exchange, as circumstances which, as such, likewise exist, or perhaps they do not, or perhaps they are incorrectly conceived, in the consciousness of those engaging in exchange. The same circumstances, independent of the mind but influencing it, which compel the producers to sell their products as commodities, circumstances which differentiate one form of social production from another, provide their products with an exchange value which, also in their mind, is independent of their use value. Their mind, their consciousness, may be completely ignorant of, unaware of the existence of, what in fact determines the value of their products, or their products as values. They are placed in relationships which determine their thinking, but they may not know it. Anyone can use money as money without necessarily understanding what money is. Economic categories are reflected in the mind in a very distorted fashion. Bailey transfers the problem into the sphere of consciousness because his theory has got stuck. Instead of explaining what he himself understands by value or cause of value, Bailey tells us that it is something which buyers and sellers imagine in the act of exchange. In fact, however, the following considerations are the basis of the would-be philosophical proposition. Firstly, the market price is determined by various circumstances which express themselves in the relation of demand and supply, and which, as such, influence the mind of the operators in the market. This is a very important discovery. Secondly, in connection with the conversion of commodity values into cost prices, various circumstances are taken into account which, as reasons for compensation, influence the mind or are reflected in the mind. All these reasons for compensation, however, affect only the mind of the capitalist as capitalist, and stem from the nature of capitalist production itself, and not from the subjective notions of buyers and sellers. In their mind, they exist rather as self-evident, eternal truths. Like his predecessors, Bailey catches hold of Ricardo's confusion of values and cost prices in order to prove that value is not determined by labor, because cost prices are deviations from values. Although this is quite correct in relation to Ricardo's identification of values with cost prices, it is incorrect as far as the question itself is concerned. In this context, Bailey quotes first from Ricardo himself about the change in the relative values of commodities in consequence of a rise in the value of labor. He quotes further the effect of time, different times of production though the labor time remains unchanged, the same case which aroused scruples in Mill. He does not notice the real general contradiction, the very existence of an average rate of profit, despite the different composition of capital in different industries, its different times of circulation, etc. He simply repeats the particular forms in which the contradiction appears, and which Ricardo himself and his followers had already noticed. Here, he merely echoes what has been previously said, but does not advance criticism a step forward. He emphasizes further that the costs of production are the main cause of value, and therefore the main element in value. However, he stresses correctly, as was done by other writers after Ricardo, that the concept of production costs itself varies. He himself in the last analysis expresses his agreement with Terens that value is determined by the capital advanced, which is correct in relation to cost prices, but meaningless if it is not evolved on the basis of value itself. That is, if the value of a commodity is to be derived from a more developed relationship, the value of capital, and not the other way around. His last objection is this: the value of commodities cannot be measured by labor time if the labor time in one trade is not the same as in the others, so that the commodity in which, for example, 12 hours of an engineer's labor is embodied has perhaps twice the value of the commodity in which 12 hours of the labor of an agricultural laborer is embodied. What this amounts to is the following. A simple working day, for example, is not a measure of value if there are other working days which, compared with days of simple labor, have the effect of composite working days. Ricardo showed that this fact does not prevent the measurement of commodities by labor time if the relation between unskilled and skilled labor is given. He has indeed not described how this relation develops and is determined. This belongs to the definition of wages, and in the last analysis can be reduced to the different values of labor power itself, that is, its varying production costs, determined by labor time. The passages in which Bailey expresses what has been summarized above are: it is not indeed disputed that the main circumstance which determines the quantities in which articles of this class, that is, where no monopoly exists and where it is possible to increase output by expanding industry, are exchanged, is the cost of production. But our best economists do not exactly agree on the meaning to be attached to this term, some contending that the quantity of labor expended on the production of an article constitutes its cost, others that the capital employed upon it is entitled to that appellation. What the laborer produces without capital costs him his labor. What the capitalist produces costs him his capital. This is the factor which determines Terenz's views. The labor which the capitalist employs costs him nothing apart from the capital he lays out in wages. The mass of commodities are determined in value by the capital expended upon them. Bailey raises the following objections to the determination of the value of commodities simply by the quantity of labor contained in them. Now, this cannot be true if we find any instances of the following nature. 1. Cases in which two commodities have been produced by an equal quantity of labor and yet sell for different quantities of money. 2. Cases in which two commodities, once equal in value, have become unequal in value without any change in the quantity of labor respectively employed in each. It is no answer, with regard to the cases of the first kind, to say with Mr. Ricardo that the estimation in which different qualities of labor are held comes soon to be adjusted in the market with sufficient precision for all practical purposes. Or with Mr. Mill that in estimating equal quantities of labor, an allowance would of course be included for different degrees of hardness and skill. Instances of this kind entirely destroy the integrity of the rule. There are only two possible methods of comparing one quantity of labor with another. One is to compare them by the time expended, the other by the results produced. The latter is done in the piece rate system. The former is applicable to all kinds of labor. The latter can be used only in comparing labor bestowed on similar articles. If, therefore, in estimating two different sorts of work, the time spent will not determine the proportion between the quantities of labor, it must remain undetermined and undeterminable. With reference to 2, take any two commodities of equal value, A and B, one produced by fixed capital and the other by labor, without the intervention of machinery, and suppose that without any change whatever in the fixed capital or the quantity of labor, there should happen to be a rise in the value of labor. According to Mr. Ricardo's own showing, A and B would be instantly altered in their relation to each other. That is, they would become unequal in value. To these cases, we may add the effect of time on value. If a commodity takes more time than another for its production, although no more capital and labor, its value will be greater. The influence of this cause is admitted by Mr. Ricardo, but Mr. Mill contends, and so on. Finally, Mr. Bailey remarks, and this is the only new contribution he makes in this respect, although we have arranged commodities under 3 divisions, this, i.e. the 3 divisions, is again taken from the author of the Verbal Observations. These 3 divisions depend on the existence of absolute monopoly, limited monopoly, as is the case with corn, or completely free competition. Yet they are all not only promiscuously exchanged for each other, but blended in production. A commodity, therefore, may owe part of its value to monopoly and part to those causes which determine the value of unmonopolized products. An article, for instance, may be manufactured amidst the freest competition out of a raw material, which a complete monopoly enables its producer to sell at 6 times the actual cost. In this case, it is obvious that although the value of the article might be correctly said to be determined by the quantity of capital expended upon it by the manufacturer, yet no analysis could possibly resolve the value of the capital into quantity of labor. This remark is correct, but monopoly does not concern us here, where we are dealing with 2 things only, value and cost price. It is clear that the conversion of value into cost price works in 2 ways. First, the profit which is added to the capital advanced may be either above or below the surplus value which is contained in the commodity itself. That is, it may represent more or less unpaid labor than the commodity itself contains. This applies to the variable part of capital and its reproduction in the commodity. But apart from this, the cost price of constant capital, or of the commodities which enter into the value of the newly produced commodity as raw materials, auxiliary materials, and machinery or labor conditions, may likewise be either above or below its value. Thus, the commodity comprises a portion of the price which differs from value, and this portion is independent of the quantity of labor newly added, or of the labor whereby these conditions of production, with given cost prices, are transformed into a new product. It is clear that what applies to the difference between the cost price and the value of the commodity as such, as a result of the production process, likewise applies to the commodity insofar as, in the form of constant capital, it becomes an ingredient, a precondition of the production process. Variable capital, whatever difference between value and cost price it may contain, is replaced by a certain quantity of labor, which forms a constituent part of the value of the new commodity, irrespective of whether its price expresses its value correctly or stands above or below the value. On the other hand, the difference between cost price and value, insofar as it enters into the price of the new commodity independently of its own production process, is incorporated into the value of the new commodity as an antecedent element. The difference between the cost price and the value of the commodity is thus brought about in two ways: by the difference between the cost price and the values of commodities which constitute the preconditions of the process of production of the new commodity, or by the difference between the surplus value which is really added to the conditions of production and the profit which is calculated on the capital advanced. But every commodity which enters into another commodity as constant capital itself emerges as the result, the product of another production process. And so the commodity appears alternately as a precondition for the production of other commodities and as the result of a process in which the existence of other commodities is the precondition for its own production. In agriculture, cattle breeding, the same commodity appears at one point of time as a product and at another as a condition of production. This important deviation of cost prices from values brought about by capitalist production does not alter the fact that cost prices continue to be determined by values. Section 4. McCulloch. Subsection A. Vulgarization and complete decline of the Ricardian system under the guise of its logical completion. Cynical apologia for capitalist production. Unprincipled eclecticism. McCulloch, the vulgarizer of Ricardian political economy and simultaneously the most pitiful embodiment of its decline. He vulgarizes not only Ricardo but also James Mill. He is, moreover, a vulgar economist in everything and an apologist for the existing state of affairs. His only fear, driven to ridiculous extremes, is the tendency of profit to fall. He is perfectly contented with the position of the workers and, in general, with all the contradictions of bourgeois economy which weigh heavily upon the working class. Here, everything is green. He even knows that, quote, the introduction of machines into any employment necessarily occasions an equal or greater demand for the disengaged laborers in some other employment, end quote. In this question, he deviates from Ricardo, and in his later writings, he also becomes very mealy-mouthed about the landowners. But his whole tender anxiety is reserved for the poor capitalists, in view of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Mr. McCulloch, unlike other exponents of science, seems to look not for characteristic differences, but only, quote, for resemblances, and proceeding upon this principle, he is led to confound material with immaterial objects, productive with unproductive labor, capital with revenue, the food of the laborer with the laborer himself, production with consumption, and labor with profits. End quote from Malthus, Definitions in Political Economy, published in London in 1827. Mr. McCulloch, in his Principles of Political Economy, divides value into real and exchangeable. The former, he says, is dependent on the quantity of labor required for the production of any commodity, and the latter on the quantity of labor or of any other commodity for which it will exchange. And these two values are, he says, identical in the ordinary state of things. That is, when the supply of commodities on the market is exactly proportioned to the effectual demand for them. Now, if they be identical, the two quantities of labor which he refers to must be identical also. But at page 221, he tells us that they are not, for that the one includes profits, while the other excludes them. End quote from John Cazenove, Outlines of Political Economy, published in London in 1832. McCulloch says in a note on page 221 of his Principles of Political Economy, in point of fact, the commodity will always exchange for more labor than has been required for its production, and it is this excess that constitutes profits. This is a brilliant example of the methods used by this arch-humbug of a Scotsman. The arguments of Malthus, Bailey, etc. compel him to differentiate between real value and exchangeable or relative value, but he does so basically in the way he finds the difference dealt with by Ricardo. Real value means the commodity examined with regard to the labor required for its production. Relative value implies the consideration of the proportion of different commodities which can be produced in the same amount of time, which are consequently equivalents, and the value of one of which can therefore be expressed in the quantity of use value of the other, which costs the same amount of labor time. The relative value of commodities, in this Ricardian sense, is only another expression for their real value, and means nothing more than that the commodities exchange with one another in proportion to the labor time embodied in them. In other words, that the labor time embodied in both is equal. If, therefore, the market price of a commodity is equal to its exchange value, as is the case when supply and demand are in equilibrium, then the commodity bought contains as much labor as that which is sold. It merely realizes its exchange value, or it is only sold at its exchange value when one receives the same amount of labor in exchange for it as one hands over. McCulloch relates all this, correctly repeating what has already been said. But he goes too far here, since the Malthusian definition of exchange value, the quantity of wage labor which a commodity commands, already sticks in his throat. He therefore defines relative value as, quote, the quantity of labor or of any other commodity for which it, a commodity, will exchange. Ricardo, in dealing with relative value, always speaks only of commodities and does not include labor, since in the exchange of commodities a profit is only realized because in the exchange between commodity and labor, unequal quantities of labor are exchanged. By putting the main emphasis right at the beginning of his book on the fact that the determination of the value of a commodity by the labor time embodied in it differs immensely from the determination of this value by the quantity of labor which it can buy, Ricardo, on the one hand, establishes the difference between the quantity of labor contained in a commodity and the quantity of labor which it commands. On the other hand, he excludes the exchange of a commodity and labor from the relative value of a commodity. For if a commodity is exchanged for a commodity, equal quantities of labor are exchanged. But if a commodity is exchanged for labor, unequal quantities of labor are exchanged, and capitalist production rests on the inequality of this exchange. Ricardo does not explain how this exception fits in with the concept of value. This is the reason for the arguments amongst his followers. But his instinct is sound when he makes the exception. In actual fact, there is no exception. It exists only in his formulation. Thus, McCulloch goes farther than Ricardo and is apparently more consistent than he. There is no flaw in his system. It is all of a piece. Whether a commodity is exchanged for a commodity or for labor, this ratio of exchange is the relative value of the commodity. And if the commodities exchanged are sold at their value, i.e. if demand and supply coincide, this relative value is always the expression of the real value. That is, they are equal quantities of labor at both poles of the exchange. Thus, in the ordinary state of things, a commodity only exchanges for a quantity of wage labor equal to the quantity of labor contained in it. The workman receives in wages just as much materialized labor as he gives back to the capitalist in the form of immediate labor. With this, the source of surplus value disappears, and the whole Ricardian theory collapses. Thus, Mr. McCulloch first destroys it under the appearance of making it more consistent. And what next? He then flits shamelessly from Ricardo to Malthus, according to whom the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor which it buys, and which must always be greater than that which the commodity itself contains. The only difference is that in Malthus, this is plainly stated to be what it is, opposition to Ricardo, and Mr. McCulloch adopts this opposite viewpoint after he has adopted the Ricardian formula with an apparent consistency, that is, with the consistency of incogitancy, which destroys the whole sense of the Ricardian theory. McCulloch, therefore, does not understand the essential kernel of Ricardo's teaching, how profit is realized because commodities exchange at their value, and abandons it. Since exchangeable value, which, in the ordinary state of the market, is, according to McCulloch, equal to the real value, but in point of fact is always greater, since profit is based on this surplus, a fine contradiction and a fine discourse based on a point of fact, is the quantity of labor, or of any other commodity for which the commodity is exchanged, hence what applies to labor applies to any other commodity. This means that the commodity is not only exchanged for a greater amount of immediate labor than it itself contains, but for more materialized labor in the other commodities than it itself contains. In other words, profit is profit upon expropriation. And with this, we are back again amongst the mercantilists. Malthus draws this conclusion. With McCulloch, this conclusion follows naturally, but with the pretense that this constitutes an elaboration of the Ricardian system. And this total decline of the Ricardian system into twaddle, a decline which prides itself on being its most consistent exposition, has been accepted by the mob, especially by the mob on the continent, with Herr Roscher naturally amongst them. As the conclusion of the Ricardian system carried too far to its extreme limit, they thus believe, Mr. McCulloch, that the Ricardian mode of coughing and spitting, which he uses to conceal his helpless, thoughtless, and unprincipled eclecticism, is in fact a scientific attempt to set forth Ricardo's system consistently. McCulloch is simply a man who wanted to turn Ricardian economics to his own advantage, an aim in which he succeeded in a most remarkable degree. In the same way Say used Smith, but Say at least made a contribution by bringing Smith's theories into a certain formal order, and apart from his conceptions, he occasionally also ventured to advance theoretical objections. Since McCulloch first obtained a professional chair in London on account of Ricardian economics, in the beginning he had to come forward as a Ricardian, and especially to participate in the struggle against the landlords. As soon as he had obtained a foothold and climbed to a position on Ricardo's shoulders, his main effort was directed to expounding political economy, especially Ricardian economics, within the framework of Whiggism, and to eliminate all conclusions which were distasteful to the Whigs. His last works on money, taxes, etc. are mere pleas on behalf of the Whig cabinet of the day. In this way, the man secured lucrative jobs. His statistical writings are merely catchpenny efforts. The incogitant decline and vulgarization of the theory likewise reveal the fellow himself as a vulgarian, a matter to which we shall have to return before we are done with that speculating Scotsman. In 1828, McCulloch published Smith's Wealth of Nations, and the fourth volume of this edition contains his own Notes and Dissertations, in which, to pad out the volume, he reprints in part some mediocre essays which he had published previously, for example on entail, and which have absolutely nothing to do with the matter, and in part his lectures on the history of political economy repeated almost verbatim. He himself says that he largely draws upon them. In part, however, he tries in his own way to assimilate the new ideas advanced in the interim by Mill and Ricardo's opponents. In his Principles of Political Economy, Mr. McCulloch presents us with nothing more than a copy of his Notes and Dissertations, which he had already copied from his earlier scattered manuscripts. But things turned out slightly worse in the Principles, for inconsistencies are of less importance in notes than in an allegedly methodical treatment. Thus the passages quoted above, though they are in part taken verbatim from the notes, look rather less inconsistent in these notes than they do in the Principles. In addition, the Principles contain plagiarisms of Mill amplified by absurd illustrations, and reprints of articles on corn trade, etc., which he has repeatedly published, maybe verbatim, under 20 different titles in different periodicals, often even in the same periodical at different periods. In the above-mentioned Volume 4 of his edition of Adam Smith, published in London in 1828, McCulloch says, he repeats the same thing word for word in his Principles of Political Economy, but without making the distinction which he still felt to be necessary in the notes. It is necessary to distinguish between the exchangeable value and the real or cost value of commodities or products. By the first, or the exchangeable value of a commodity or product, is meant its power or capacity of exchanging, either for other commodities or for labor. And by the second, or its real or cost value, is meant the quantity of labor which is required for its production or appropriation, or rather, the quantity which would be required for the production or appropriation of a similar commodity at the time when the investigation is made. A commodity produced by a certain quantity of labor will, when the supply of commodities is equal to the effectual demand, uniformly exchange for or buy any other commodity produced by the same quantity of labor. It will never, however, exchange for or buy exactly the same quantity of labor that produced it, but though it will not do this, it will always exchange for or buy the same quantity of labor as any other commodity produced under the same circumstances, or by means of the same quantity of labor as itself. In point of fact, this phrase is repeated literally in the Principles, since, in point of fact, this in point of fact constitutes the whole of his deduction. It, the commodity, will always exchange for more, viz. For more labor than that by which it was produced. And it is this excess that constitutes profits. No capitalist could have any motive, as if the motive of the buyer was the point in question when dealing with the exchange of commodities and the investigation of their value, to exchange the produce of a given quantity of labor already performed for the produce of the same quantity of labor to be performed. This would be to lend, to exchange would be to lend, without receiving any interest on the loan. Let us start at the end. If the capitalist did not get back more labor than the amount he advances in wages, he would lend without receiving a profit. What has to be explained is how profit is possible if commodities, labor, or other commodities are exchanged at their value. And the answer is that no profit would be possible if equivalents were exchanged. It is assumed, first of all, that capitalist and worker exchange. And then, in order to explain profit, it is assumed that they do not exchange, but that one of the parties lends, i.e. gives commodities, and the other borrows, that is, pays only after he has received the commodities. In other words, in order to explain profit, it is said that the capitalist secures no interest if he makes no profit. This is putting the thing wrongly. The commodities in which the capitalist pays wages and the commodities which he gets back as a result of the labor are different use values. He does not, therefore, receive back what he advanced, any more than he does when he exchanges one commodity for another. Whether he buys another commodity, or whether he buys the specific commodity, labor, which produces the other commodity for him, amounts to the same. For the use value he advances, he receives back another use value, as happens in all exchanges of commodities. If, on the other hand, one pays attention only to the value of the commodity, then it is no longer a contradiction to exchange a given quantity of labor already performed for the same quantity of labor to be performed, although the capitalist, in fact, pays only after the labor has been performed. Nor is it a contradiction to exchange a quantity of labor performed for the same quantity of labor performed. This latter is an insipid tautology. The first part of the passage implies that the labor to be performed will be embodied in a use value different from that in which the labor performed is embodied. In this case, there is thus a difference between the objects to be exchanged, and consequently a motive for exchange arising out of the relationship itself. But this is not so in the other case, since A only exchanges for A, insofar as in this exchange it is a matter of the quantity of labor. This is why Mr. McCulloch has recourse to the motive. The motive of the capitalist is to receive back a greater quantity of labor than he advances. Profit is here explained by the fact that the capitalist has the motive to make profit. But the same thing can be said about the sale of goods by the merchant, and about every sale of commodities not for consumption but for gain. The seller has no motive to exchange a quantity of performed labor for the same quantity of performed labor. His motive is to get in return more performed labor than he gives away. Hence, he must get more performed labor in the form of money or commodities than he gives away in the form of a commodity or money. He must therefore buy cheaper than he sells and sell dearer than he has bought. Profit upon alienation is thus explained not by the fact that it corresponds to the law of value, but by declaring that buyers and sellers have no motive for buying and selling in accordance with the law of value. This is Mach's first sublime discovery. It fits beautifully into the Ricardian system, which seeks to show how the law of value asserts itself despite the motives of seller and buyer. For the rest, McCulloch's presentation in the notes differs from the one in the principles only in the following. In the principles, he makes a distinction between real value and relative value, and says that both are equal under ordinary circumstances, but in point of fact, they cannot be equal if there is to be a profit. He therefore says merely that the fact contradicts the principle. In the notes, he distinguishes three sorts of value: real value, the relative value of a commodity in its exchange with other commodities, and the relative value of a commodity exchanged with labor. The relative value of a commodity in its exchange with another commodity is its real value expressed in another commodity, or in an equivalent. On the other hand, its relative value in exchange with labor is its real value expressed in another real value that is greater than itself. That means its value is the exchange with a greater value, with a non-equivalent. If it were exchanged for an equivalent in labor, then there would be no profit. The value of a commodity in its exchange with labor is a greater value. Problem: the Ricardian definition of value conflicts with the exchange of commodities with labor. Mach's solution: in the exchange of a commodity with labor, the law of value does not exist, but its contrary. Otherwise, profit could not be explained. Profit for him, the Ricardian, is to be explained by the law of value. Solution: the law of value in this case is profit. In point of fact, Mach only reiterates what the opponents of the Ricardian theory say, namely that there would be no profit if the law of value applied to exchange between capital and labor. Consequently, they say, the Ricardian theory of value is invalid. He, McCulloch, says that in this case, which he must explain by the Ricardian law, the law does not exist, and that in this case, value means something else. From this, it is obvious how little he understands of the Ricardian law. Otherwise, he would have had to say that profit arising in exchange between commodities which are exchanged in proportion to the labor time embodied in them is due to the fact that unpaid labor is contained in the commodities. In other words, the unequal exchange between capital and labor explains the exchange of commodities at their value and the profit which is realized in the course of this exchange. Instead of this, he says, commodities which contain the same amount of labor time command the same amount of surplus labor, which is not contained in them. He believes that in this way he has reconciled Ricardo's propositions with those of Malthus, by establishing an identity between the determination of value of the commodities by labor time and the determination of value of commodities by their command over labor. But what does it mean when he says that commodities which contain the same amount of labor time command the same amount of surplus labor in addition to the labor contained in them? It means nothing more than that a commodity in which a definite amount of labor time is embodied commands a definite quantity of surplus labor, that is, more labor than it itself contains. That this applies not only to commodity A, in which X hours of labor time are embodied, but also to commodity B, in which X hours of labor time are likewise embodied, follows by definition from the Malthusian formula itself. The contradiction is therefore solved by Mack in this way. If the Ricardian theory of value were really a valid one, then profit, and consequently capital and capitalist production, would be impossible. This is exactly what Ricardo's opponents assert, and this is what Mack answers them, how he refutes them. And in so doing, he does not notice the beauty of an explanation of exchangeable value in exchange with labor, which amounts to saying that value is exchanged for something which has no value. Subsection B. Distortion of the concept of labor through its extension to processes of nature. Confusion of exchange value and use value. After Mr. Mack has thus abandoned the basis of Ricardian political economy, he proceeds even further and destroys the basis of this basis. The first difficulty of the Ricardian system was to present the exchange of capital and labor so that it corresponded to the law of value. The second difficulty was that capitals of equal magnitude, no matter what their organic composition, yield equal profits or their general rate of profit. This is indeed the unrecognized problem of how values are converted into cost prices. The difficulty arose because capitals of equal magnitude but of unequal composition, it is immaterial whether the unequal composition is due to the capitals containing unequal proportions of constant and variable capital or of fixed and circulating capital, or to the unequal period of circulation of the capitals, set in motion unequal quantities of immediate labor, and therefore unequal quantities of unpaid labor. Consequently, they cannot appropriate equal quantities of surplus value or surplus product in the process of production. Hence, they cannot yield equal profit if profit is nothing but the surplus value calculated on the value of the whole capital advanced. If, however, the surplus value were something different from unpaid labor, then labor could after all not be the foundation and measure of the value of commodities. The difficulties arising in this context were discovered by Ricardo himself, although not in their general form, and set forth by him as exceptions to the law of value. Malthus used these exceptions to throw the whole law overboard on the grounds that the exceptions constituted the rule. Terenz, who also criticized Ricardo, indicated the problem at any rate when he said that capitals of equal size set unequal quantities of labor in motion and nevertheless produce commodities of equal values. Hence, value cannot be determined by labor. Ditto Bailey, etc. Mill, for his part, accepted the exceptions noted by Ricardo as exceptions, and he had no scruples about them except with regard to one single form. One particular cause of the equalization of the profits of the capitalists he found incompatible with the law. It was the following. Certain commodities remain in the process of production, for example wine in the cellar, without any labor being applied to them. There is a period during which they are subject to certain natural processes. For example, prolonged breaks in labor occur in agriculture and in tanning before certain new chemicals are applied. These cases are not mentioned by Mill. These periods are nevertheless considered as profit-yielding. The period of time during which the commodity is not being worked on by labor is regarded as labor time. The same thing in general applies where there is a longer period of circulation time involved. Mill lied his way, so to speak, out of the difficulty by saying that one can consider the time in which the wine, for example, is in the cellar as a period when it is soaking up labor, although according to the assumption, this is in point of fact not the case. Otherwise, one would have to say that time creates profit, and according to Mill, time as such is sound and fury. McCulloch uses this balderdash of Mill as a starting point, or rather, he reproduces it in his customary affected plagiarist manner, in a general form in which the latent nonsense becomes apparent, and the last vestiges of the Ricardian system, as of all economic thinking whatsoever, are happily discarded. On closer consideration, all the difficulties mentioned above resolve themselves into the following difficulty. That part of capital which enters into the production process in the form of commodities, i.e. as raw materials or tools, does not add more value to the product than it possessed before production. For it only has value insofar as it is embodied labor, and the labor contained in it is in no way altered by its entry into the production process. It is to such an extent independent of the production process into which it enters, and dependent on the socially determined labor required for its own production, that its own value changes when more or less labor than itself contains is required for its reproduction. As value, this part of capital therefore enters unchanged into the production process and emerges from it unchanged. Insofar as it really enters into the production process and is changed, this change affects only its use value, i.e. it undergoes a change as use value. And all operations undergone by the raw material or carried out by the instrument of labor are merely processes to which they are submitted as specific kinds of raw material, etc., and particular tools, spindles, etc., processes which affect their use value but which, as processes, have nothing to do with their exchange value. Exchange value is maintained in this change. That is all. It is different with that part of capital which is exchanged against labor power. The use value of labor power is labor, the element which produces exchange value. Since the labor provided by labor power in industrial consumption is greater than the labor which is required for the reproduction of the labor power, i.e. it provides more than an equivalent of the wages the worker receives, the value which the capitalist receives from the worker in exchange is greater than the price he pays for this labor. It follows from this that if equal rates of exploitation are assumed, of two capitals of equal size, that which sets living labor in motion, whether this is due to the fact that the proportion of variable capital is less from the start, or to the fact that it has a longer period of circulation, or period of production during which it is not exchanged against labor, does not come into contact with it, does not absorb it, will produce less surplus value, and in general, commodities of less value. How then can the values created be equal and the surplus values proportional to the capital advanced? Ricardo was unable to answer this question because, put in this way, it is absurd, since in fact neither equal values nor equal surplus values are produced. Ricardo, however, did not understand the genesis of the general rate of profit, nor consequently the transformation of values into cost prices which differ specifically from them. Mack, however, eliminates the difficulty by basing himself on Mill's insipid evasion. One gets round the inconvenience by talking out of existence by means of a phrase the characteristic difference out of which it arose. This is the characteristic difference. The use value of labor power is labor. It consequently produces exchange value. The use value of the other commodities is use value as distinct from exchange value. Therefore, no change which this use value undergoes can change the predetermined exchange value. McCulloch gets around this difficulty by calling the use values of commodities labor. For after all, in ordinary life we speak of laboring animals, working machines, and even say poetically that the iron works in the furnace, or works under the blows of the hammer. It even screams, and nothing is easier than to prove that every operation is labor, for labor is an operation. In the same way one can prove that every material experiences sensation, for everything which experiences sensation is material. Labor may be properly defined to be any sort of action or operation, whether performed by man, the lower animals, machinery, or natural agents, that tends to bring about any desirable result. And this does not by any means apply solely to instruments of labor. It is in the nature of things that this applies equally to raw materials. Wool undergoes a physical action or operation when it is dyed. In general, nothing can be acted upon physically, mechanically, chemically, etc. in order to bring about any desirable result without the thing in itself reacting. It cannot therefore be worked upon without itself working. Thus, all commodities which enter into the production process bring about an increase in value not only by retaining their own value, but by creating new value, because they work and are not merely materialized labor. In this way, all the difficulties are naturally eliminated. In reality, this is merely a paraphrase, a new name for, say, productive services of capital, productive services of land, etc., which Ricardo attacked continuously, and against which Mack, strange to say, himself polemizes in the same dissertation or note where he pompously presents his discovery, borrowed from Mill and embellished still further. In criticizing Say, McCulloch makes lavish use of recollected passages from Ricardo and remembers that these productive services are in fact only the attributes displayed by things as use values in the production process. But naturally, all this is changed when he calls these productive services by the sacramental name of labor. After Mack has happily transformed commodities into workers, it goes without saying that these workers also draw wages, and that in addition to the value they possess as accumulated labor, they must be paid wages for their operations or action. These wages of the commodities are pocketed by the capitalists on procurement. They are wages of accumulated labor, alias profit. And this, according to McCulloch, is proof that equal profit on equal capitals, whether they set large or small amounts of labor in motion, follows directly from the determination of value by labor time. The most extraordinary thing about all this, as we have already noted, is the way Mack, at the very moment when he is basing himself on Mill and appropriating Say, hurls Ricardian phrases against Say. How literally he copies Say, except that where Say speaks of action, he calls this action labor, can best be seen from the following passages from Ricardo, where the latter is criticizing Say. Mr. Say imputes to Adam Smith as an error that he attributes to the labor of man alone the power of producing value. A more correct analysis shows us that value is owing to the action of labor, or rather the industry of man, combined with the action of those agents which nature supplies, and with that of capital. His ignorance of this principle prevented him from establishing the true theory of the influence of machinery in the production of riches. In contradiction to the opinion of Adam Smith, Mr. Say speaks of the value which is given to commodities by natural agents. But those natural agents, though they add greatly to value in use, never add exchangeable value, of which Mr. Say is speaking. Machines and natural agents might very greatly add to the riches of a country, but they do not add anything to the value of those riches. Like all economists worth naming, including Adam Smith, although in a fit of humor he once called the ox a productive laborer, Ricardo emphasizes that labor is human activity. Ricardo emphasizes that labor as human activity, even more as socially determined human activity, is the sole source of value. It is precisely through the consistency with which he treats the value of commodities as merely representing socially determined labor that Ricardo differs from the other economists. All these economists understand more or less clearly, but Ricardo more clearly than the others, that the exchange value of things is a mere expression, a specific social form of the productive activity of men, something entirely different from things and their use as things, whether in industrial or in non-industrial consumption. For them, value is, in fact, simply an objectively expressed relation of the productive activity of men, of the different types of labor to one another. When he argues against Say, Ricardo explicitly quotes the words of Destutt de Tracy as expressing his own views. As it is certain that our physical and moral faculties are alone our original riches, the employment of those faculties, labor of some kind, is our only original treasure, and that it is always from this employment that all those things are created which we call riches. It is certain, too, that all those things only represent the labor which has created them, and if they have a value, or even two distinct values, they can only derive them from that of the labor which they emanate. Thus commodities, things in general, have value only because they represent human labor, not insofar as they are things in themselves, but insofar as they are incarnations of social labor. And yet, some persons have had the temerity to say that the miserable Mack has taken Ricardo to extremes. He who in his incogitant efforts to utilize the Ricardian theory eclectically along with those opposed to it, identifies its basic principle, and that of all political economy, labor itself as human activity and as socially determined human activity, with the physical action, etc., which commodities possess as use values, as things. He who abandons the very concept of labor itself. Rendered insolent by Mill's evasion, he plagiarizes Say while arguing against him with Ricardian phrases and copies precisely those phrases of Say which Ricardo in chapter 20 of his book, entitled Value and Riches, attacks as being fundamentally opposed to his own ideas and those of Smith. Rocher naturally repeats that Mack has carried Ricardo to extremes. Mack, however, is sillier than Say, who does not call the action of fire, machinery, etc., labor, and more inconsistent. While Say attributes the creation of value to wind, fire, etc., Mack considers that only those use values, things, which can be monopolized, create value, as if it were possible to utilize the wind or steam or water as motive power without the possession of windmills, steam-driven machinery, or water wheels. As if those who own monopolize the things whose possession alone enables them to employ the natural agents did not also monopolize the natural agents. I can have as much air, water, etc. as I like, but I possess them as productive agents only if I have the commodities, the things by the use of which these agents will operate as such. Thus, Mack is even lower than Say. This vulgarization of Ricardo represents the most complete and most frivolous decline of Ricardo's theory. Insofar, however, as that result, i.e. the result produced by the actions or operation of anything, is effected by the labor or operation of natural agents, that can neither be monopolized nor appropriated by a greater or smaller number of individuals to the exclusion of others, it has no value. What is done by these agents is done gratuitously. As if what is done by cotton, wool, iron, or machinery were not also done gratuitously. The machine costs money, but the operation of the machine is not paid for. No use value of any kind of commodity costs anything after its exchange value has been paid. The man who sells oil makes no charge for its natural qualities. In estimating its cost, he puts down the value of the labor employed in its pursuit, and such is its value. End quote from H.C. Carey, Principles of Political Economy, Part 1, published in Philadelphia in 1837. In arguing against Say, Ricardo emphasizes precisely that the action of the machine, for example, costs just as little as that of wind and water. The services which natural agents and machinery perform for us are serviceable to us by adding to value in use, but as they perform their work gratuitously, the assistance which they afford us adds nothing to value in exchange. End quote from David Ricardo, Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, 3rd edition, published in London in 1821. Thus, Mack has not understood the most elementary propositions of Ricardo, but the sly dog thinks, if the use value of cotton, machinery, etc. costs nothing, is not paid for apart from its exchange value, then on the other hand, this use value is sold by those who use cotton, machinery, etc. They sell what costs them nothing. The brutal thoughtlessness of this fellow is evident, for after accepting Say's principle, he sets forth rent with great emphasis, plagiarizing extensively from Ricardo. Land is a, quote, natural agent that can be, quote, monopolized or appropriated by a greater or smaller number of individuals to the exclusion of others, and its natural vegetative action, or labor, its productive power, consequently has value, and rent is thus ascribed to the productive power of land, as is done by the physiocrats. This is an outstanding example of Mack's way of vulgarizing Ricardo. On the one hand, he copies Ricardo's arguments, which only make sense if they are based on the Ricardian assumptions, and on the other hand, he takes from others the direct negation of these assumptions, with the reservation that he uses his nomenclature or makes some small changes in the propositions. He should have said, rent is the wages of land, pocketed by the landowner. If a capitalist expends the same sum in paying the wages of laborers in maintaining horses or in hiring a machine, and if the men, the horses, and the machine can all perform the same piece of work, its value will obviously be the same by whichever of them it may have been performed. In other words, the value of the product depends on the value of the capital laid out. This is the problem to be solved. The formulation of the problem is, according to Mack, obviously the solution of it. But since the machine, for example, performs a greater piece of work than the men displaced by it, it is even more obvious that the product of the machine will not fall but rise in value compared with the value of the product of the men who perform the same work. Since the machine can produce 10,000 units of work where man can only produce one, and every unit has the same value, the product of the machine should be 10,000 times as dear as that of man. Moreover, in his anxiety to distinguish himself from Say by stating that value is produced not by the action of natural agents but only by the action of monopolized agents, or agents produced by labor, Mack gets into difficulties and falls back on Ricardian phrases. For example, the labor of the wind produces the desired effect on the ship, produces a change in it. But the value of that change is not increased by and is in no degree dependent on the operation or labor of the natural agents concerned, but on the amount of capital, or the product of previous labor, that cooperated in the production of the effect, just as the cost of grinding corn does not depend on the action of the wind or water that turns the mill, but on the amount of capital wasted in the operation. Here, all of a sudden, grinding is viewed as adding value to the corn, insofar as only capital, the produce of previous labor, is wasted in the act of grinding. That is, it is not due to the millstone working, but to the fact that along with the waste of the millstone, the value contained in it, the labor embodied in it, is also wasted. After these pretty arguments, Mack sums up the wisdom, borrowed from Mill and Say, in which he brings the concept of value into harmony with all kinds of contradictory phenomena, in the following way. The word labor means, in all discussions respecting value, either the immediate labor of man or the labor of the capital produced by man, or both. Hence, labor is to be understood as meaning the labor of man, then his accumulated labor, and finally, the practical application, that is, the physical, etc., properties of use values evolved in industrial consumption. Apart from these properties, use value means nothing at all. Use value operates only in consumption. Consequently, by the exchange value of the products of labor, we are to understand the use value of these products, for this use value consists only in its action, or as Mack called it, labor in consumption, regardless of whether this is industrial consumption or not. However, the types of operation, action, or labor of use values, as well as their physical measures, are as varied as the use values themselves. But what is the unity, the measure by means of which we compare them? This is established by the general word labor, which is substituted for these quite different applications of use values, after labor itself has been reduced to the words operation or action. Thus, with the identification of use value and exchange value ends this vulgarization of Ricardo, which we must therefore consider as the last and most sordid expression of the decline of the Ricardian school as such. The profits of capital are only another name for the wages of accumulated labor. That is, for the wages paid to commodities for the services they render as use values and production. In addition, these wages of accumulated labor have their own mysterious connotation as far as Mr. McCulloch is concerned. We have already mentioned that, apart from his plagiarism of Ricardo, Mill, Malthus, and Say, which constitutes the real basis of his writings, he himself continually reprints and sells his accumulated labor under various titles, always largely drawing upon writings for which he has been paid before. This method of drawing the wages of accumulated labor was discussed at great length as early as 1826 in a special work. And what has not McCulloch done since then, from 1826 to 1862, with regard to drawing wages for accumulated labor? This miserable phrase has also been adopted by Rocher in his role of Thucydides. The book referred to is called Some Illustrations of Mr. McCulloch's Principles of Political Economy, published in Edinburgh, 1826, by Mordecai Mullion. It traces how our Chevalier d'Industrie made a name for himself. 9/10 of his work is copied from Adam Smith, Ricardo, and others, the remaining 10th being culled repeatedly from his own accumulated labor, which he repeats most shamelessly and contemptibly. Mullion shows, for example, not only that McCulloch sold the same articles to the Edinburgh Review and the Scotsman and the Encyclopaedia Britannica as his own dissertations and his new works, but also that he published the same articles word for word and with only a few transpositions and under new titles in different issues of the Edinburgh Review over the years. In this respect, Mullion says the following about this most incredible cobbler, this most economical of all economists. Mr. McCulloch's articles are as unlike as may be to the heavenly bodies, but in one respect they resemble such luminaries. They have stated times of return. No wonder he believes in the wages of accumulated labor. Mr. McCulloch's fame illustrates the power of fraudulent baseness. In order to perceive how McCulloch exploits some of Ricardo's propositions to give himself airs, see, inter alia, the Edinburgh Review for March of 1824, where this friend of the wages of accumulated labor gives vent to a veritable Jeremiad about the fall in the rate of profit. This claptrap is called Considerations on the Accumulation of Capital. The author expresses the fears in him by the decline in profit as follows. The condition of England, however prosperous in appearance, is had and unsound at bottom. The plague of poverty is secretly creeping on the mass of her citizens. The foundations of her power and greatness have been shaken. Where the rate of interest is low, as in Holland and England, the profits of stock are also low. Those are countries that are approaching the termination of their career. These observations must surprise everybody acquainted with England's splendid situation. There was no need for Mr. Mack to distress himself over the fact that land gets better wages than iron, bricks, etc. The cause must be that it labors harder. Even a blind sow sometimes finds an acorn, and so does McCulloch in the following passages. But even this, as he presents it, is only an inconsistency, since he does not distinguish surplus value from profit. Secondly, it is again one of his thoughtless, eclectic acts of plagiarism. According to fellows like Terens, for whom value is determined by capital, and the same applies to Bailey, profit is proportionate to the capital advanced. Unlike Ricardo, they do not consider that profit and surplus value are identical concepts, but only because they have no need whatsoever to explain profit on the basis of value, since they regard the visible form of surplus value, profit, as the relation of surplus value to the capital advanced, as the original form, and in fact, they merely translate the apparent form into words. The passages in Mack's work, who is firstly a Ricardian and secondly plagiarizes Ricardo's opponents, without attempting to reconcile the conflicting ideas, read, Ricardo's law that a rise in profits can be brought about in no other way than by a fall in wages, and a fall in profits only by a rise in wages, is only true, quote, in those cases in which the productiveness of industry remains constant. that is, the productiveness of the industry which produces constant capital. Profits depend upon the proportion which they bear to the capital by which they are produced, and not on the proportion to wages. If the productivity in industry is doubled, and the additional product thus obtained is divided between capitalists and workers, then the proportion of the share of the capitalists to that of the workers remains unchanged, although the rate of profit calculated on the capital advanced has risen. Even in this case, as Mack also notes, one can say that wages have fallen relatively as compared with the product, because profits have risen. But in this case, it is the rise in profits which is the cause of the fall in wages. This calculation, however, rests on the incorrect method of calculating wages as a share in the product, and as we saw previously, Mr. John Stuart Mill seeks to generalize the Ricardian law in this sophistical manner. Section 5. Wakefield. Some objections to Ricardo's theory regarding the value of labor and rent. Wakefield's real contribution to the understanding of capital has already been dealt with in the previous section on the conversion of surplus value into capital. Here, we shall only deal with what is directly relevant to the topic. Quote, treating labor as a commodity, and capital, the produce of labor, as another, then, if the value of these two commodities were regulated by equal quantities of labor, a given amount of labor would, under all circumstances, exchange for that quantity of capital which had been produced by the same amount of labor. Antecedent labor would always exchange for the same amount of present labor. The value of labor in relation to other commodities, insofar at least as wages depend upon share, is determined not by equal quantities of labor, but by the proportion between supply and demand. End quote from Wakefield's edition of Adam Smith, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, Volume 1, published in London in 1835. Thus, according to Wakefield, profit would be inexplicable if wages corresponded to the value of labor. In Volume 2 of his edition of Adam Smith's work, Wakefield remarks, surplus produce always constitutes rent. Still, rent may be paid which does not consist of surplus produce. If, as in Ireland, the bulk of people be brought to live upon potatoes, and in hovels and rags, and to pay for permission so to live, all that they can produce beyond hovels, rags, and potatoes then, in proportion as they put up with less, the owner of the land on which they live obtains more, even though the return to capital or labor should remain unaltered. What the miserable tenants give up, the landlord gathers. A fall in the standard of living amongst the cultivators of the earth is another cause of surplus produce. When wages fall, the effect upon surplus produce is the same as a fall in the standard of living. The whole produce remaining the same, the surplus part is greater, the producers have less, and the landlord more. In this case, profit is called rent, just as it is called interest when, for example, as in India, the worker, although nominally independent, works with advances he receives from the capitalist, and has to hand over all the surplus produce to the capitalist. Section 6. Sterling. Vulgarized explanation of profit by the interrelation of supply and demand. Patrick James Sterling, The Philosophy of Trade, etc., published in Edinburgh, 1846. The quantity of every commodity must be so regulated that the supply of each commodity shall bear a less proportion to the demand for it than the supply of labor bears to the demand for labor. The difference between the price or value of the commodity and the price or value of the labor worked up in it constitutes the profits. The same author informs us, when the values of commodities are exchanged with one another according to their production costs, the value of these commodities may be said to be at par. Thus, if demand and supply of labor correspond with one another, then labor would be sold at its value, whatever Sterling may understand by value. And if demand and supply of the commodities in which the labor is worked up do correspond, then the commodities would be sold at their production costs, by which Sterling understands the value of labor. The price of the commodity would then be equal to the value of the labor worked up in it, and the price of labor would be on par with its own value. The price of the commodity would therefore be equal to the price of the labor worked up in it. Consequently, there would be no profit or surplus. Sterling explains profit, or the surplus, in this way. The supply of labor, in relation to the demand for it, must be greater than the supply of commodities in which the labor is worked up is, in relation to the demand for them. The matter must be so arranged that the commodity is sold at a higher price than that paid for the labor contained in it. This is what Mr. Sterling calls explaining the phenomenon of the surplus, whereas it is, in fact, nothing but a paraphrase of what is supposed to be explained. If we go into it further, then there are only three possibilities. 1. The price of labor is on par with value, that is, the demand for and supply of labor balance. The price of labor is equal to the value of labor. In these circumstances, the commodities must be sold above their value, or things must be arranged in such a way that the supply is below the demand. This is pure profit upon alienation, except that the condition is stated under which it is possible. 2. Or the demand for labor is greater than the supply, and the price of labor is higher than its value. In these circumstances, the capitalist has paid the worker more than the value of the commodity, and the buyer must then pay the capitalist a twofold surplus, first to replace the amount he, the capitalist, has already paid to the worker, and then his profit. 3. Or the price of labor is below its value, and the supply of labor above the demand for it. The surplus would then arise from the fact that labor is paid below its value, and is sold, embodied in commodities, at its value, or at least above its price. If one strips this of all nonsense, then sterling surplus is here due to the fact that labor is bought by the capitalist below its value and is sold again above its price in the form of commodities. The other cases, divested of their ridiculous form, according to which the producer has to arrange matters in such a way that he is able to sell his commodity above its value, or above the par of value, mean nothing but that the market price of a commodity rises above its value if the demand for it is greater than the supply. This is certainly not a new discovery, and explains one sort of surplus which never caused Ricardo or anyone else the slightest difficulty. Section 7. John Stuart Mill. Unsuccessful attempts to deduce the Ricardian theory of the inverse proportionality between the rate of profit and the level of wages directly from the law of value. Subsection A. Confusion of the rate of surplus value with the rate of profit. Elements of the conception of profit upon alienation. Confused conception of the profits advanced by the capitalist. In the booklet mentioned above, which in fact contains all that is original in Mr. John Stuart Mill's writings about political economy, in contrast to his bulky compendium, he says in Essay 4, on Profits and Interest, "Tools and materials, like other things, have originally cost nothing but labor. The labor employed in making the tools and materials being added to the labor afterwards employed in working up the materials by the aid of tools. The sum total gives the whole of the labor employed in the production of the completed commodity. To replace capital is to replace nothing but the wages of labor employed." This in itself is quite wrong, because the employed labor and the wages paid are by no means identical. On the contrary, the employed labor is equal to the sum of wages and profit. To replace capital means to replace the labor for which the capitalist pays, that is wages, and the labor for which he does not pay, but which he nevertheless sells, that is profit. Mr. Mill is here confusing employed labor and that portion of the employed labor which is paid for by the capitalist who employs it. This confusion is itself no recommendation for his understanding of the Ricardian theory, which he claims to teach. Incidentally, it should be noted in relation to constant capital that though each part of it can be reduced to previous labor, and therefore one can imagine that at some time it represented profit or wages or both, but once it exists as constant capital, one part of it, for example seeds, etc., can no longer be transformed into profit or wages. Mill does not distinguish surplus value from profit. He therefore declares that the rate of profit, and this is correct for the surplus value which has already been transformed into profit, is equal to the ratio of the price of the product to the price of its means of production, the labor included. At the same time, he seeks to deduce the laws governing the rate of profit directly from the Ricardian law, in which Ricardo confuses surplus value and profit, and to prove that, quote, "profits depend upon wages, rising as wages fall, and falling as wages rise," end quote. Mr. Mill is himself not quite clear about the question which he seeks to answer. We will therefore formulate his question briefly before we hear his answer. The rate of profit is the ratio of surplus value to the total amount of the capital advanced, constant and variable capital taken together, while surplus value itself is the excess of the quantity of labor performed by the laborer over the quantity of labor which is advanced to him as wages. That is, surplus value is considered only in relation to the variable capital, or to the capital which is laid out in wages, not in relation to the whole capital. Thus, the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit are two different rates, although profit is only surplus value considered from a particular point of view. It is correct to say, with regard to the rate of surplus value, that it exclusively depends, quote, "upon wages rising as wages fall and falling as wages rise," end quote. But it would be wrong with regard to the total amount of surplus value, For this depends not only on the rate at which the surplus labor of the individual worker is appropriated, but likewise on the number of workers exploited at the same time. Since the rate of profit is the ratio of surplus value to the total amount of capital advanced, it is naturally affected and determined by the fall or rise of surplus value, and hence by the rise or fall of wages. But in addition to this, the rate of profit includes factors which are independent of it and not directly reducible to it. Mr. John Stuart Mill, who on the one hand directly identifies profit and surplus value, like Ricardo, and on the other hand, moved by considerations concerning the polemic against the anti-Ricardians, does not conceive the rate of profit in the Ricardian sense, but in its real sense, as the ratio of surplus value to the total value of the capital advanced, variable capital plus constant capital, goes to great lengths to prove that the rate of profit is determined directly by the law which determines surplus value, and can be simply reduced to the fact that the smaller the portion of the working day in which the worker works for himself, the greater the portion going to the capitalist, and vice versa. We will now observe his torment, the worst part of which is that he is not sure which problem he really wants to solve. If he had formulated the problem correctly, it would have been impossible for him to solve it wrongly in this way. He says then, though tools, materials, and buildings are themselves the produce of labor, yet the whole of their value is not resolvable into the wages of the laborers by whom they were produced. He says above that the replacement of capital is the replacement of wages. The profits which the capitalist makes on these wages need to be added. The last capitalist has replaced from his product not only the wages paid both by himself and by the toolmaker, but also the profit of the toolmaker, advanced by him himself out of his own capital. Hence, profits do not compose merely the surplus after replacing the outlay, they also enter into the outlay itself. Capital is expended partly in paying or reimbursing wages and partly in paying the profits of other capitalists, whose concurrence was necessary in order to bring together the means of production. An article, therefore, may be the produce of the same quantity of labor as before, and yet, if any portion of the profits which the last producer has to make good to previous producers can be economized, the cost of production of the article is diminished. It is therefore strictly true that the rate of profit varies inversely as the cost of production of wages. We are naturally always working on the assumption here that the price of a commodity is equal to its value. It is on this basis that Mr. Mill himself carries on the investigation. Profit, in the passages quoted, appears first of all to bear a very strong resemblance to profit upon alienation. But let us proceed. Nothing is more wrong than to say that if it is sold at its value, an article is, quote, the produce of the same quantity of labor as before, end quote, and at the same time that by some circumstance or other, the cost of production of the article can be diminished. Unless it is in the sense I first advanced, i.e. when I distinguish between the real production cost of the article and the production cost to the capitalist, since he does not pay a part of the production costs. In this case, it is indeed true that the capitalist makes his profit out of the unpaid surplus labor of his own workers, just as he may also make it by underpaying the capitalist who supplies him with his constant capital, that is, by not paying this capitalist for a part of the surplus labor embodied in the commodity and not paid for by this capitalist, and which precisely for that reason constitutes his profit. This amounts to the fact that he always pays for the commodity less than its value. The rate of profit, that is, the ratio of surplus value to the total value of the capital advanced, can increase either because the quantity of capital, goods, advanced by the capitalist becomes objectively cheaper, due to the increased productivity of labor in those spheres of production which produce constant capital, or because it becomes subjectively cheaper for the buyer, since he pays for the goods at less than their value. For him, it is then always the result of a smaller quantity of labor. What Mill says, first of all, is that the constant capital of the capitalist who manufactures the last commodity resolves not into wages alone but also into profit. His line of reasoning is as follows. If it were resolvable into wages alone, then profit would be the surplus accruing to the last capitalist after he has reimbursed himself for all wages paid, and the whole paid cost of the product could be reduced to wages, which would constitute the whole of the capital advanced. The total value of the capital advanced would be equal to the total value of the wages embodied in the product. Profit would be the surplus over this, and since the rate of profit is equal to the ratio of this surplus to the total value of the capital advanced, then the rate of profit would obviously rise and fall in proportion to the total value of the capital advanced, that is, in proportion to the value of wages, the aggregate of which constitutes the capital advanced. This objection is in fact silly if we consider the general relation of profits and wages. Mr. Mill needed only to put on one side that part of the whole product which is resolvable into profit, irrespective of whether it is paid to the last or to the previous capitalists, the co-functionaries in the production of the commodity, and then put that part which resolves into wages on the other, and the amount of profit would still be equal to the surplus over the total amount of wages, and it could be asserted that the Ricardian inverse ratio applied directly to the rate of profit. It is not true, however, that the whole of the capital advanced can be resolved into profit and wages. But the capital advanced does not resolve itself into wages alone, but also into profits advanced. Profit, therefore, is a surplus not only over and above the wages advanced, but also over the profits advanced. The rate of profit is therefore determined not only by the surplus over wages, but by the last capitalist surplus over the total sum of wages plus profits, the sum of which, according to this assumption, constitutes the whole of the capital advanced. Hence, this rate can obviously be altered not only as a result of a rise or fall in wages, but also as a result of a rise or fall in profit. And if we disregarded the changes in the rate of profit arising from the rise or fall in wages, that is, if we assumed, as is done innumerable times in practice, that the value of the wages, in other words, the cost of their production, the labor time embodied in them, remained the same, remained unchanged, then, following the path outlined by Mr. Mill, we would arrive at the pretty law that the rise or fall in the rate of profit depends on the rise or fall of profit. If any portion of the profits which the last producer has to make good to previous producers can be economized, the cost of production of the article is diminished. This is in fact very true. If we assume that no portion of the previous producer's profit was a mere surcharge, profit upon alienation, as James Stewart says, then every economy in one portion of profit, so long as it is not achieved by the latter producer swindling the previous one, that is, by not paying him for the whole of the value contained in his commodity, is an economy in the quantity of labor required for the production of the commodity. Here, we disregard the profit paid, for instance, for that time during the period of production, etc., when capital lies idle. For example, if 2 days were required to bring raw materials, coal for instance, from the pit to the factory, and now only 1 day is required, then there is an economy of 1 day's work. But this applies as much to that part of it which resolves into wages as to that which resolves into profit. After Mr. Mill has made it clear to himself that the rate of surplus of the last capitalist, or the rate of profit in general, depends not only on the direct ratio of wages to profits, but on the ratio of the last profit, or the profit on every particular capital, to the whole value of the capital advanced, which is equal to the variable capital, that laid out in wages, plus the constant capital, that, in other words, the rate of profit is determined not only by the ratio of profit to that part of the capital laid out in wages, that is, not only by the cost of production or the value of wages, he continues, it is therefore true that the rate of profits varies inversely as the cost of production of wages. Although it is false, it is nevertheless true. The illustration which he now gives can serve as a classical example of the way in which economists use illustrations, and it is all the more astonishing since its author has also written a book about the science of logic. Suppose, for example, that 60 agricultural laborers receiving 60 quarters of corn for their wages consume fixed capital and seed amounting to the value of 60 quarters more, and that the result of their operations is a produce of 180 quarters. When we analyze the price of the seed and tools into its elements, we find that they must have been the produce of the labor of 40 men. For the wages of those 40, together with profit at the rate previously supposed, 50%, make up 60 quarters. The produce, therefore, consisting of 180 quarters, is the result of the labor altogether of 100 men. Now, supposing that the amount of labor required remained the same, but as a result of some discovery, no fixed capital and seed were needed. Whereas previously the outlay of 120 quarters was required to obtain a product of 180 quarters, now an outlay of only 100 quarters is necessary to achieve this result. The produce, 180 quarters, is still the result of the same quantity of labor as before, the labor of 100 men. A quarter of corn, therefore, is still, as before, the produce of 10/18ths of a man's labor. A quarter of corn, which is the remuneration of a single laborer, is indeed the produce of the same quantity of labor as before, but its cost of production is nevertheless diminished. It is now the produce of 10/18ths of a man's labor, and nothing else, whereas formerly it required for its production the conjunction of that quantity of labor with an expenditure, in the form of reimbursement of profit, amounting to 1/5 more. If the cost of production of wages had remained the same as before, profits could not have risen. Each laborer received 1/4 of corn, but 1/4 of corn at that time was the result of the same cost of production as 1 1/5 quarter now. In order, therefore, that each laborer should receive the same cost of production, each must now receive 1/4 of corn plus 1/5. Assuming, therefore, that the laborer is paid in the very article he produces, it is evident that when any saving of expense takes place in the production of that article, if the laborer still receives the same cost of production as before, he must receive an increased quantity, in the very same ratio in which the productive power of capital has been increased. But if so, the outlay of the capitalist will bear exactly the same proportion to the return as it did before, and profits will not rise. The variations, therefore, in the rate of profits and those in the cost of production of wages go hand in hand and are inseparable. Mr. Ricardo's principle is strictly true. If, by low wages, be meant not merely wages which are the produce of a smaller quantity of labor, but wages which are produced at less cost, reckoning labor and previous profits together. With regard to this wonderful illustration, we note first of all that as a result of a discovery, corn is supposed to be produced without seeds, or raw materials, and without fixed capital. That is, without raw materials and without tools, by means of mere manual labor, out of air, water, and earth. This absurd presupposition contains nothing but the assumption that a product can be produced without constant capital, that is, simply by means of newly applied labor. In this case, what he set out to prove has of course been proved, namely that profit and surplus value are identical, and consequently that the rate of profit depends solely on the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor. The difficulty arose precisely from the fact that the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit are two different things because there exists a ratio of surplus value to the constant part of capital, and this ratio we call the rate of profit. Thus, if we assume constant capital to be zero, we solve the difficulty arising from the existence of constant capital by abstracting from the existence of this constant capital, or we solve the difficulty by assuming that it does not exist. Probatum est. Let us now arrange the problem, or Mill's illustration of the problem, correctly. According to the first assumption, we have constant capital, 60 quarters, variable capital, 60 quarters for 60 workmen, total product, 180 quarters, profit, 60 quarters. It is assumed in this example that the labor which is added to the constant capital amounts to 120 quarters, and that since every quarter represents the wages of a working day, or of a year's labor, which is merely a working day of 365 working days, the 180 quarters contain only 60 working days, 30 of which account for the wages of the workers and 30 constitute profit. We thus assume, in fact, that one working day is embodied in 2 quarters, and that consequently the 60 working days of the 60 workmen are embodied in 120 quarters, 60 of which constitute their wages and 60 constitute the profit. In other words, the worker works 1/2 of the working day for himself to make up his wages and 1/2 for the capitalist, thus producing the capitalist surplus value. The rate of surplus value is therefore 100% and not 50%. On the other hand, since the variable capital constitutes only half of the total capital advanced, the rate of profit is not 60 quarters to 60 quarters, that is, not 100%, but 60 quarters to 120 quarters, and therefore only 50%. If the constant part of the capital had equaled 0, then the whole of the capital advanced would have consisted of only 60 quarters, i.e. only of the capital advanced in wages, equaling 30 working days. In this case, profit and surplus value, and therefore also their rates, would be identical. Profit would then amount to 100% and not 50%. 2 quarters of corn would be the product of 1 working day, and 120 quarters the product of 60 working days, even though 1 quarter of corn would only be the wages of 1 working day and 60 quarters the wages of 60 working days. In other words, the worker would only receive half, 50% of his product, while the capitalist would receive twice as much, 100% calculated on his outlay. What is the position with regard to the constant capital, the 60 quarters? These were likewise the product of 30 working days, and if it is assumed with regard to this constant capital that the elements which went into its production are so made up that 1/3 consists of constant capital and 2/3 of newly added labor, and that the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit are also the same as before, we get the following calculation. Constant capital, 20 quarters, variable capital, 20 quarters, total product, 60 quarters, profit, 20 quarters. Here again, the rate of profit would be 50%, and the rate of surplus value 100%. The total product would be the product of 30 working days, 10 of which, however, equaling 20 quarters, would represent the pre-existing labor, the constant capital, and 20 working days the newly added labor of 20 workers, each of whom would only receive half his product as wages. 2 quarters would be the product of 1 man's labor as in the previous case, although again as previously, 1 quarter would represent the wages of 1 man's labor, and 1 quarter the capitalist's profit, the capitalist thus appropriating half of the man's labor. The 60 quarters which the last capitalist producer makes as surplus value mean a rate of profit of 50%, because these 60 quarters of surplus value are calculated not only on the 60 quarters advanced in wages, but also on the 60 quarters expended in seed and fixed capital, which together amount to 120 quarters. If Mill calculates that the capitalist who produces the seed in the fixed capital, a total of 60 quarters, makes a profit of 50%, if he assumes further that the constant and variable capital enter into the product in the same proportion as in the case of the production of the 180 quarters, then it will be correct to say that the profit equals 20 quarters, wages 20 quarters, and the constant capital 20 quarters. Since wages equal 1 quarter, a day, then 60 quarters contain 30 working days in the same way as 120 quarters contain 60 working days. But what does Mill say? When we analyze the price of the seed and tools into its elements, we find that they must have been the produce of labor of 40 men. For the wages of those 40, together with the profit at the rate previously supposed, 50%, make up 60 quarters. In the case of the first capitalist, who employed 60 workers, each of whom paid 1 quarter per day as wages, so that he paid out 60 quarters in wages, and laid out 60 quarters in constant capital, the 60 working days resulted in 120 quarters, of which, however, the workers only received 60 in wages. In other words, wages amounted to only half the product of the labor of 60 men. Thus, the 60 quarters of constant capital were only equal to the product of the labor of 30 men. If they consisted only of profit and wages, then wages would amount to 30 quarters and profit to 30 quarters. Thus, wages would equal the labor of 15 men and profit as well. But the profit amounted to only 50%, since it is assumed that of the 30 days embodied in the 60 quarters, 10 represent pre-existing labor, constant capital, and only 10 are allocated to wages. Thus, 10 days are embodied in constant capital, 20 are newly added working days, of which, however, the workers only work 10 for themselves, the other 10 being for the capitalist. But Mr. Mill asserts that these 60 quarters are the product of 40 men, while just previously he said that 120 quarters were the product of 60 men. In the latter case, 1 quarter contains half a working day, although it is the wages paid for a whole working day. In the former, 3/4 of a quarter would equal half a working day, whereas 1/3 of the product, i.e. the 60 quarters, which is laid out in constant capital, has just as much value, that is, it contains just as much labor time as any other third part of the product. If Mr. Mill desired to convert the constant capital of 60 quarters wholly into wages and profit, then this would not make the slightest difference as far as the quantity of labor time embodied in it is concerned. It would still be 30 working days as before, but now, since there would be no constant capital to replace, profit and surplus value would coincide. Thus, profit would amount to 100%, not to 50% as previously. Surplus value also amounted to 100% in the previous case, but the profit was only 50% precisely because constant capital entered into the calculation. We have here, therefore, a doubly false maneuver on the part of Mr. Mill. In the case of the first 180 quarters, the difficulty consisted in the fact that surplus value and profit did not coincide, because the 60 quarters surplus value had to be calculated not only on 60 quarters, that part of the total product which represented wages, but on 120 quarters, i.e. 60 quarters constant capital plus 60 quarters wages. Surplus value, therefore, amounted to 100%, and profit only to 50%. With regard to the 60 quarters which constituted constant capital, Mr. Mill disposes of this difficulty by assuming that in this case the whole product is divided between capitalist and worker, i.e. that no constant capital is required to produce the constant capital, that is, the 60 quarters consisting of seed and tools. The circumstance which had to be explained in the case of Capital 1 is assumed to have disappeared in the case of Capital 2, and in this way the problem ceases to exist. But secondly, after he has assumed that the value of the 60 quarters which constitute the constant capital of Capital 1 contains only immediate labor, but no pre-existing labor, no constant capital, that profit and surplus value therefore coincide, and consequently also the rate of profit and the rate of surplus value, that no difference exists between them, he then assumes, on the contrary, that just as in the case of Capital 1, a difference between them does exist, and that therefore the profit is only 50% as in the case of Capital 1. If a third of the product of Capital 1 had not consisted of constant capital, then profit would have been the same as surplus value. The whole product consisted only of 120 quarters, equal to 60 working days, 30 of which, equal to 60 quarters, are appropriated by the workers, and 30, equal to 60 quarters, by the capitalist. The rate of profit was the same as the rate of surplus value, that is 100%. It was 50% because the 60 quarters of surplus value were not calculated on 60 quarters of wages, but on 120 quarters, wages, seed, and fixed capital. In the case of Capital 2, he assumes that it contains no constant capital. He also assumes that wages remain the same in both cases, a quarter of corn. But he nevertheless assumes that profit and surplus value are different, that profit amounts only to 50%, although surplus value amounts to 100%. In actual fact, he assumes that the 60 quarters, 1/3 of the total product, contain more labor time than another third of the total product. He assumes that these 60 quarters are the product of 40 working days, while the other 120 quarters were the product of only 60. In actual fact, however, there peeps out the old delusion of profit upon alienation, which has nothing whatever to do with the labor time contained in the product, and likewise nothing to do with the Ricardian definition of value. For Mill assumes that the wages a man receives for working for a day are equal to what he produces in a working day, i.e. that they contain as much labor time as he works. If 40 quarters are paid out in wages, and if the profit amounts to 20 quarters, then 40 quarters embody 40 working days. The payment for the 40 working days is equal to the product of the 40 working days. If 50% profit, or 20 quarters, is made on 60 quarters, it follows that 40 quarters are the product of the labor of 40 men. For, according to the assumption, 40 quarters constitute the wages and each man receives 1 quarter per day. But in that case, where do the other 20 quarters come from? The 40 men work 40 working days because they receive 40 quarters. A quarter is therefore the product of 1 working day. The product of 40 working days is consequently 40 quarters, and not a bushel more. Where, then, do the 20 quarters which make up the profit come from? The old delusion of profit upon alienation, of a merely nominal price increase on the product over and above its value, is behind all this. But here it is quite absurd and impossible, because the value is not represented in money but in a part of the product itself. Nothing is easier than to imagine that, if 40 quarters of grain are the product of 40 workers, each one of whom receives 1 quarter per day or per year, they therefore receive the whole of their product as wages, and if 1 quarter of grain in terms of money is 3 pounds, 40 quarters are therefore 120 pounds, the capitalist sells these 40 quarters for 180 pounds and makes 60 pounds, i.e. 50% profit, equal to 20 quarters. But this notion is reduced to absurdity if out of 40 quarters, which have been produced in 40 working days and for which he pays 40 quarters, the capitalist sells 60 quarters. He has in his possession only 40 quarters, but he sells 60 quarters, 20 quarters more than he has to sell. Thus, first of all, Mill proves the Ricardian law, that is, the false Ricardian law, which confuses surplus value and profit by means of the following convenient assumptions. Firstly, he assumes that the capitalist who produces constant capital does not himself in his turn need constant capital, and thus he assumes out of existence the whole difficulty which is posed by constant capital. Secondly, he assumes that although the capitalist does not need constant capital, the difference between surplus value and profit caused by constant capital nevertheless continues to exist, although no constant capital exists. Thirdly, he assumes that a capitalist who produces 40 quarters of wheat can sell 60 quarters, because his total product is sold as constant capital to another capitalist, whose constant capital equals 60 quarters, and because capitalist number 2 makes a profit of 50% on these 60 quarters. This latter absurdity resolves itself into the notion of profit upon alienation, which appears here so absurd only because the profit is supposed to stem not from the nominal value expressed in money, but from a part of the product which has been sold. Thus, Mr. Mill, in seeking to defend Ricardo, has abandoned his basic concepts and fallen far behind Ricardo, Adam Smith, and the physiocrats. His first defense of Ricardo's teachings therefore consists in his abandoning them from the outset, namely abandoning the basic principle that profit is only a part of the value of the commodity, i.e. merely that part of the labor time embodied in the commodity which the capitalist sells in his product, although he has not paid the worker for it. Mill makes the capitalist pay the worker for the whole of his working day and still derive a profit. Let us see how he proceeds. He does away with the need for seed and agricultural implements in the production of corn by means of an invention. That is, he does away with the need for constant capital in the case of the last capitalist, in the same way as he abandoned seed and fixed capital in the case of the producer of the first 60 quarters. Now he ought to have argued as follows. Capitalist number 1 does not now need to lay out 60 quarters in seed and fixed capital, for we have stated that his constant capital equals 0. He therefore has to lay out only 60 quarters for the wages of 60 workers who work 60 working days. The product of these 60 working days amounts to 120 quarters. The workers receive only 60 quarters. The capitalist therefore makes 60 quarters profit, i.e. 100%. His rate of profit is exactly equal to the rate of surplus value. That is, it is exactly equal to the ratio of the labor time the workers worked for themselves to the labor time they worked not for themselves, but for the capitalist. They worked 60 days. They produced 120 quarters. They received 60 quarters in wages. They thus receive the product of 30 working days as wages, although they work for 60 days. The quantity of labor time which 2 quarters cost is still equal to 1 working day. The working day for which the capitalist pays is still equal to 1 quarter, i.e. it is equal to half the working day worked. The product has fallen by a third, from 180 quarters to 120 quarters, but the profit has nevertheless risen by 50%, namely from 50% to 100%. Why? Of the total of 180 quarters, a third merely replaced constant capital. It did not, therefore, constitute a part of either profit or wages. On the other hand, the 60 quarters, or the 30 working days during which the workers produced or worked for the capitalist, were calculated not on the 60 quarters spent on wages, that is, the 30 days during which they worked for themselves, but on the 120 quarters, i.e., the 60 working days, which were expended on wages, seed, and fixed capital. Thus, although out of the total of 60 days, they worked 30 days for themselves and 30 for the capitalist, and although a capital outlay of 60 quarters on wages yielded 120 quarters to the capitalist, his rate of profit was not 100%, but only 50%, because it was calculated differently, in the one case on 2 times 60 and in the other on 60. The surplus value was the same, but the rate of profit was different. How does Mill tackle the problem? He does not assume that the capitalist, who as a result of an invention spends nothing on constant capital, with an outlay of 60 quarters obtains 120 quarters, 30 out of 60 working days, but that he now employs 100 men who produce 180 quarters for him, always on the supposition that the wage for 1 working day is 1 quarter of wheat. The calculation is therefore as follows. The capital expended, only variable, only on wages, 100 quarters, wages for 100 working days. Total product, 180 quarters. Profit, 80 quarters. This means that the capitalist makes a profit of 80%. Profit is here equal to surplus value. Therefore, the rate of surplus value is likewise only 80%. Previously, it was 100%, i.e. 20% higher. Thus, we have the phenomenon that the rate of profit has risen by 30%, while the rate of surplus value has fallen by 20%. If the capitalist had only expended 60 quarters on wages as he did previously, we would have the following calculation. 100 quarters yield 80 quarters surplus value, 10 quarters yield 8 quarters surplus value, 60 quarters yield 48 quarters surplus value. But 60 quarters previously yielded 60 quarters of surplus value. That means it has fallen by 20%. Or to put it another way, previously, the capital expended being 60 quarters, the total product was 120 quarters, and profit was 60 quarters. The capital expended being 100 quarters, the total product was 200 quarters, and the profit was 100 quarters. Thus, the surplus value has fallen by 20%, from 100 to 80. We must take 100 as the basis of the calculation in both cases. 60 is to 48 as 100 is to 80. 60 is to 48 as 10 is to 8. 60 is to 48 as 5 is to 4. 4 times 60 equals 240, and 48 times 5 equals 240. Further, let us consider the labor time, or the value, of a quarter. Previously, 2 quarters were equal to 1 working day, or 1 quarter was equal to half a working day, or 9/18ths of a man's labor. As against this, 180 quarters are now the product of 100 working days. 1 quarter is therefore the product of 100 180ths, or 10/18ths of a working day. That is, the product has become dearer by 1/18th of a working day, or the labor has become less productive, since previously a man required 9/18ths of a working day to produce a quarter, whereas he now requires 10/18ths of a working day. The rate of profit has risen, although the surplus value has fallen, and consequently the productivity of labor has fallen, or the real value, the cost of production of wages, has risen by 1/18th, or by 5 5/9%. 180 quarters were previously the product of 90 working days. 1 quarter, 90 over 180, equals half a working day, or 9/18ths of a working day. Now they are the product of 100 working days. 1 quarter equals 100 over 180, equals 10 over 18 of a working day. Let us assume that the working day lasts 12 hours, i.e. 60 times 12 or 720 minutes. 1/18th part of a working day, that is 720 divided by 18, therefore amounts to 40 minutes. In the first case, the worker gives the capitalist 9/18ths or half of these 720 minutes, that is 360 minutes. 60 workers will therefore give him 360 times 60 minutes. In the second case, the worker gives the capitalist only 8/18ths, that is 320 minutes out of the 720. But the first capitalist employs 60 men, and therefore obtains 360 times 60 minutes. The second employs 100 men, and therefore obtains 100 times 320, 32,000 minutes. The first gets 21,600 minutes. Thus, the second capitalist makes a larger profit than the first because 100 workers at 320 minutes a day amounts to more than 60 workers at 360 minutes. His profit is bigger only because he employs 40 more men, but he obtains relatively less from each worker. He has a higher profit, although the rate of surplus value has declined, that is, the productivity of labor has declined. The production costs of real wages have therefore risen. In other words, the quantity of labor embodied in them has risen. But Mr. Mill wanted to prove the exact opposite. Assuming that capitalist number 1, who has not discovered how to produce corn without seed or fixed capital, likewise uses 100 working days, like capitalist number 2, whereas he only uses 90 days in the above calculation. He must therefore use 10 more working days, 3 1/3 of which are accounted for by his constant capital, seed and fixed capital, and 3 1/3 by wages. The product of these 10 working days on the basis of the old level of production would be 20 quarters, 6 2/3 quarters of which, however, would replace constant capital, while 12 4/3 quarters would be the product of 6 2/3 working days. Of this, wages would take 6 2/3 quarters and surplus value 6 2/3 quarters. We would thus arrive at the following calculation. Constant capital, 66 2/3 quarters, 33 1/3 working days. Wages, 66 2/3 quarters, wages for 66 2/3 working days. Total product, 200 quarters, 100 working days. Surplus value, 66 2/3 quarters, 33 1/3 working days. Rate of surplus value, 100%. He makes a profit of 33 1/3 working days on the total product of 100 working days, or 66 2/3 quarters on 200 quarters. Or, if we calculate the capital he lays out in quarters, he makes a profit of 66 2/3 quarters on 133 1/3 quarters, the product of 66 2/3 working days, whereas capitalist number 2 makes a profit of 80 quarters on an outlay of 100 quarters. Thus, the profit of the second capitalist is greater than that of the first. Since the first capitalist produces 200 quarters in the same labor time that it takes the second to produce 180, for the first capitalist, 1 quarter is equal to half a working day, and for the second capitalist, 1 quarter is equal to 10/18, or 5/9 of a working day. That is, it contains 1/18 more labor time and would consequently be dearer, and the first capitalist would drive the second out of business. The latter would have to give up his discovery and accommodate himself to using seed and fixed capital in corn production as before. Let us assume that the profit of capitalist 1 amounted to 60 quarters on an outlay of 120 quarters, or to 50%, the same as 66 2/3 quarters on 133 1/3 quarters. The profit of capitalist 2 amounted to 80 quarters on 100 quarters, or to 80%. The profit of the second capitalist compared to that of the first is 80 to 50, or 8 to 5, or 1 to 5/8. As against this, the surplus value of the second capitalist compared to that of the first is 80 to 100, or 8 to 10, or 1 to 10/8, or 1 to 1 2/8, or 1 1/4. The rate of profit of the second capitalist is 30% higher than that of the first. The surplus value of the second capitalist is 20% smaller than that of the first. The second capitalist employs 66 2/3% more workers, while the first one appropriates only 1/8, or 12 1/2% more labor in a single day. Mr. Mill has therefore proved that capitalist number 1, who uses a total of 90 days, 1/3 of which is embodied in constant capital, seed, machinery, etc., and employs 60 workers, whom, however, he pays only the product of 30 days, produces 1 quarter of corn in half a day, or in 9/18 of a day, so that in 90 working days he produces 180 quarters, 60 quarters of which represent the 30 working days contained in the constant capital, 60 quarters the wages for 60 working days, or the product of 30 working days, and 60 quarters the surplus value, or the product of 30 working days. The rate of surplus value of this capitalist is 100%. His rate of profit is 50%, for the 60 quarters of surplus value are not calculated on the 60 quarters of the capital laid out in wages, but on 120 quarters, i.e. both parts of capital, that is, variable capital plus constant capital. He has proved further that capitalist number 2, who uses 100 working days and lays out nothing in constant capital, by virtue of his discovery, produces 180 quarters. 1 quarter is therefore equal to 10/18 of a day, i.e. it is 1/18 of a day, 40 minutes, dearer than that of number 1. His labor is 1 quarter less productive. Since the worker receives a daily wage of 1 quarter, as he did previously, his wages have risen by 1/18 in real value, that is, in the labor time required for their production. Although the production cost of wages has now risen by 1/18, and the total product is smaller in relation to labor time, and the surplus value produced by him amounts to only 80%, whereas that of number 1 was 100%, his rate of profit is 80%, while that of the first was 50%. Why? Because although the cost of wages has risen for capitalist number 2, he employs more labor, and because the rate of surplus value is equal to the rate of profit in the case of number 2, since his surplus value is calculated only on the capital laid out in wages, the constant capital amounting to 0. But Mill wanted, on the contrary, to prove that the rise in the rate of profit was due to a reduction in the production cost of wages, according to the Ricardian law. We have seen that this rise took place despite the increase in the production cost of wages, that consequently the Ricardian law is false if profit and surplus value are directly identified with one another, and the rate of profit is understood as the ratio of surplus value, or gross profit, which is equal to the surplus value, to the total value of the capital advanced. Mr. Mill continues. A return of 180 quarters could not before be obtained but by an outlay of 120 quarters. It can now be obtained by an outlay of not more than 100. Mr. Mill forgets that in the first case, the outlay of 120 quarters represents an outlay of 60 working days, and that in the second case, the outlay of 100 quarters represents an outlay of 55 and 6/9 working days. That is, a quarter equals 9/18 of a working day in the first case and 10/18 in the second. The produce, 180 quarters, is still the result of the same quantity of labor as before, namely the labor of 100 men. Pardon me, the 180 quarters were previously the result of 90 working days. Now they are the result of 100. A quarter of corn, therefore, is still the produce of 10/18 of a man's labor. Pardon me, it was previously the produce of 9/18 of a man's labor. A quarter of corn, which is the remuneration of a single laborer, is indeed the produce of the same labor as before. Pardon me. Firstly, now a quarter of corn is indeed the produce of 10/18 of a working day, whereas previously it was the produce of 9/18. It therefore costs 1/18 of a day more labor. And secondly, whether the quarter costs 9/18 or 10/18 of his working day, the remuneration of an individual worker should never be confused with the product of his labor, since it is always only a part of that product. It is now the produce of 10/18 of a man's labor and nothing else. This is correct. Whereas formerly, it required for its production the conjunction of that quantity of labor with an expenditure in the form of reimbursement of profit amounting to 1/5 more. Stop. First of all, it is wrong, as has been emphasized repeatedly, to say that 1/4 previously cost 10/18 of a working day. It only cost 9/18. It would be even more wrong, if a gradation in absolute falsehood were possible, if there were added to these 9/18 of a working day the conjunction of reimbursement of profit amounting to 1/5 more. In 90 working days, taking constant and variable capital together, 180 quarters are produced. 180 quarters are equal to 90 working days. 1/4 equals 90 over 180, which equals 9/18, which equals 1/2 of a working day. Consequently, no conjunction whatsoever is added to these 9/18 of a working day, or to the half of a working day which a quarter costs in number 1. We here discover the real delusion, which is the center around which the whole of this nonsense revolves. Mill first of all made a fool of himself by supposing that if 120 quarters are the product of 60 days of labor, and this product is equally divided between the 60 laborers and the capitalist, the 60 quarters, which represent the constant capital, could be the product of 40 days of labor. They could only be the product of 30 days, in whatever proportion the capitalist and the laborers producing the 60 quarters might happen to share in them. But let us proceed. In order to make the delusion quite clear, let us assume that not 1/3, i.e. 20 quarters of the 60 quarters of constant capital, would be converted into profit, but the whole amount of the 60 quarters. We can make this assumption all the more readily, since it is not in our interest, but in Mill's, and simplifies the problem. Moreover, it is easier to believe that the capitalist who produces 60 quarters of constant capital discovers that 30 workers who produce 60 quarters or an equivalent value in 30 days can be made to work for nothing, without being paid any wages at all, as happens in the case of statute labor, than to believe in the ability of Mill's capitalist to produce 180 quarters of corn without seed or fixed capital, simply by means of a discovery. Let us therefore assume that the 60 quarters contain only the profit of capitalist number 2, the producer of constant capital for capitalist number 1, since capitalist number 2 has the product of 30 working days to sell without having paid a single farthing to the 30 workers, each of whom worked 1 day. Would it then be correct to say that these 60 quarters, which can be entirely resolved into profit, enter into the production cost of wages on the part of capitalist 1 in conjunction with the labor time worked by these workers? Of course, the capitalist and the workers in case number 1 could not produce 120 quarters, or even one single quarter, without the 60 quarters which constitute constant capital and which are resolvable into profit only. These are conditions of production necessary for them, and conditions of production, moreover, which have to be paid for. Thus, the 60 quarters were necessary to produce 180. 60 of these 180 quarters replace the 60 quarters, constant capital. Their 120 quarters, the product of 60 working days, are not affected by this. If they had been able to produce the 120 quarters without the 60, then their product, the product of the 60 working days, would have been the same, but the total product would have been smaller, precisely because the 60 pre-existing quarters would not have been reproduced. The capitalist's rate of profit would have been greater because his production costs would not have included the expenditure on or the cost of the means of production which enable him to make a surplus value of 60 quarters. The absolute amount of profit would have been the same, 60 quarters. These 60 quarters, however, would have required an outlay of only 60 quarters. Now they require an outlay of 120. This outlay on constant capital, therefore, enters into the production costs of the capitalist, but not into the production costs of wages. Let us assume that capitalist number 3, also without paying his workers, can produce 60 quarters in 15 working days instead of 30, by means of some discovery, partly because he uses better machines and so on. This capitalist number 3 would drive capitalist number 2 out of the market and secure the custom of capitalist number 1. The capitalist's outlay would now have fallen from 60 to 45 working days. The workers would still require 60 working days to transform their 60 quarters into 180, and they would need 30 working days in order to produce their wages. For them, 1 quarter would be equal to half a working day. But the 180 quarters would only cost the capitalist an outlay of 45 working days instead of 60. Since, however, it would be absurd to suggest that corn under the name of seed costs less labor time than it does under the name of corn pure and simple, we would have to assume that in the case of the first 60 quarters, seed corn costs just as much as it did previously, but that less seed is necessary, or that the fixed capital which forms part of the value of the 60 quarters has become cheaper. Let us write down the results so far obtained from the analysis of Mill's illustration. First, it has emerged that, supposing the 120 quarters were produced without any constant capital and were the product of 60 working days as they were previously, whereas formerly, the 180 quarters, 60 quarters of which were constant capital, were the product of 90 working days. In this case, the capital of 60 quarters laid out in wages, equal to 30 working days but commanding 60 working days, would produce the same product as formerly, namely 120 quarters. The value of the product would likewise remain unchanged, that is, 1 quarter would be equal to half a working day. Previously, the product was equal to 180 instead of 120 as at present, but these 60 additional quarters represented only the labor time embodied in the constant capital. The cost of production of wages has thus remained unchanged, and the wages themselves, in terms of both use value and exchange value, have also remained unchanged, 1 quarter being equal to half a working day. Surplus value would similarly remain unchanged, namely 60 quarters for 60 quarters, or half a working day for half a working day. The rate of surplus value in both cases was 100%. Nevertheless, the rate of profit was only 50% in the first case, while it is now 100%, simply because 60 to 60 is 100%, while 60 to 120 is 50%. The increase in the rate of profit in this case is not due to any change in the production costs of wages, but merely to the fact that constant capital has been assumed to be zero. The position is similar when the value of the constant capital diminishes, and with it the value of the capital advanced. That is, the proportion of surplus value to capital increases, and this proportion is the rate of profit. To obtain the rate of profit, surplus value is not only calculated on that part of capital which really increases and creates surplus value, namely the part laid out in wages, but also on the value of the raw materials and machinery, whose value only reappears in the product. It is calculated, moreover, on the value of the whole of the machinery, not only on the part which really enters into the process of creating value, i.e. the part whose wear and tear has to be replaced, but also on that part which enters only into the labor process. Secondly, in the second example, it was assumed that capital 1 yields 180 quarters, equal to 90 working days, so that 60 quarters, being 30 working days, represent constant capital. 60 quarters are variable capital, representing 60 working days, for 30 of which the workers are paid. Thus, wages amount to 60 quarters, being 30 working days, and surplus value to 60 quarters, being 30 working days. On the other hand, the product of capital 2 represents 100 working days, although it likewise comes to 180 quarters, 100 quarters of which are wages, and 80 surplus value. In this case, the whole of the capital advanced is laid out in wages. Here, constant capital is at zero. The real value of wages has risen, although the use value the workers receive has remained the same, 1 quarter. But a quarter is now equal to 10/18 of a working day, whereas previously it was only worth 9/18. The rate of surplus value has declined from 100% to 80%, that is, by 1/5, or 20%. The rate of profit has increased from 50% to 80%, that is, by 3/5, or by 60%. In this case, therefore, the real production cost of wages has not simply remained unchanged, but has risen. Labor has become less productive, and consequently the surplus labor has diminished, and yet the rate of profit has risen. Why? First of all, because in this case there is no constant capital, and the rate of profit is consequently equal to the rate of surplus value. In all cases where capital is not exclusively laid out on wages, an almost impossible contingency in capitalist production,
the rate of profit must be smaller than the rate of surplus value, and it must be smaller in the same proportion as the total value of the capital advanced is greater than the value of the part of the capital laid out in wages. Secondly, the rate of profit has risen because capitalist number 2 employs a considerably greater number of workers than capitalist number 1, thus more than counterbalancing the difference in the productivity of the labor they respectively employ. Thirdly, from one point of view, the cases outlined under the headings firstly and secondly are a conclusive proof that variations in the rate of profit can take place quite independently of the cost of production of wages. For under the heading firstly, it was determined that the rate of profit can rise although the cost of production of labor remains the same. Under secondly, it was demonstrated that the rate of profit for capital 2 compared with that for capital 1 rises although the productivity of labor declines. In other words, although the production cost of wages rises. This case therefore proves that if, on the other hand, we compare capital 1 with capital 2, the rate of profit falls although the rate of surplus value rises, the productivity of labor increases, and consequently, the production costs of wages fall. They amount to only 9/18 of a working day per quarter for capital 1, whereas for capital 2, they amount to 10/18 of a working day. But despite this, the rate of profit is 60% higher in the case of capital 2 than in the case of capital 1. In all these cases, not only are variations in the rates of profit not determined by variations in the production costs of wages, but they take place in the same proportions. Here, it must be noted that it does not follow from this that the movement of one is the cause of movement of the other. For example, that the rate of profit does not fall because the costs of wages fall, or that it does not rise because the production costs of wages rise, but only that different circumstances paralyze the opposite movements. Nevertheless, the Ricardian law that variations in the rate of profit take place in the opposite direction to variations in wages, that one rises because the other falls and vice versa, is false. This law applies only to the rate of surplus value. At the same time, there exists, however, a necessary connection, although not always, in the fact that the rate of profit and the value of wages rise and fall not in the opposite, but in the same direction. More manual labor is employed where the labor is less productive. More constant capital is applied where the labor is more productive. Thus, in this context, the same circumstances which bring about an increase or a decline in the rate of surplus value must, as a consequence, bring about a decline or an increase in the rate of profit, i.e., a movement in the opposite direction. Subsection B. Apparent variation in the rate of profit, where the production of constant capital is combined with its working up by a single capitalist. But we shall now outline the case as Mill himself conceived it, although he did not formulate it correctly. This will at the same time clarify the real meaning of his talk about the profits advanced by the capitalist. Despite any kind of discovery and any possible conjunction, the example cannot be left in the form in which Mill puts it forward, because it contains absolute contradictions and absurdities, and the various presuppositions he makes cancel one another out. Of the 180 quarters, 60 quarters, seed and fixed capital, are supposed to consist of 20 quarters for profit and 40 quarters for wages for 40 working days, so that if the 20 quarters are omitted, the 40 working days still remain. According to this presupposition, the workers therefore receive the whole product for their labor, and consequently it is absolutely impossible to see where the 20 quarters of profit and their value come from. If it is assumed that they are merely nominal additions to the price, if they do not constitute labor time appropriated by the capitalist, their omission would be just as profitable as if 20 quarters wages for the workers who had not done any work were included in the 60 quarters. Furthermore, the 60 quarters here simply express the value of the constant capital. They are, however, supposed to be the product of 40 working days. On the other hand, it is assumed that the remaining 120 quarters are the product of 60 working days. But here, working days must be understood as equal average labor. The assumption is therefore absurd. Thus, one must assume firstly that in the 180 quarters, only 90 working days are embodied, and in the 60 quarters, that is the value of the constant capital, only 30 working days. The assumption that the profit, amounting to 20 quarters or to 10 working days, can be omitted is once again absurd. For it must then be assumed that the 30 workers employed in the production of constant capital, although not working for a capitalist, are nevertheless so obliging that they are content to pay themselves wages which only amount to half their labor time, and not to reckon the other half in their commodity. In a word, that they sell their working day 50% below its value. Hence, this assumption too is absurd. But let us assume that capitalist number 1, instead of buying his constant capital from capitalist number 2 and then working it up, combines both the production and the working up of constant capital in his own undertaking. He thus supplies seed, agricultural implements, etc. to himself. Let us likewise ignore the discovery, which makes seed and fixed capital unnecessary. Supposing that he expends 20 quarters, equal to 10 working days, on constant capital, for the production of his constant capital, and 10 quarters on wages for 10 working days, of which the workers work 5 days for nothing, the calculation would then be as follows. Constant capital, 20 quarters, 10 working days. Variable capital for 80 workers, 60 plus 20 being 80 quarters. Wages for 80 working days, being 40 working days. Surplus value, 60 plus 20 equals 80 quarters, being 40 working days. And total product, 180 quarters, being 90 working days. The actual production costs of wages have remained the same, and consequently the productivity of labor too. The total product has remained the same, that is 180 quarters, and the value of the 180 quarters also remained unchanged. The rate of surplus value has remained the same, 80 quarters over 80 quarters. The total amount or quantity of surplus value has risen from 60 quarters to 80 quarters, that is, by 20 quarters. The capital advanced has fallen from 120 to 100 quarters. Previously, 60 quarters were made on 120 quarters, or a rate of profit of 50%. Now, 80 quarters are made on 100 quarters, or a rate of profit of 80%. The total value of the capital advanced has fallen from 120 quarters by 20 quarters, and the rate of profit has risen from 50% to 80%. The profit itself, irrespective of its rate, now amounts to 80 quarters, whereas previously it was 60 quarters. That is, it has risen by 20 quarters, or as much as the amount, not the rate, of the surplus value. Thus, there has been no change here, no variation in the production costs of real wages. The rise in the rate of profit is due firstly to the fact that although the rate of surplus value has not risen, the total amount has increased from 60 quarters to 80 quarters, that is by a third, and it has risen by a third, by 33 1/3%, because the capitalist now employs 80 workers and not 60 as previously. That is, he exploits a third, or 33 1/3% more living labor, and obtains the same rate of surplus value from the 80 workers he now employs as previously when he employed only 60 workers. Secondly, while the absolute magnitude of surplus value, that is, the total profit, has risen by 33 1/3%, i.e. from 60 to 80 quarters, the rate of profit has risen from 50% to 80%, by 30, that is, by 3/5, since 1/5 of 50 is 10 and 3/5 30, i.e. by 60%. That is to say, the value of the capital laid out has fallen from 120 quarters to 100, although the value of the part of the capital laid out in wages has risen from 60 to 80 quarters, from 30 to 40 working days. This part of the capital has increased by 10 working days, 20 quarters. On the other hand, the constant portion of capital has decreased from 60 to 20 quarters, from 30 working days to 10, that is, by 20 working days. If we subtract the 10 working days by which the part of the capital laid out in wages has increased, then the total capital expended decreases by 10 working days, being 20 quarters. Previously, it amounted to 120 quarters, 60 working days. Now it amounts to only 100 quarters, 50 working days. It has therefore decreased by a sixth, that is, by 16 2/3%. Incidentally, this whole variation in the rate of profit is only an illusion, only a transfer from one account book to another. Capitalist number 1 has 80 quarters profit instead of 60 quarters, that is, an additional profit of 20 quarters. This, however, is the exact amount of profit that the producer of constant capital made previously, and which he has now lost because capitalist number 1, instead of buying his constant capital, now produces it himself. That is, instead of paying capitalist number 2 the surplus value of 20 quarters, 10 working days, which the producer of constant capital obtained from the 20 workers employed by him, capitalist number 1 now keeps it for himself. 80 quarters profit is made on 180 quarters as previously, the only difference being that previously it was divided between 2 people. The rate of profit appears to be bigger, because previously capitalist number 1 regarded the 60 quarters as constant capital only, which in fact they were for him. He therefore disregarded the profit accruing to the producer of the constant capital. The rate of profit has not altered, any more than the surplus value or any factor in production, including the productivity of labor. Previously, the capital laid out by the producer of constant capital amounted to 40 quarters, 20 working days. That variable capital laid out by capitalist number 1 amounted to 60 quarters, 30 working days, making a total of 100 quarters, 50 working days. And the profit of the first capitalist came to 20 quarters, that of the other to 60, together 80 quarters, 40 working days. The whole product, amounting to 90 working days, 180 quarters, yielded 80 quarters profit on 100 laid out in wages and constant capital. For society, the revenue deriving from the profit has remained the same as before, and so has the ratio of surplus value to wages. The difference arises from the fact that when the capitalist enters the commodity market as a buyer, he is simply a commodity owner. He has to pay the full value of a commodity, the whole of the labor time embodied in it, irrespective of the proportions in which the fruits of the labor time were divided or are divided between the capitalist and the worker. If, on the other hand, he enters the labor market as a buyer, he buys in actual fact more labor than he pays for. If, therefore, he produces his raw materials and machinery himself instead of buying them, he himself appropriates the surplus labor he would otherwise have had to pay out to the seller of the raw materials and machinery. It certainly makes a difference to the individual capitalist, although not to the rate of profit, whether he himself derives a profit or pays it out to someone else. In calculating the reduction in the rate of profit as a result of the growth of constant capital, the social average is always taken as the basis, that is, the aggregate amount of constant capital employed by society at a particular moment, and the proportion of this amount to the amount of capital laid out directly in wages. But this point of view is seldom decisive, and can seldom be decisive even for the individual capitalist with regard to such complex enterprises which do occur, for example, when the capitalist is at the same time engaged in spinning and weaving, making his own bricks, etc. What is decisive here is the real saving in production costs through saving of time on transport, savings on buildings, on heating, on power, etc., greater control over the quality of the raw materials, etc. If he himself decided to manufacture the machines he required, he would then produce them on a small scale like a small producer who works to supply his own needs or the individual needs of a few customers, and the machines would cost him more than they would if he bought them from a machine manufacturer who produced them for the market. Or, if he wished at the same time to spin and to weave and to make machines not only for himself but also for the market, he would require a greater amount of capital, which he could probably invest to greater advantage, division of labor, in his own enterprise. This point of view can only apply when he provides for himself a market sufficient to enable him to produce his constant capital himself on an advantageous scale. His own demand must be large enough to achieve this. In this case, even if his work is less productive than that of the proper producers of constant capital, he appropriates a share of the surplus labor for which he would otherwise have to pay another capitalist. It can be seen that this has nothing to do with the rate of profit. If, as in the example cited by Mill, 90 working days and 80 workers were involved previously, then nothing is saved from the production cost by the fact that the surplus labor of 40 days, or 80 quarters, contained in the product is now pocketed by one capitalist instead of by two, as was the case previously. The 20 quarters profit, 10 working days, simply disappears from one account book in order to appear again in another. This saving on previous profit, if it does not coincide with a saving in labor time, and thus with the saving in wages, is therefore a pure delusion. Subsection C. On the influence a change in the value of constant capital exerts on surplus value, profit, and wages. Fourthly, there remains the case in which the value of constant capital decreases as a result of the increased productivity of labor, and it remains for us to investigate whether or not, and to what extent, this case is related to the real production cost of wages or to the value of labor. The question is, therefore, to what extent a real change in the value of constant capital causes, at the same time, a variation in the ratio of profit to wages. The value of constant capital, its production costs, can remain constant, yet more or less of it can be embodied in the product. Even if its value is assumed to be constant, the constant capital will increase in the measure that the productivity of labor and production on a large scale develop. Variations in the relative amount of constant capital employed, while the production costs of the constant capital remain stable or rise, variations which all affect the rate of profit, are excluded in advance from this investigation. Furthermore, all branches of production whose products do not enter directly or indirectly into the consumption of the workers are likewise excluded. But variations in the real rate of profit, that is, the ratio of the surplus value really produced in these branches of industry to the capital expended, in these branches of industry affect the general rate of profit, which arises as a result of the leveling of profits, just as much as variations in the rate of profit in branches of industry whose products enter directly or indirectly into the consumption of the workers. The question, moreover, must be reduced to the following. How can a change in the value of constant capital retrospectively affect the surplus value? For once surplus value is assumed as given, the ratio of surplus to necessary labor is given, and therefore also the value of wages, i.e. their production cost. In these circumstances, no change in the value of constant capital can have any effect on the value of wages, any more than on the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor, although it must always affect the rate of profit, the cost of production of the surplus value for the capitalist, and in certain circumstances, namely when the product enters into the consumption of the worker, it affects the quantity of use values into which wages are resolved, although it does not affect the exchange value of wages. Let us assume that wages are given, and that, for example, in a cotton factory they come to 10 working hours and surplus value to 2 working hours. The price of raw cotton falls by half as a result of a good harvest. The same quantity of cotton, which previously cost the manufacturer 100 pounds, now only costs him 50 pounds. The same amount of cotton requires just the same amount of spinning and weaving as it did before. With an expenditure of 50 pounds for cotton, the capitalist can now acquire as much surplus labor as he did previously with an expenditure of 100 pounds. Or, should he continue to spend 100 pounds on cotton, he will now receive, for the same amount of money as he spent before, a quantity of cotton from which he will be able to acquire twice the amount of surplus labor. In both cases, the rate of surplus value, that is, the ratio of surplus value to wages, will be the same. But in the second case, the amount of surplus value will rise, since twice as much labor will be employed at the same rate of surplus labor. The rate of profit will rise in both cases, although there has been no change in the production cost of wages. It will rise because, to obtain the rate of profit, the surplus value is calculated on the production costs of the capitalist, that is, on the total value of the capital he expends, and this has fallen. He now needs a smaller outlay in order to produce the same amount of surplus value. In the second case, not only the rate, but also the amount of profit will rise, because surplus value itself has risen as a consequence of the increased employment of labor, without this increase resulting in an additional cost for raw material. Here again, increases in the rate and the amount of profit will take place without any kind of change in the value of labor. Suppose, on the other hand, that cotton doubles its value as a result of a bad harvest, so that the same amount of cotton which formerly cost 100 pounds now costs 200. In this case, the rate of profit will fall at all events, but in certain circumstances, the amount or absolute magnitude of profit may fall as well. If the capitalist employs the same number of workers who do the same amount of work as they did before, under exactly the same conditions as before, the rate of profit will fall, although the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor, and therefore the rate and yield of surplus value, will remain the same. The rate of profit falls because the production costs of surplus value have risen, i.e. the capitalist has to spend 100 pounds more on raw material in order to appropriate the same amount of other people's labor time as before. However, if the capitalist is now forced to allocate a part of the money which he formerly spent on wages to buying cotton, for example, to spend 150 pounds on cotton, of which sum 50 pounds formerly went on wages, then the rate and the amount of profit fall. The amount decreases because less labor is being employed, even though the rate of surplus value remains the same. The result would be the same if, owing to a bad harvest, there were not enough cotton available to absorb the same amount of living labor as formerly. In both cases, the amount and rate of profit would fall, although the value of labor would remain the same. In other words, the rate of surplus value, or the quantity of unpaid labor which the capitalist receives in relation to the labor for which he pays wages, remains unchanged. Thus, when the rate of surplus value, that is, the value of labor, remains unchanged, a change in the value of constant capital must produce a change in the rate of profit, and may be accompanied by a change in the total amount of profit. On the other hand, as far as the worker is concerned, if the value of cotton, and therefore the value of the product into which it enters, falls, he still receives the same amount of wages, equal to 10 hours of labor. But he can now buy the cotton goods which he himself uses more cheaply, and can therefore spend part of the money he previously spent on cotton goods on other things. It is only in this proportion that the necessities of life available to him increase in quantity, that is, in the proportion in which he saves money on the price of cotton goods. For apart from this, he now receives no more for a greater quantity of cotton goods than he did previously for a smaller quantity. Other goods have risen in the same proportion as cotton goods have fallen. In short, a greater quantity of cotton goods now has no more value than the smaller quantity had previously. In this case, therefore, the value of wages would remain the same, but it would represent a greater quantity of other commodities, use values. Nevertheless, the rate of profit would rise, although, given the same circumstances, the rate of surplus value could not rise. The opposite is the case when cotton becomes dearer. If the worker is employed for the same amount of time and still receives a wage equal to 10 hours as he did previously, the value of his labor would remain the same, but its use value would fall insofar as the worker himself is a consumer of cotton goods. In this case, the use value of wages would fall. Its value, however, would remain unchanged, although the rate of profit would also fall. Thus, whereas surplus value and real wages always fall and rise in inverse ratio, with the exception of the case where the worker participates in the yield of the absolute lengthening of his working day, but when this happens, the worker uses up his labor power all the more quickly, it is possible for the rate of profit to rise or fall in the first case, although the value of wages remains the same and their use value increases. In the second case, although the value of wages remains the same while their use value falls. Consequently, a rise in the rate of profit resulting from a fall in the value of constant capital has no direct connection whatever with any kind of variation in the real value of wages, that is, in the labor time contained in the wages. If we assume, as in the above case, that cotton falls in value by 50%, then nothing could be more incorrect than to say that either the production costs of wages have fallen, or that if the worker is paid in cotton goods and receives the same value as he did previously, that is, if he receives a greater amount of cotton goods than he did previously, since although 10 hours, for example, still equals 10 shillings, I can buy more cotton goods for 10 shillings than I could before, because the value of raw cotton has fallen, the rate of profit would remain the same. The rate of surplus value remains the same, but the rate of profit rises. The production costs of the product fall because an element of the product, its raw material, now costs less labor time than previously. The production costs of wages remain the same as before, since the worker works the same amount of labor time for himself and the same for the capitalist as he did before. The production costs of wages do not depend, however, on the labor time, which means the production used by the worker cost, but on the time he works in order to reproduce his wages. According to Mr. Mill, the production costs of a worker's wages would be greater if, for example, he worked up copper instead of iron or flax instead of cotton. They would be greater if he sowed flaxseed rather than cottonseed, or if he worked with an expensive machine rather than with no machine at all, but simply with tools. The production costs of profit would fall because the aggregate value, the total amount of the capital advanced in order to produce the surplus value, would fall. The cost of surplus value is never greater than the cost of the part of capital spent on wages. On the other hand, the cost of profit is equal to the total cost of the capital advanced in order to create this surplus value. It is therefore determined not only by the value of the portion of capital which is spent on wages and which creates the surplus value, but also by the value of the elements of capital necessary to bring into action the one part of capital which is exchanged against living labor. Mr. Mill confuses the production costs of profit with the production costs of surplus value, that is, he confuses profit and surplus value. This analysis shows the importance of the cheapness or dearness of raw materials for the industry which works them up, not to speak of the relative cheapening of machinery, even assuming that the market price is equal to the value of this commodity, that is, that the market price of the commodity falls in exactly the same ratio as do the raw materials embodied in it. Colonel Terens is therefore correct when he says, with regard to England, in relation to a country in the condition of England, the importance of a foreign market must be measured not by the quantity of finished goods which it receives, but by the quantity of the elements of reproduction which it returns. The way Terens seeks to prove this, however, is bad. The usual talk about supply and demand. According to him, it would appear that if, for example, English capital, which manufactures cotton goods, grows more rapidly than capital which grows cotton, in the United States, for instance, then the price of cotton rises, and then he says, the value of cotton fabrics will decline in relation to the elementary cost of their production. That is to say, while the price of the raw material is rising due to the growing demand from England, the price of the cotton fabrics, raised by the rising price of the raw material, will fall. We can indeed observe at the present time, for instance, the spring of 1862, that cotton twist is scarcely more expensive than raw cotton, and woven cotton hardly any dearer than yarn. Terens, however, assumes that there is an adequate supply of cotton, though at a rather high price, available for consumption by English industry. The price of cotton rises above its value. Consequently, if cotton fabrics are sold at their value, this is only possible provided the cotton grower secures more surplus value from the total product than is his due, by actually taking part of the surplus value due to the cotton manufacturer. The latter cannot replace this portion by raising the price, because demand would fall if prices rose. On the contrary, his profit may decline even more as a consequence of falling demand than it does as a consequence of the cotton grower's surcharge. The demand for raw materials, raw cotton for example, is regulated annually not only by the effective demand existing at a given moment, but by the average demand throughout the year. That is, not only by the demand from the mills that are working at the time, but by this demand increased by the number of mills, which, experience shows, will start operating during the course of the coming year. That is, by the relative increase in the number of mills taking place during the year, or by the surplus demand corresponding to this relative increase. Conversely, if the price of cotton, etc. should fall, for example as a result of an especially good harvest, then in most cases, the price falls below its value, again through the law of demand and supply. The rate of profit, and possibly, as we saw above, the total amount of profit, increases. Consequently, not only in the proportion in which it would have increased had the cotton which had become cheaper been sold at its value, but it increases because the finished article has not become cheaper in the total proportion to which the cotton grower sold his raw cotton below its value. That is, because the manufacturer has pocketed part of the surplus value due to the cotton grower. This does not diminish the demand for his product, since its price falls in any case due to the decrease in the value of cotton. However, its price does not fall as much as the price of raw cotton falls below its value. In addition, demand increases at such times because the workers are fully employed and receive full wages, so that they themselves act as consumers on a significant scale, consumers of their own product. In cases in which the price of the raw material declines, not as a result of a permanent or continuous fall in its average production costs, but because of either an especially good or an especially bad year, weather conditions, the workers' wages do not fall. The demand for labor, however, grows. The effect produced by this demand is not merely proportionate to its growth. On the contrary, when the product suddenly becomes dearer, on the one hand, many workers are dismissed, and on the other hand, the manufacturer seeks to recoup his loss by reducing wages below their normal level. Thus, the normal demand on the part of the workers declines, intensifying the now general decline in demand, and worsening the effect this has on the market price of the product. It was mainly his Ricardian conception of the division of the product between worker and capitalist which led Mill to the idea that changes in the value of constant capital alter the value of labor or the production cost of labor. For example, that a fall in the value of constant capital advanced results in a decline in the value of labor, in its production costs, and therefore also of wages. The value of yarn falls as a result of a decrease in the value of its raw material, raw cotton for example. Its costs of production decline. The amount of labor time embodied in it is reduced. If, for example, a pound of cotton twist were the product of one man working a 12-hour day, and if the value of the cotton contained in this twist fell, then the value of the pound of twist would fall in the precise degree that the cotton required for spinning fell. For example, the price of 1 pound of number 40 mule yarn, second quality, was 1 shilling on May 22, 1861. It was 11 pence on May 22, 1855, 11 6/8 pence in actual fact, since its price did not fall to the same extent as that of raw cotton. But in the first case, a pound of fair raw cotton cost 8 pence, and 7 pence in the second. In these cases, the value of the yarn fell in exactly the same degree as the value of cotton, its raw material. Consequently, says Mill, the amount of labor remains the same as it was previously. If it was 12 hours, the product is the result of the same 12 hours of labor. But there was 1 pence less worth of the pre-existing labor in the second case than in the first. The labor time is the same, but the production costs of labor have been reduced by 1 pence. Now, although 1 pound of cotton twist, as a use value, remains the product of 12 hours labor as it was previously, the value of the pound of twist is neither now, nor was it previously, the product of 12 hours work by the spinner. The value of the raw cotton, which in the first case amounted to 2/3 of 1 shilling, i.e. 8 pence, was not the product of the spinner. In the second case, 2/3 of 11 pence, that is, 7 pence, was not his product. In the first case, the remaining 4 pence is the product of 12 working hours, and just the same amount, 4 pence, is produced in the second. In both cases, his labor adds only 1/3 to the value of the twist. Thus, in the first case, only 1/3 pound of twist out of 1 pound of yarn was the product of the spinner, disregarding machinery, and it was the same in the second case. The worker and the capitalist have only 4 pence to divide between them, the same as previously, that is, 1/3 a pound of twist. If the worker buys cotton twist with the 4 pence, he will receive a greater quantity of it in the second case than in the first. Now, however, a bigger quantity of twist is worth the same as a smaller quantity of twist was previously. But the division of the 4 pence between the worker and capitalist remains the same. If the time worked by the worker to reproduce or produce his wages is 10 hours, his surplus labor amounts to 2 hours, as it did previously. He receives 5/6 of 4 pence, or 1/3 a pound of cotton twist, as he did previously, and the capitalist receives 1/6. Therefore, no change has taken place in respect of the division of the product, of the cotton twist. Nonetheless, the rate of profit has risen, because the value of the raw material has fallen, and consequently, the ratio of surplus value to the total capital advanced, that is, to the production costs of the capitalist, has increased. If, for the sake of simplification, we abstract from the machines, etc., then the two cases stand as follows. The first case, price of 1 pound of twist, is 12 pence. Constant capital is 8 pence, and the labor added is 4 pence. In the second case, the price of 1 pound of twist is 11 pence, the constant capital is 7 pence, and the labor added is 4 pence. The wages in the first case amount to 13 1/3 farthings, the total expenditure to 11 pence and 4/3 farthings, the surplus value to 2 2/3 farthings, and the rate of profit to 5 and 15/17%. The wages in the second case amount to 13 2/3 farthings, the total expenditure to 10 pence and 4/3 farthings, the surplus value to 2 2/3 farthings, and the rate of profit to 6 and 14/31%. Thus, the rate of profit has risen, although the value of the labor has remained the same, and the use value of the labor as expressed in cotton twist has risen. The rate of profit has risen without any kind of variation in the labor time which the worker appropriates for himself, solely because the value of the cotton, and consequently the total value of the production cost of the capitalist, has fallen. 2 2/3 farthings on 11 pence and 4/3 farthings expenditure is naturally less than 2 2/3 farthings on 10 pence and 4/3 farthings expenditure. In the light of what has been said above, the fallaciousness of the following passages with which Mill concludes his illustration become clear. If the cost of production of wages had remained the same as before, profits could not have risen. Each laborer received 1/4 of corn, but 1/4 of corn at that time was the result of the same cost of production as 1 1/5 quarter now. In order, therefore, that each laborer should receive the same cost of production, each must receive 1/4 of corn plus 1/5. Assuming, therefore, that the laborer is paid in the very article he produces, it is evident that when any saving of expense takes place in the production of that article, if the laborer still receives the same cost of production as before, he must receive an increased quantity, in the very same ratio in which the productive power of capital has been increased. But, if so, the outlay of the capitalist will bear exactly the same proportion to the return as it did before, and profits will not rise. This is wrong. The variations, therefore, in the rate of profits and those in the cost of production of wages go hand in hand and are inseparable. Mr. Ricardo's principle is strictly true, if by low wages be meant not merely wages which are the product of a smaller quantity of labor, but wages which are produced at less cost, reckoning labor and previous profits together. Thus, according to Mill's illustration, Ricardo's view is strictly true if low wages, or the production costs of wages in general, are taken to mean not only the opposite of what he said they mean, but if they are taken to mean absolute nonsense, namely, that the production costs of wages are taken to mean not that portion of the working day which the worker works to replace his wages, but also the production costs of the raw material he works up and the machinery he uses, that is, labor time which has not expended at all, neither for himself nor for the capitalist. Fifthly, now comes the real question. How far can a change in the value of constant capital affect the surplus value? If we say that the value of the average daily wage is equal to 10 hours, or what amounts to the same thing, that from the working day of, let us say, 12 hours in which the worker labors, 10 hours are required in order to produce and replace his wages, and that only the time he works over and above this is unpaid labor time, in which he produces values which the capitalist receives without having paid for them, this means nothing more than that 10 hours of labor are embodied in the total quantity of means of subsistence which the worker consumes. These 10 hours of labor are expressed in a certain sum of money with which he buys the food. The value of commodities, however, is determined by the labor time embodied in them, irrespective of whether this labor time is embodied in the raw material, the machinery used up, or the labor newly added by the worker to the raw material by means of the machinery. Thus, if there were to be a constant, not temporary, change in the value of the raw material or of the machinery which enter into this commodity, a change brought about by a change in the productivity of labor which produces this raw material and this machinery, in short, the constant capital embodied in this commodity, and if, as a result, more or less labor time were required in order to produce this part of the commodity itself would consequently be dearer or cheaper, provided both the productivity of the labor which transforms the raw material into the commodity and the length of the working day remained unchanged. This would lead either to a rise or fall in the production costs, i.e., the value of labor power. In other words, if previously out of the 12 hours the worker worked 10 hours for himself, he must now work 11 hours, or in the opposite case, only 9 hours for himself. In the first case, his labor for the capitalist, i.e. the surplus value, would have declined by half, from 2 hours to 1. In the second case, it would have risen by half, from 2 hours to 3. In this latter case, the rate of profit and the total profit of the capitalist would rise, the former because the value of constant capital would have fallen, and both because the rate of surplus value and its amount in absolute figures would have increased. This is the only way in which a change in the value of the constant capital can affect the value of labor, the production costs of wages, or the division of the working day between capitalist and worker, hence also the surplus value. However, this simply means that for the capitalist, who for example spins cotton, the necessary labor time of his own workers is determined not only by the productivity of labor in the spinning industry, but likewise by the productivity of labor in the production of cotton, of machinery, etc., just as it is also determined by the productivity in all branches of industry whose products, although they do not enter as constant capital, that is, either as raw material or as machinery, etc., into his product, a product which, it is assumed, enters into the consumption of the worker, constitutes a part of the circulating capital which is expended in wages, that is, by the productivity in the industries producing food, etc. What appears as the product in one industry appears as raw material or instrument of labor in another. The constant capital of one industry thus consists of the products of another industry. In the latter, it does not constitute constant capital, but is the result of the production process within this branch. To the individual capitalist, it makes a great deal of difference whether the increased productivity of labor, and therefore also the fall in the value of labor power, takes place within his own branch of industry or amongst those which supply his industry with constant capital. For the capitalist class, for capital as a whole, it is all the same. Thus, this case, in which a fall or a rise in the value of constant capital is not due to the fact that the industry employing this constant capital produces on a large scale, but to the fact that the production costs of constant capital itself have changed, concurs with the laws elaborated for surplus value. When in general we speak about profit or rate of profit, then surplus value is supposed to be given. The influences, therefore, which determine surplus value have all operated. This is the presupposition. Sixthly, in addition, one could have set forth how the ratio of constant capital to variable capital, and hence the rate of profit, is altered by a particular form of surplus value, namely by the lengthening of the working day beyond its normal limits. This results in the diminution of the relative value of the constant capital, or of the proportionate part of value which it constitutes in the total value of the product. But we will leave this till Chapter 3, where the greater part of what has been dealt with here really belongs. Mr. Mill, basing himself on his brilliant illustration, advances the general Ricardian proposition. The only expression of the law of profits is that they depend on the cost of production of wages. On the contrary, one should say, the rate of profit, and this is what Mr. Mill is talking about, depends exclusively on the cost of production of wages only in one single case. And this is when the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit are identical. But this can only occur if the whole of the capital advanced is laid out directly in wages, so that no constant capital, be it raw material, machinery, factory buildings, etc., enters into the product, or that the raw material, etc., insofar as it does enter, is not the product of labor and costs nothing, a case which is virtually impossible in capitalist production. Only in this case are the variations in the rate of profit identical with the variations in the rate of surplus value, or what amounts to the same thing with the variations in the production costs of wages. In general, however, and this also includes the exceptional case mentioned above, the rate of profit is equal to the ratio of surplus value to the total value of the capital advanced. If we call the surplus value S and the value of the capital advance C, then profit works out at S to C, or S over C. This ratio is determined not only by the size of S, and all the factors which determine the production costs of wages enter into the determination of S, but also by the size of C. But C, the total value of the capital advance, consists of the constant capital, small c, and the variable capital, small v, laid out in wages. The rate of profit is therefore S to small v plus small c, equaling S to C. But S itself, the surplus value, is determined not only by its own rate, i.e. by the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor, in other words, by the division of the working day between capital and labor, that is, its division into paid and unpaid labor time. The quantity of surplus value, i.e. the total amount of surplus value, is likewise determined by the number of working days which capital exploits simultaneously. And for a particular capital, the amount of labor time employed at a definite rate of unpaid labor depends on the time in which the product remains in the actual production process without labor being applied or without the same amount of labor as was required formerly. For example, wine before it has matured, corn once it has been sown, skins and other materials which are subjected to chemical treatment for a certain period, etc., as well as on the length of time involved in the circulation of the commodity, the length of time required for the metamorphosis of the commodity, that is, the interval between its completion as a product and its reproduction as a commodity. How many days can be worked simultaneously, if the value of wages and therefore the rate of surplus value is given, depends in general on the amount of capital expended on wages. But on the whole, the factors mentioned above modify the total amount of living labor time which a capital of a given size can employ during a definite period, during a year for example. These circumstances determine the absolute amount of labor time which a given capital can employ. This does not, however, alter the fact that surplus value is determined exclusively by its own rate multiplied by the number of days worked simultaneously. These circumstances only determine the operation of the last factor, the amount of labor time employed. The rate of surplus value is equal to the ratio of surplus labor in one working day. That is, it is equal to the surplus value yielded by a single working day. For example, if the working day is 12 hours and the surplus labor 2 hours, then these 2 hours constitute 1/6 of the total labor time of 12 hours. But we must calculate them on the necessary labor, or on the wages paid for it. They represent the same quantity of labor time in materialized form. Therefore, it is 1/5, being 1/5 of 10 hours, being 2 hours, being 20%. In this case, the amount of surplus value yielded in a single day is determined entirely by the rate. If the capitalist operates on a scale of 100 such days, then the surplus value, that is its total amount, will be 200 labor hours. The rate has remained the same. 200 hours for 1,000 hours of necessary labor will give 1/5 or 20%. If the rate of surplus value is given, its amount depends entirely on the number of workers employed, that is, on the total amount of capital expended on wages, variable capital. If the number of workers employed is given, that is, the amount of capital laid out in wages, the variable capital, then the amount of surplus value depends entirely on its rate, that is, on the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor, on the production costs of wages, on the division of the working day between capitalist and worker. If 100 workers, working 12 hours a day, provide me with 200 labor hours, then the total amount of surplus value will be 200, the rate 1/5 of a paid working day, or 2 hours. And the surplus value comes to 2 hours multiplied by 100, being 200. If 50 workers provide me with 200 labor hours, then the total amount of the surplus value is 200 hours. The rate is 2/5 of a paid working day, that is 4 hours, and the surplus value amounts to 4 hours multiplied by 50, being 200. Since the total amount of surplus value is equal to the product of its rate and the number of working days, it can remain the same although the factors change in an inverse ratio. The rate of surplus value is always expressed in the ratio of surplus value to variable capital. For variable capital is equal to the total amount of the paid labor time, surplus value is equal to the total amount of unpaid labor time. Thus, the ratio of surplus value to variable capital always expresses the ratio of the unpaid part of the working day to the paid part. For example, in the case mentioned previously, let the wage for 10 hours be 1 thaler, where 1 thaler represents a quantity of silver which contains 10 hours of labor. 100 working days are consequently paid for with 100 thaler. Now, if the surplus value amounts to 20 thaler, the rate is 20 over 100, or 1/5, or 20%. Or what amounts to the same thing, the capitalist receives 2 hours for every 10 working hours, equal to 1 thaler. For 100 times 10 working hours, that is 1,000 hours, he receives 200 hours, or 20 thaler. Thus, although the rate of surplus value is determined exclusively by the ratio of surplus labor time to necessary time, in other words, by the corresponding part of the working day which the worker requires to produce his wages, that is, by the production cost of wages, the amount of surplus value is moreover determined by the number of working days, by the total quantity of labor time which is employed at this definite rate of surplus value, that is, by the total amount of capital expended on wages, if the rate of surplus value is given. But since profit is the ratio not of the rate of surplus value, but of the total amount of surplus value to the total value of the capital advanced, then clearly its rate is determined not only by the rate, but also the total amount of surplus value, an amount which depends on the compound ratio of the rate and the number of working days, on the amount of capital expended on wages and the production costs of wages. If the rate of surplus value is given, then its amount depends exclusively on the amount of capital advanced laid out in wages. Now, the average wage is the same. In other words, it is assumed that workers in all branches of industry receive a wage of 10 hours, for example. In those branches of industry where wages are higher than the average, this, from our point of view, and for the matter under consideration, would amount to the capitalist employing a greater number of unskilled workers. Thus, if it is assumed that the surplus labor is equal, and this means that the entire normal working day is equal, the inequalities cancel each other out in part, since 1 hour of skilled labor, for example, is equal to 2 hours of unskilled labor, then the amount of the surplus value depends entirely on the amount of capital expended on wages. It can therefore be said that the amounts of surplus value are proportional to the amounts of capital laid out in wages. This does not, however, apply to profit, since profit expresses the ratio of surplus value to the total value of the capital expended, and the portion which capitals of equal size lay out in wages, or the ratio of variable capital to the total capital, can be and is very different. The amount of profit, as regards the different capitals, here depends on the ratio between the variable capital and the total capital, that is, on V over C plus V. Thus, if the rate of surplus value is given, and it is always expressed by S over V, by the ratio of surplus value to variable capital, then the rate of profit is determined entirely by the ratio of variable capital to the total capital. The rate of profit is thus determined firstly by the rate of surplus value, that is, by the ratio of unpaid labor to paid labor, and it changes, rises or falls, insofar as this action is not rendered ineffectual by movements of the other determining factors, with changes in the rate of surplus value. This, however, rises or falls in direct proportion to the productivity of labor, and in inverse proportion to the value of labor, that is, to the production costs of wages or the quantity of necessary labor. Secondly, however, the rate of profit is determined by the ratio of variable capital to the total capital, by V over C plus V. The total amount of surplus value, where its rate is given, depends of course only on the size of the variable capital, which, on the assumption made, is determined by, or simply expresses, the number of working days worked simultaneously, that is, the total amount of labor time employed. But the rate of profit depends on the ratio of this absolute magnitude of surplus value, which is determined by the variable capital, to the total capital, that is, on the ratio between variable capital and total capital, on V over C plus V. Since S, surplus value, has been assumed as given in calculating the rate of profit, and therefore V is likewise assumed as given, any variations occurring can only be due to variations in small c, that is, in constant capital. For if V is given, the sum of small c plus small v equal to c can only change if small c changes, and the ratio of small v over small c plus small v, or V over c, changes with changes in the sum. If small v equals 100, small c equals 400, then the sum equals 500, and V over V plus C equals 100 over 500, or 1/5, or 20%. Therefore, if the rate of surplus value came to 5/10, or 1/2, the amount of surplus value would be 50. But since the variable capital is only equal to 1/5 the total capital, the profit is therefore half of a fifth, that is, 1/10 of the total capital, and in fact, 1/10 of 500, which is 50, that is, 10%. The ratio, V over C plus V, changes with every change in the constant capital, but naturally not by the same numerical quantity. If we assume that V and C amount originally to 10 each, that is to say that the total capital consists of half variable and half constant capital, then V over V plus C equals 10 over 10 plus 10, equaling 10 over 20, being 1/2. If the rate of surplus value is 1/2 of V, then it is equal to 1/4 of the total capital. In other words, if the surplus value is 50%, then in this case, where the variable capital is the total capital divided by 2, the rate of profit comes to 25%. If we now assume that the constant capital is doubled, i.e. it increases from 10 to 20, then V over C plus V equals 10 over 20 plus 10, or 10 over 30, or 1/3. The rate of surplus value, 1/2 of 10, would now be 1/2 of 1/3 of the total capital, that is 1/6 of 30, that is 5. Thus, 1/2 of 10 equals 5. 5 calculated on 10 is 50%. 5 calculated on 30 is 16 2/3%. On the other hand, 5 calculated on 20 was 25%. The constant capital has doubled, that is, it has increased from 10 to 20. But the sum of constant capital plus variable capital has only increased by half, namely from 20 to 30. The constant capital is increased by 100%, the sum C plus V only by 50%. The ratio V over C plus V, originally 10 over 20, has fallen to 10 over 30, that is, from a half to a third. Thus, it has fallen by only 1/6, whereas the constant capital has been doubled. How the growth or decline in the constant capital affects the ratio V over C plus V depends evidently on the proportion in which constant capital and variable capital originally constitute parts of the whole capital. The constant capital, that is its value, can firstly rise or fall, although the amounts of raw material, machinery, etc. employed remain the same. In this case, therefore, the variations in constant capital are not determined by the conditions of production prevailing in the industrial process into which it enters as constant capital, but are independent of them. Whatever the causes bringing about the change in value may be, they always influence the rate of profit. In this case, the same amount of raw material, machinery, etc. has more or less value than it did previously, because more or less labor time was required to produce them. The variations, then, are determined by the conditions of production of the processes from which the component parts of constant capital emerge as products. We have already examined how this affects the rate of profit. As far as the rate of profit is concerned, whether in a particular industry, constant capital, raw material, for example, rises or falls in value because its own production has become dearer, etc., amounts to the same thing as if in some branches of industry, or even in the same branch, more expensive raw material were used for the production of one type of commodity than that for another type, while the outlay on wages remained unchanged. When there is equal expenditure on wage labor, but the raw material worked up by one kind of capital, corn for example, is dearer than the raw material worked up by another, oats for example, or for that matter, silver and copper, etc., or wool and cotton, etc., the rate of profit for the two capitals must be in inverse proportion to the dearness of the raw material. Thus, if on the average the same profit is made in both branches of industry, then this is only possible because the surplus value is shared between the capitalists, not in accordance with the ratio of surplus value which each capitalist produces in his own particular sphere of production, but in relation to the size of the capital they employ. This can happen in two ways. A, who works up the cheaper material, sells his commodity at its real value. He thereby also pockets the surplus value he himself has produced. The price of his commodity is equal to its value. B, who works up dearer material, sells his commodity above its value and charges as much in his price in order that his commodity should yield a corresponding profit as if he had been working up a cheaper material. If A and B exchange their products, then it is the same for A as if he had included a smaller amount of surplus value in the price of his commodity than it actually contains, or as if both A and B from the very beginning charged a rate of profit commensurate with the size of the capital invested, that is, had divided the joint surplus value between them on the basis of the amount of capital they had invested. And this is what the term general rate of profit denotes. Naturally, this equalization does not take place when the constant element in a particular capital, such as raw materials for example, falls or rises temporarily under the influence of the seasons, etc. Although the extraordinary profits made by the cotton spinners, for example, in years of especially good cotton crops, undoubtedly lead to an influx of new capital into this branch of industry and give rise to the building of a large number of new factories and of textile machinery. If a bad year for cotton ensues, then the loss, because of the sudden rise in the price of cotton, will be all the greater. Secondly, the production costs of machinery, raw materials, in short, of constant capital, remain the same, but larger amounts of them may be required. Their value therefore grows in proportion to the growing amount used as a result of the changed conditions of production in the processes in which those elements enter as means of production. In this case, as in the previous example, the increase in the value of constant capital results, of course, in a fall in the rate of profit. On the other hand, however, these variations in the conditions of production themselves indicate that labor has become more productive, and thus that the rate of surplus value has risen. For more raw material is now being consumed by the same amount of living labor, only because it can now work up the same amount in less time, and more machinery is now being used only because the cost of machinery is smaller than the cost of the labor it replaces. Thus, it is a question here of making up to a certain extent the fall in the rate of profit by increasing the rate of surplus value, and therefore also the total amount of surplus value. Finally, the two factors responsible for the change in value can operate together in very different combinations. For example, the average value of raw cotton has fallen, but simultaneously the value of the amount of cotton which can be worked up in a certain time has increased even more. Or the value of cotton has risen, and so has the value of the total amount of it which can be worked up in a given time. Machinery with increased productive capacity has become dearer in absolute terms, but has become cheaper in relation to its efficiency, and so forth. It has been assumed hitherto that the variable capital remains unchanged. Variable capital, however, can also decline not only relatively but absolutely, as for example in agriculture. That is, it can decline not only relative to the size of the constant capital. Alternatively, variable capital can increase absolutely. In this case, however, it is the same as if it remained unchanged, insofar as the constant capital grows in a greater or in the same ratio, the reasons mentioned above. If the constant capital remains unchanged, then any rise or fall of it in relation to the variable capital is accounted for only by a relative rise or fall of the constant capital due to an absolute fall or rise in the amount of variable capital. If the variable capital remains unchanged, then every rise or fall in the constant capital can be explained only by its own absolute rise or fall. If variations take place in both variable and constant capital simultaneously, then after deducting the variations which are identical in both, the result is the same as if one had remained unchanged while the other had risen or fallen. Once the rate of profit is given, the amount of profit depends on the size of the capital employed. A large capital with a low rate of profit yields a larger profit than a small capital with a high rate of profit. So much for this digression. Apart from this, only the two following passages from John Stuart Mill require comment. Capital, strictly speaking, has no productive power. The only productive power is that of labor, assisted no doubt by tools and acting upon raw materials. Strictly speaking, he here confuses capital with the material elements of which it is constituted. However, the passage is valuable for those who do the same thing and who nevertheless assert that capital has productive power. Of course, here too, the matter is only stated correctly insofar as the production of value is considered. After all, nature also produces, insofar as it is only a question of use values. Productive power of capital can only mean the quantity of real productive power which the capitalist by means of his capital can command. Here, capital is conceived correctly as a production relation. In a previous notebook, I have traced in detail how Mill violently attempts to derive Ricardo's law of the rate of profit, in inverse proportion to wages, directly from the law of value without distinguishing between surplus value and profit. Section 8. Conclusion. This whole account of the Ricardian school shows that it declines at 2 points. Firstly, exchange between capital and labor corresponding to the law of value. Secondly, elaboration of the general rate of profit, identification of surplus value and profit, failure to understand the relation between values and cost prices. The following has to be added with regard to Bailey's insipidity. When he says that A is distant from B, he does not thereby compare them with one another, equalize them, but separates them in space. They do not occupy the same space. Nevertheless, he still declares that both are spatial things and are differentiated in virtue of being things which belong in space. He therefore makes them equal in advance, gives them the same unity. However, here it is a question of equation. If I say that the area of triangle A is equal to that of parallelogram B, this means not only that the area of the triangle is expressed in the parallelogram and that of the parallelogram in the triangle, but it means that if the height of the triangle is equal to h and the base equal to b, then A equals h times b over 2, a property which belongs to itself just as it is a property of the parallelogram that is likewise equal to h times b over 2. As areas, the triangle and the parallelogram are here declared to be equal, to be equivalent, although as a triangle and a parallelogram they are different. In order to equate these different things with one another, each must represent the same common element, regardless of the other. If geometry, like the political economy of Mr. Bailey, contented itself with saying that the equality of the triangle and of the parallelogram means that the triangle is expressed in the parallelogram and the parallelogram in the triangle, it would be of little value.